Woo! What's up, everybody? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, tell your friends. Charlemagne the Great has returned. Yes. Gonna read some of this military science. Got some clips for y'all. Some good shit today. Hit y'all off. Shout out to shout out to the real Nathan Daly. I was on his panel before starting this. I'm going to tell you one thing about military science that you always need to know. The majority of people play checkers. Very few play chess. But the truly elite play Risk. Okay? So a lot of these times, we got people who don't even understand that we need to actually look into these military strikes and study them as if they're our own. If we're going to stand a chance in this global economy, I don't know why, but hey, if you like being the low class, that's on you. That is on you. But play a little bit of this jazz. Play a little bit of this damn jazz and let y'all hear me. I should just try to buy this goddamn song. Well, that's why they call you rare. Let this music play while we get the people in. How y'all doing? And by the way, it's a instrumental of Maze featuring Frankie Beverly while I'm alone. Oh yes, how y'all doing tonight? Hopefully we get some viewership today, even though I love my faithful few. Yes, y'all been keeping me good lately, keeping me good. Oh man, we got the Macho Manny Longo Savage. We have Dwayne. We have Neymar up in the building. Jervis Destroy. Everybody's favorite recruiter. GT Entertainment. How y'all doing today, man? How y'all doing? Got Shattered Star. Got Miss Jacqueline. Jacqueline. We got Last Zulu. Hey, let me know if you went here. Give me a woo. Oh man, if you're new, welcome to the Charles Faulkner channel. We get intellectual in this bitch. We got Mr. Z. What up? I have a lot to say at Charles Faulkner. I'm working on a video about scorched earth policy. Oh yeah, that's a very interesting policy, son. Very interesting policy. We got DJ B side. Oh man, I need some goddamn club music for you, man. Need some goddamn club music from you, man. Oh man, who ready to get some education up in this piece? Oh man, this neighbor said I'm doing good. It's the first of the month. Wake up! It's the first of the month. And grab your checks and come on. We got Chris up in this joint. What's up, Chris? Yeah, my boy Chris. Tell your mother I said what's up. Tell David I said what's up. See, we about to get some. Yes, yes. Are you speaking French? Because Chris can handle the French speaking for me. You know, he speaks French. So, yeah, little French Haitian motherfuckers, y'all can speak together, goddammit. You know, Je m'appelle Charles Faulkner Jr. So, oh, man, I'm going to tell you, with all this shit going on with Ukraine, gonna feel the pain in Ukraine. So they said the Kremlin says Russia's economic reality has considerably changed in the face of problematic Western sanctions. Woo! This is from James Dean. Monday, February 28th. Jesus Christ. Crippling Western sanctions have changed the reality of Russian economy, the Kremlin said Monday. No shit. The Western sanctions were heavy and problematic, but could be countered, a Kremlin spokesman said. The Kremlin said Monday a Russian economic reality has been considerably changed in the face of heavy problematic Western sanctions. The administration came after. Oh shit. The administration, the admission came after Russia's rubles plunged, which is their currency, the ruble, plunged 30% against the US dollar. Good God Almighty. And the country's central bank more than doubled its base interest rates to 20%. That's a lot of shit for you, boy. Russia Russians were reportedly waiting in long lines to withdraw foreign currencies from the ATM. Western nations have united to impose sweeping sanctions on Russia after it attacked Ukraine, such as cutting off Russian banks from the SWIFT, the international banking payment system, hindering its ability of the Russian central bank to deploy its foreign exchange reserves and freezing access links to President Vladimir Putin or the Tsar. Oh, they trying to go hard. They really trying to go hard. On Monday, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Putin would meet with Russia's top central banking and financial officials, as well as the CEO of the Sberbank, one of the country's leading lenders. An FT reporter described the planned meeting as an emergency meeting. By the way, Peskov was said that Russia had potential to set off the harm caused by the Western sanctions. However, per Reuters, he said, the economic reality has changed considerably. They were developed but being implemented as problems appear. He added, we have no reason to doubt the effectiveness and reliability of our central bank. There is no reason to doubt it now. But the banker also said Putin was quite indifferent about the sanctions levied against him directly. The sanctions contained absurd claims about some assets. The banker also claimed, excuse me. The European Central Bank said the Sberbank of the European operations are falling and likely to fail. The ECB said the Sberbank European operations experienced significant deposit outflow as a result of the reputative impact of geopolitical tensions. This led to the deterioration of its liquidating position. And there are no available measures with a realistic chance of restoring this position at a group level in each of the subsidiaries within the banking union. Jesus Christ, man. See, you got to look at this in warfare. There's many different warfare. Wars are fought and won before one bullet is launched from the muzzle, okay? Economic crushing a country. Yeah, Reuters. But yet, you look at the economic warfare being played, sanctioning Putin. That's a lot of damn money. That's a lot of economic backing that he has had. And let's not even talk about how Belarus wants to, join in all the fun to kiss Russia's ass. We won't get into that, will we? This is from an article from the Business Insider. It's kind of funny how Belarus said they're going to jump in because I'm pretty sure they're gonna need a helping hand. Trying to implode Ukraine. So now we want to play bully tactics, which is amazing. So if Belarus does jump in, they will literally be surrounded. If you look on a map, you'll see it. But yet, all this and your economy is a shithole. Interesting. Very, very interesting. And have you ever seen some of the videos and pictures of the Russian troops? They are so disenfranchised that it's not even funny anymore. They're like, I don't want no more Ike, and they out there being put out there to battle like hoes on a host stroll. It's actually quite pathetic if you think about it. It's really disgusting how you're trying to attack and make a reason, but you don't want to like develop your country further to actually being a power, and then you're setting off like you're making threats of nuclear attacks. Come on, you're better than that, Putin. Come on, you're better than that. But you know, this is gonna play out like a really bad soap opera. It's gonna play out like a really bad soap opera. Like I said before, they want the oil, they want the dam, they want the water. There's so many things. There's so many things that come out of this ship, but unfortunately, you're gonna have a you're gonna have a great deal of resistance by the Ukraine people, and rightfully so, because right now they've already bombed the shit out of them with Molotovs and whatever reservists and things of that nature. So it's getting interesting because a large army does very poorly against guerrilla tactics. Now, a lot of their tanks have been on the side of the road, broken down. Of course, there's a lot of protest about it because your people are starving, and you could give a fuck. Not only that, you're demoralizing your military. They don't want to be there. And if you've been around somebody from the Ukraine, they're psychopaths. They are very psychotic about their land, and rightfully so. You got to think about it. Russia's never really had too much combat experience when it comes to urban environments. We really don't, BGS. We really don't. We don't need them to escalate this shit because that was going to be a goddamn pile-on. And I think that a lot of the those Eastern Bloc countries are trying to either give support or they're trying to join in on all the fun with Russia because we're getting some people who are off their fucking rocker right now, and that's the issue. That's the main issue right there is that you get a lot of these people off the damn rocker. Speaking of Russian, we got a lot of Russian bots today. Reading from another article. Let me see, which one is this from? This is by Catherine Garcia. U.S. officials say Belarus is preparing to join Russia invasion of Ukraine. Belarus is getting ready to deploy troops to help Russia with its invasion of Ukraine, a U.S. official told reporters on Sunday evening. Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Belarusian President Alexander, I'm not even, what is it, like I'm not even going to pronounce that, Lakinko or something. are allies, and the troops could leave Belarus for Ukraine as early as Monday, officials told the Washington Post. Mm. It is very clear Minsk is now an extension of the Kremlin, the officials added. Ukrainian President, we're going to call him Volodymyr, what is that, Zelensky, spoke to the Belarusian president for the first time in 2 years on Sunday night and was assured that troops from Belarus will not go to Ukraine. Earlier in the day, the Belarusian president declared that Russia doesn't need soldiers or weapons from Belarus because they have enough ammunition and cartridge and machine guns. They already have enough people to solve the problem that Russia wants to solve. Screw that. Y'all do it. Zelensky. Oh, boy. The Belarus president is known as Europe's last dictator. Really? Really? Oh, man. Of course they kicked off. And has been in power since 1994. Jesus. Most of the international community agrees that he rigs elections to ensure he will win. No shit. And in 2020, protesters took to the streets, accusing him of stealing the presidential election. Thousands were arrested and beaten. Good job. On Sunday, a referendum was held in Belarus, and the Russian state media reports that, 65.2% of voters approve of the changing of the Constitution so the country can have nuclear weapons on its soil. I wonder how this came up. This would give Russia the opportunity to deploy nuclear weapons into Belarus, a sign that the president's utter dependence on Moscow to stay in power. The Belarusian president had traditionally tried to maneuver between Russia and the West to maintain some freedom of action, but the brutal crackdown following the 2020 election left him vulnerable and isolated. European Commission President Ursula von Leyen on Sunday said the president's regime is a collaborator of the Kremlin, and it's because of this complicit, vicious attack against Ukraine, both he and Putin will be hit with sanctions. I mean, this is going to be some hot shit today. I'm looking at it like, man, you got to understand, they're going to still make this guy look like an ass. And then Putin, I don't know if he's been sick. I don't know if he's off his rocker, his medications. It's some shit else. Well, who said you got to pay the soldiers? We actually pay soldiers in Russia? Shit. Either go fight for me, or I'm going to execute your asses. I'm going to get this show on the road. Hopefully BMT, Master Teacher come up here. A few others. I'm just looking at this and I'm just like, wow. This is great. Shout out to the Rocket King. Even Trump's having conflicted feelings about this. About his bay. That's fucked up. Salute to the Rocket King. I gotta give you this.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond!
bet you that's what the fuck Ukraine and others been doing now.
Nimunye. Nimunye. Good evening, comrade. How's everything with you?
I'm sorry, I don't speak fluent in vodka. But
Of course, you're fluent in cognac, but I don't exactly can do French that well. Unless, of course, you prefer I do my French somewhere else. I'm not
yeah,
that arrogant. Absolutely not arrogant.
I'm like this.
Oh, by the way, hold on before I begin. To a couple of particular Haitian, I must say, "Ça passe, mon frère, ça passe."
Well, that's Chris. If Chris is still in here, let him speak to that.
Also, Mr. Z. Also, Mr. Z.
Charles, I'm
That's Haitian for
curious.
you.
With all these sanctions that's getting thrown on him, and then the personal sanctions, how does this man go fight a war and pay these soldiers to fight? I ain't never seen a soldier who's willing to fight for free.
Well, you
Uh,
can't. That's the
L.
problem. That's the problem.
Excuse,
You can't.
excuse me,
And,
L. You
it,
gotta say
does,
something.
does he not
Uh,
know? Hold on. Does he not know that he is galvanizing the Ukrainian people? And like you said, they're not good at urban warfare. They've never specialized in it. Didn't they lose Afghanistan by trying to fight a rural urban warfare with some goat herders? And they couldn't beat their asses?
Yeah.
I could give you a worse example. I'll roll it back to 1990s. Chechnya, the first war. A bunch of ill-equipped Chechens fucked up the entire Russian military. In fact, I gotta give up to a certain Navy SEAL who told me about this book. It's called One Man's War. It's a Russian who talks about his experiences in the First War, what he saw, all the shit that happened, and what the Chechens did to fuck up the Russian army in every possible way. And he also talked about how fucking corrupt the army was. Not only because first of all, you have they have the draft. They've always had the draft going back to the Soviet. So every man is trained. But unfortunately, what they did was, like, if you were especially when the oligarchs were coming up, some people were able to bribe their way to be exempted from going to war. So those who couldn't afford it, they ended up going and fighting, and they saw that shit. And not to mention, from the top of the chain of command all the way down, there was abuse going on in the Russian military. The Chechens, they had no. Oh yeah, the Chechens, they knew the area. They knew what they were doing. Many of them could speak Russian, so they were able to use the Russians' communications against them. Sometimes they could just give false information. They used urban and guerrilla warfare. Hell, one of the things that the Chechens love to do, like, say you were in urban combat, right, and they were going floor to floor in a building. Like, say you got the Russians are on the ground floor and then on the second floor. The Chechens would get into the first floor, right? And they would try to instigate in a friendly fire by shooting at both the ceiling and the roof, the ceiling and the ground. And then they would just hit the walls while the Russians on above them, below them would shoot at each other. Sometimes between columns, they would try to do the same thing. Other times, they would grab dead and wounded Russians, hang them over out the windows of buildings, and shoot at any Russians they see on the streets and dare them to fire back, because they knew they'd end up hitting one of their own comrades in the process. And both sides were responsible for committing all kinds of atrocities to the civilian populations, whether it was Chechens targeting ethnic Russians in their homeland, or Chechen villages being destroyed by Russian soldiers. It was really fucked up. Hell, Grozny, the whole capital was destroyed, man.
It's all kinds of fucked up, really, if you think about it. I mean, when you look at it, it's a very ugly war. And those Eastern European bloc countries are going to fight dirty and ugly, and it's a point to them of survival. I mean, you got the fucking Klitschko's. You got every goddamn body over there. You got a couple of boxers, tennis players. They're going back. I want you to really think about this. If this was the black community,
Mm-hmm.
would any of the women be fussing? Why can't we fight? Okay, your ass stay here too.
Shit. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. All those,
60,
first of all,
18 to
Ukrainians.
60?
It's not just Ukrainians. Poles, Czechs, Slovaks, Croatians, Slovenians, with the exception of Serbs and Bulgarians. But everybody else, they have their animosities towards the Russians, and this goes back to post World War II. Even the Hungarians, they have not forgotten or forgiven what happened to their countries during the Iron Curtain years.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
When you really look at this
You don't
shit,
forgive, you don't forget.
it's suicide. It's political suicide because I'm just praying that he doesn't amp this shit up because then we'll be in a full blown fucking WW3 nukes or no nukes. But desperate. Never underestimate three people: the desperate, the crazy, and the stupid.
In the words of George Carlin, this man might be all three, just like how he said some people are full of shit, dumb as fuck, and fucking nuts. And Dan Quayle happens to be all three. But that's another discussion for another time. I digress, like AL would say.
Yeah. And this is like one of those issues that, look, I don't care what side of your educated lane, you better look at this shit very carefully.
Shit.
Fellas, he's even catching hell from like a couple of those oligarchs, a few of them, because not only is he getting sanctioned, they're getting sanctioned too, and everybody's money's getting held up, and they are not liking it. So guess what? Even though he's acting like he's the iron fist over there, even he's getting ran by somebody because everybody's in somebody's pocket. You don't think he's not in somebody's pocket, and they go get the talking, and they go get the hey man, he is not good for our economy right now. And we have to figure out how to deal with this shit.
Normally I'll be like, what does China think about it? But then I look at Taiwan, and I said, I already know.
AL, you're right about that because there've been a couple of oligarchs who have businesses overseas. They've been banned from entering those countries. One example would be a man named Roman Abramovich. Anybody who's a soccer fan would know that name because he owns one of the biggest clubs in the English Premier League, Chelsea FC. And he's been banned. And Boris Johnson announced that man would be banned from entering. And this is not the first time he's been banned from entering the UK. So a couple of them are thinking, yeah, this is going to be problematic for us in our business dealings. I would not be surprised if members of the military brass were looking at this shit and saying, okay, what now?
Like, nobody's getting, when you think about it, nobody's getting paid. And
think about it this way. You got corruption all up and down the system, even the chain of command. It's an oligarchy and a kleptocracy.
He said "klep."
A lot of kleptocracy, like kleptomaniac.
I know, but keep going.
So you also have that. You also have people like not poorly equipped, but then again, those guys are just probably look like the cannon fodder because they're probably more. I mean, don't underestimate Spetsnaz, and let's not forget there's a PMC called the Wagner Group. They're the Russian equivalent to Blackwater, or excuse me, Academy, as it's called.
Academy now.
Yeah. Based in Abu Dhabi. They moved relocated from North Carolina to Abu Dhabi. But go ahead.
You gotta look at it, right? You can only do with so much, but where's the money gonna come from? Is it gonna come from China? Is China's like, we got our own problems to deal with, but we'll back you if you need us. It's going to be an interesting ploy because this is going to be economic. Because if you can't pay your troops and we inflate your dollar, When you buy
But
like, yeah, you like
I don't think the little chief man. I don't think he's gonna back him because you got to think about it like this. And I'm trying to read these tea leaves like BGF too. If trying to back him when everybody's turning their back on him and they're freezing him out and they're freezing the oligarchs out, then who's gonna be next on the chopping block to get froze up? China. We freeze out Russia, we freeze out China. That's gonna bring the whole world to its knees. So
yeah,
I don't think the little rocket man he's gonna touch it. He can't because it'll just mess everything up. It really will.
And he's
What's
not
going on,
that
man?
dumb. What's
So,
going on?
so the war's already begun. It's pretty much that's not a. I mean, it is what it is. Um, I guess I mean, it was going to happen, but just how it would anticipate to happen. Um, which is like right now, you're looking at the supply. You're looking at the economic war right now, and best believe what could happen to them can definitely flip and happen to us. Very simple. So, they say, well, okay, so you attacked our dollar. Okay, that's fine. But so far, you simply forget that you have those people that live and sleep and eat in your own yard. There's Russians that live in America. There's Russians that have establishments in America, as well as businesses. So right now, you're watching the war, the media war, to paint Russia one type of way. And I mean, it's like I said, war is just a moral ground of what you believe. That's all it is. Just what you believe. Me, I don't really have a problem with whatever Putin wants to do. It's a natural selection. Versus some other people, y'all might have a problem. But these things are going to happen. Like he's going to say, well, since y'all want to do that with us, then how about we start doing different sanctions or stuff with y'all? Understand if China or any of those countries that's with them say, well, if y'all going to do that to them, then we're going to start cutting off your supply routes. Then America will definitely the dollar will plummet drastically, and like probably in the same hour. That's not even. We got too much foreign investment in wheat and different other crops
and just the dollar alone.
and yeah, like exactly. So right now, and trust and believe, Putin is that he's not like Baby Bush or any of them other guys. He's not afraid. He's not afraid to slap back. Like this man understand this is right now. You're looking at the media war. So in one side where we're saying, well, look at bad Russia. Imagine what he's telling them now. Look what the Americans are doing to us now. Now look at what they're doing to us. Sometimes your best weapon is your anger. And so they understand that, if you look at any movie or any kind of thing, and I'm just playing the game that they usually tell them, hey, you see how they all can control this and tell us that? Like, well, you're watching the rebel army fight the empire, right? Fight an empire, and this empire, this guy, he didn't get to where he is by being nice. Everybody can say he's evil, but you let this evil man sit on his throne for years. He's a multi-billion.
27 years with an iron fist.
So so now all of a sudden we have to get rid of this bad guy. We gotta get rid
Hey,
of this
Jonathan, I
bad
have a
guy.
question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
So my question is,
Hold on. Before you begin,
hello?
hold on. Before you begin, we got a special guest coming up here.
By the power of Grayskull.
Hey, what's up, BGS?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey,
BGS.
What up?
Yes, sir.
Bellator said that is the most silliest name for a superhero he ever heard. He's
Shut
waiting
your
on Charles.
goddamn. Well,
He's
well,
waiting on Charles Faulkner to debate
Yeah.
him and change his mind.
Well, it wasn't. He was never intended to be a superhero. He was intended to be a toy.
he was a toy.
Yes.
So yeah, but the lore was pretty good though. So
Yeah.
fuck
Well,
off.
it became a legend. So.
Yeah. So unless you want me to rush you Ukraine, shut the fuck up about He-Man. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Salute, BGS. Salute,
Hey,
boss.
salute. Yeah, we don't. The thing is that we don't want. I think both sides, well, especially the American side, played this a little too close, and
Mhm.
they fully expected the Zelensky to actually get on the plane and fly out, and he didn't. He decided to stay and fight, which is something they didn't expect him to do. Okay, it wasn't part of the plan. So now you're in the middle of this very nasty situation
Mhm.
because trust and believe the generals don't want to lose any more men. They rather go ahead and start bombarding cities.
Yeah.
That's going to get really nasty if they start doing that. You don't want to use field weapons in an urban center. If you
Yeah,
know,
that's
you guys in the military know what I mean.
especially them gas mains. Good God, give us the fucking
No, no.
gas.
You notice he didn't come to the to that negotiation table to Putin let off one of those thermobaric missiles in a field.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, thing. Okay, let's talk. Okay, and he's got how many? We got about 1,000 of those bad boys. You don't want to you don't want to escalate this thing
He'll
because
scorch earth.
Putin is not a nice guy. Okay, so
He'll scorch earth. He'll scorch
Neither
earth.
neither is
Oh,
Joe
he did.
Biden.
yeah, your generals are already saying, well, you know what? He's trying to show restraint by when you send in soldiers to control, right? You don't send in
Mhm.
Mhm.
soldiers to the urban center to fight. Okay, that's not you don't do that. It's,
Strategically, you could
yeah,
just, I would just annihilate you.
that's the whole thing. But thing is, you don't want to wind up with a Nuremberg trial, do you?
Yeah, but
Right.
that's the only thing that holds them back because they will, like you. The worst thing you could do militaristically is galvanize an entire planet against you, and everybody
Um,
be like, don't do that.
Now,
But right
now,
yeah, that's
now,
well,
go ahead,
The
bro.
Ukrainians have not endeared themselves to the rest of the world. Let's put it that way.
what do you have now?
No, that's true. I
Nope.
mean, they have their own issues with they got an oligarchy of their own. I mean, if you look at mostly all the former Soviet republics, every
Yeah,
single one of them have an oligarchy, and they're just as corrupt,
yeah, yeah.
even worse.
That's true.
The thing is, you got 44 million people in your country. Do you want to sacrifice half of them just because you want a war? Doesn't make sense. Get to the table, negotiate it. Say, forget NATO because that's all Russia wants. All they want to
And
say,
half
hey,
of them are men
I'll
that
say what?
stay.
Say what?
I say half of them BGS are men that they made stay and fight from 13 to 60.
Okay, if somebody invades your country, guess what the men have to do?
They got to stay and fight.
Got to stay
Gotta
and
stay
fight.
and
Stay
fight, bro. Yeah.
strong.
They
Yeah,
don't.
but the thing is, as long as you, if it was actually an urban war and they're sending in, tanks and troops, you got a shot. Okay, you have a shot
Mhm.
because you outnumber them, like 20 to 1, probably more than that,
Mhm.
like 50 to 1. You outnumber them.
Yeah.
The thing is, what happens when they stop wanting to come in and actually engage you in hand to hand or even man to man, and
Yeah.
they got uh, all these
Makes you want to go from
all these
smoke to
all these exotic weapons that they're built to actually fight another superpower called the United States.
yeah.
Russia's army is not built to fight the Ukraine. Okay,
Yeah.
it's built to fight the United States
You got to realize something.
with theater weapons.
They're gonna go by
Hmm.
how. Here's a question: how serious is he? You don't want to know. You
That
don't
and
want to
see,
know.
that's what I'm trying to allude to people. Like right now, you're only watching the early stages of right now. You're watching an economic war. You're not really watching an actual war. Like
Hmm.
a real war of power. Listen, Superman doesn't have to go to Gotham to go fight Batman. Superman can just stay in space and shoot a laser beam and do it just as accurately. The thing
Yeah.
about it, Putin, he's actually handicapped. He actually handicapped himself purposely when he said, "I'm gonna send my people in there." So long as his people's in there, he's like, "Okay, I'm not gonna send in a ballistic salvo," which is very easy. I mean, that ballistic salvo, he can send it from any point of position He wants to. He's not doing that. So I'm like, right now, worry about when you start seeing Russian troops pull out. That's when you know, oh, okay, because
When you
if
start
if
saying,
we
and here's the worst part, they got convoys coming because right now he's he's this is Putin's version of being nice. Okay,
yes, he's still being nice too.
he's still nice about it because when you got to realize that they still have an axe to grind against the Eastern Bloc. Okay, they got an
Mm.
axe to grind against the Eastern Bloc. So
Mm-hmm.
once you start going for fucking bunker their versions of the bunker bombs, you're
Mm-hmm.
fucked. Once
Yeah.
you're going for their versions of fucking ballistics, like they're in small arms combat. That's what it's really called. The
Mm-hmm.
official, they're in small arms where you're within handgun to rifle reach, and sometimes you
Mm.
might be in the streets and knife fighting or fisticuffs.
Mm-hmm.
When when it gets nasty, and it will, you haven't really seen true artillery yet.
Right,
Ooh,
and
we don't
and
want to
and
go
that's
there.
the thing about it.
And
That's the thing.
trust me, I have ringing in my ears from Iraq due to being around artillery. It's
And
But
not
that's
isn't
fun.
Russia very close on the map to Ukraine? So
very
it
different.
would not
They're
serve them
right, right,
well.
right next to each other.
Yeah, it would
So
The
not
border
serve
protected.
Putin well to launch any type of nuclear
No,
warhead at a
He
you,
country that's right
don't
next
have
to it.
to.
he doesn't
you don't
have
need
to go look at the thermobaric bomb and see that bad boy in action.
you don't
They
need
Listen,
they'll
no,
hit they'll hit what they gonna hit Charles. They gonna use what they gonna use drone strikes and Stinger missiles and shit like that.
No, no,
no, no. That's not the Russian way.
those are little boys. Okay,
Those
those are
are
little
not. That's
boys.
not the Russian
They're
way.
not trying to do that. I thought they're not trying to do that much damage though.
You gotta turn your mic
yeah,
down a little bit.
I think
Yeah,
y'all
back
Oh
off your
my bad,
mic.
my
Mike.
bad.
but
And
that's
just
what
to answer King's question, let me see. Tanks and planes aren't small arms. They're majority small arms. Okay,
Yes,
it's
they
pretty
are.
it's pretty much, well, small arms is usually handheld or mounted weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So
you
when we looking at it, the tanks are not really being used because a lot of their tanks are broken down. So a lot of it's small arms. You still have a large percentage of the people not in tanks. They're in jeeps. They're in trucks.
yeah,
Okay.
they're not even
If they were
But
really
Charles,
in,
one of those tanks ran over civilian the
well,
other day.
well,
And
Chris,
he started
nitrogen.
it.
Well, to
Hold
answer
on,
your
AL.
question, Chris, a nitrogen bomb is even more powerful than a nuke. Okay, that's even
Ooh.
that's even more powerful. So you're literally looking at the. Let me give you an example. The nukes we have here will make
Hmm.
Batman and Little Boy, or whatever the fuck they called them,
way back in the day.
back in the day, look like matchsticks. Like they're
Mm-hmm.
about 100 to 200 times more powerful.
Yeah, those are
Like,
old. Those are actually old.
You talk about Fat Man? Yeah,
yeah,
those are
yeah.
old fucking
We don't
technology.
even use that technology
Your
anymore.
mic
They
so
use
loud.
they
Stop talking
use
your mic.
they use
Those,
hydrogen.
yeah,
It's
So
those
hell.
are
Okay, hold
those
on.
are
hold on.
those
Let me
are
help you there,
old.
kid. Let
Those
me
are
help you
those
there,
are
kid. I'm gonna
old.
turn you down a little bit.
Those are
That's the
those are
first
old. Those are
technology.
old
Thank you,
nukes.
sir.
Like the actual like more. There's more power. Like we got things called mini nukes now. Like literally, you can fit them in vehicles now. Like they actually even way more destructive. Like the old term of pushing the button is not really
Yeah,
what people think it is when they say push the button. Like
yeah,
you're just green lighting for certain stuff. Now the thing about it, I'm telling, we're trying people to need to understand, you're trying to put this man on a moral scope. Like you're trying to put him on a type of moral scope where he's going to think like, well, you guys are right. I was being bad. Like he doesn't listen. You don't. He hasn't thought like that in years. This is a type of thing where he's like, okay, you're trying to embarrass me now, and
yeah.
so he is being put into a situation where he's like,
I
that's
gotta
why
say,
right. Like if you're trying to punk me,
I do have a question.
it's not gonna hold on. It's not gonna go out the way you think it is. Like in other words, right now the best people that could probably solve this is between Ukraine and Russia. Like they might
Yeah.
need to sit down. And I mean, sadly, it is a
Agreed.
survival
Yeah.
of the fittest where Ukraine might say, "Hey, you know what? You want some water? You might, and I'll do this. I get it."
They're
you want
going
to
to have to
absorb
do it.
us. You want to absorb us, but we're gonna have to work something out. Like in the long scope of this, I know. See, this is one of those things where no matter what, you have to let nature take its course. And
Big,
people aren't used to watching the
big
antelope
fish.
and they're not used to watching nature take its course. We're like, we gotta step in, we gotta stop it. But see,
No.
if it's not you, then who? And
Then I'm
see,
going to put it.
China's like, hey, y'all getting too big for your britches. But you got two world powers that are etching at it. Like, hold up, bro. Like, y'all are really stepping in on some shit that we're vested in also. This is bigger than what we're trying to play it out to be. That's why they're gonna say, you want to crash our market? We can play the same game too. Don't forget, we got our shit over there with y'all boys too. So
These are these are war-
you're gonna start seeing cyber war. Hold on, let me finish. You're going to start see the new warfare. Everybody's thinking of that World War II shit.
Cyber.
Everybody running on the battlefield, shooting pistols.
Yeah,
No, no, no.
cyber. Yeah,
You now have it where we're in the age of cyber warfare. Right now, cyber warfare is
yeah,
being played right now.
Your banks start getting hacked.
So
I
this is
mean,
why
yeah.
you also got this is why you got some billionaires. Remember we had to talk Charles and BGS where we said, hold up. You notice the billionaires are starting to clear out their what? Assets and
That's it.
banks. Well, they're like, yo, we gotta get the fuck
Yeah.
out of here. Like these guys are actually starting to do stuff. You're gonna
You,
start seeing people start withdrawing shit in the US real soon. Like, hey man, why did that guy just turn off or shut off his business? Oh shit. They already know. People are getting
trying to get the
cyber
fuck out
warfare.
of here.
well,
Yeah,
you
like
got to
go
you
ahead.
got to look at it like this, right? When the best case scenario for everybody is for them motherfucker, like you said, the motherfuckers got to talk. The worst case scenario was to poke the bear, and
why has Ukraine poked the bear?
Ukraine
Why
didn't
has it
poke the
been poked
bear.
the bear?
well,
Ukraine wants to be part of the European Union because that's where the
okay,
money is, right? But to do that, they have to be part of NATO. Okay,
Mm,
yeah,
the accords for Russia for the Soviet Union actually breaking up is that they have a buffer zone between Western Europe or the EU and Russia. Okay, they have
okay,
violated over the
BJ, just answer
past
my question.
15 years, over the last 15, 20 years, they have violated all of that stuff by putting in NATO missiles and installations in Poland and a few other places, right? And the biggest country to actually do that and with the largest amount of people is the Ukraine. Basically, Russia cannot allow the Ukraine to go to NATO
Right,
no,
I
because
understand. That's why I said why is Ukraine poking the bear? Because if
the,
you
it's
doing everything,
United States is poking the bear.
Don't make it seem
Yep.
like the US is
I,
clean of this.
no,
Don't
no,
no.
try to
I know that. I understand the situation
I'm gonna answer
very
this.
well, but
I
I
was gonna,
I'm gonna answer
I was
this
just
real
gonna ask
quick.
you that question too.
I'm gonna ask you this real quick. Okay, look, those tanks are considered smaller than what the fuck they got in their arsenal. Those tanks are not even they're not even really using the tanks per se because half their tanks are fucking run out of gas. So yes, it's small arms. They may be able to use,
Zach,
but compared
what?
to what they really can do,
Oh, hold
and
on, Pookie, unless you know this stuff.
and compared to what they really could do, because right now they're all they got to do is use a couple of ballistic missiles and beat them to their knees. Okay, so you got to
My,
remember when you look at this shit and you see the convoys, a lot of their convoys is the gas. A lot of that shit there is breaking down because now you got to remember you get into the fucking urban platforms. Tanks they're okay, but there's a lot of fucking booby traps you could do for it.
shit, fucking the fucking the individual treads getting caught up, treads on tanks getting caught with branches, the shit breaking, getting stuck. And let's just be honest, a tank. What is a tank explosion? A shell? What is that? A small house? I mean, in comparison to even a fucking drone
It
strike,
depends on
that's arguably nothing.
it
Let's
depends on
It,
the ammunition.
which means the
depends on the
ammunition.
Depends
ammunition,
on the
but,
shell.
but I
It
mean, let's
depends on
be
the
real
ammunition.
here.
Well, you can take down some buildings. You know, you can
Yeah,
a tank can do a lot of damage.
yeah.
Okay, don't get it twisted.
But they haven't really
Cause
used
shit,
their.
so
I'm gonna
I
tell you, Pookie.
understand.
I'm gonna tell you, Pookie. They haven't truly used their tanks yet.
No,
Yeah,
They got better.
I was gonna
They
say
got better. They got.
uh, BGS. So
Yeah.
I pretty much understand most of the situation. The piece that I don't really understand is what is America's part in
They,
with Ukraine, basically.
in other words,
Everything.
Ukraine is just one little piece of it, right? Okay. What is the reason that Europe will still allow NATO inside the European continent? There's two reasons. What are they?
It's pretty much to defend against Russia, the spread of
Russia and
Russia.
what's the other one?
Money.
There's two.
Uh,
Nope.
wait,
To keep the three central powers from fighting again.
right.
Keep them
So
separate.
UK, well,
Germany,
Germany,
and
France.
France,
and
and France,
France,
and
yeah,
France, right? Okay, if UK, Germany, and France are in a union, the only thing left is a Russian threat, right?
right.
Okay, and then without the and with under Trump, guess what? There was no Russian threat. Guess what Trump wanted to do?
He wanted to break up NATO,
He wanted to end NATO.
move US from
No, he
things.
wanted to end NATO. Okay, so the thing is, but this administration doesn't want NATO to end. So what do they need?
They need to
Being
make the
support.
Russia look like a threat again.
And which they've succeeded in doing. So.
And that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. You just on the question.
I just want.
Real quick, go ahead, Pookie. Real quick, you've been trying to get in. Go ahead, man. What do you want to ask?
I just wanted to add quickly about the part about the teams because you did mention me before that that I should have some expertise on the subject if I'm speaking on it, and I just want to mention I do
Have
have
you?
expertise because
So have you ever
I got
operated a tank?
no, I haven't operated one,
Have
but
you ever have
my
you, have you ever been
grandfather
in the okay?
whole
But your grandfather
I
what?
he was in the military and during Desert Storm, and he was a tank operator. And I have also
Okay.
5 other military members, family members, some that are
Uh,
all dayers, they're lifers, and some that have retired from Korea and Vietnam that have worked on, been in all different kinds of
so
takes. So
so
the
what
main
what's your
point,
take?
the main point that I was just bringing about that is, I mean, what's a fucking tank to atomic bomb or
Is
atomic artillery and any of
the
this kind of shit? I
well
don't.
those are considered, depending on ammunition, those are considered theater weapons, right? I mean they're considered battlefield weapons. Okay,
Hmm.
which is not small arms. It's a little step above small arms. Okay, your planes, certain planes and stuff like that, or what are called theater, either theater or they call battlefield weapons, right? Okay, well,
Hmm.
a nuclear weapon is a strategic weapon, right?
A
Hmm.
nuclear
It's,
weapon is something that your last
it's your
goddamn.
last resort. In other words, in other words, that's strategic. Intercontinental ballistic weapons like that are strategic. In other words, those are global. Okay, those are
That's the big
beyond.
guns.
Those are used mostly as a threat or a deterrence more than actually a weapon. You
I'm
don't
gonna,
want to use those. Okay,
I'm gonna,
just
I'm
like
gonna.
in the thermobaric weapons they have are just, I mean, just a hair below that. That's like the he deployed them, but he hasn't used. We only used
Yeah.
one. Okay.
There's only. See, those weapons are right before. You
Yeah.
know that little centimeter on the ruler. It's right before it's
Yeah.
considered nuclear.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
And
Legally they're not strategic weapons. Legally.
no,
like
and I'm
the
gonna
thing.
explain this for you, Pookie. Knife,
Hmm.
sidearm, rifle, sometimes machine gun, sometimes sometimes depending on the because the tank is like basically a mobile artillery at
Yeah,
times.
pretty much.
Sometimes it could be small, but depends on the size of the tank and which type.
True, yeah, because
So,
there's always, I know there's also like those multi-man
so
ones that are fucking.
hold up. Until you start getting into the depleted uranium rounds, which goes through the.
Oh,
Ooh.
That's not small arms.
No.
The reason
oh
why
shit,
people
nah.
the
No.
reason why people get mad with me is because you got to think about this. Have they used depleted uranium? Have they really used their tanks like that? No. Hell, they
Yeah,
had tanks breaking down and people taking videos and making fun of them. Oh yeah, by the
yeah.
way, we got 62 here, 42 likes. Please like when you come in. And by the way, y'all got the Jesse Veal, you got the AL11s, the Nama. the BMT, the Pookie.
Yeah,
You got
BGS, motherfucker.
you got the
Mhm.
BGS motherfucking tax, and he takes 20% off top. You know.
Oh, by the way, the Walter, I believe you have a question.
So
The
one
Walter,
of the
your
things
question.
about it people don't understand is, listen, man, and what we're really worried about, as anybody in military, you haven't seen Russia pull out their what what they're known for is their death helicopters. You
Yeah.
haven't
Oh,
Listen, that's when you're gonna start seeing, oh shit, now he's not playing around. That right there, that right there is a death machine. You haven't seen them pull out any death machines. Those on a different scale are, and the main reason why he said, listen, the main reason he threatened with the doggone button was because the U.S. had moved their boats, their carriers. You're moving your carrier closer into my water, into my area. Putin did not like this. See, everybody, you gotta understand, every cause and effect has every cause for every effect. You're moving, and I don't think people know what nuclear carriers do or what they carry, or nuclear carriers. Like they're so when you're starting theater, right, you're also starting to set up your positioning. So if you're setting up your positioning, he's looking at, okay, if I were to move one of my carriers into your backyard, y'all would be shitting right now. If I would have put it like at least about 500 kilometers out of the New York bank, y'all would be shitting. So right now, even China's like, hey, how are y'all being able to do this? Why is nobody paying attention? That's why they brought it up on the news. Like, hey, your special forces are being positioned close to our borders.
Yeah.
See, the thing about it is, that's why one guy brought up about communication. I'm like, hold up, dude. I don't think you understand. Media media warfare is
It's
communication.
communication. Matter of
That
fact, the first step to war is propaganda.
Propaganda.
right. So and you gotta understand, I gotta disenfranchise you, so that way whatever I do from here on, it looks like it's like, hey, you see why I'm doing this? And notice, like, understand this, you guys. Them all of a sudden grabbing the poor, dirty African child and putting them in front of the media. Oh my God, these kids are need help. And oh, well played, well played. You
Propaganda
now
like a motherfucker.
you
See, a lot of y'all worried. What did I say when I started off this broadcast? I said, first and foremost, wars are won before our shots even ring out.
facts. They don't know, Charles, man. It's propaganda. That's one
That's
of
the
that's a
first step
that's
to war.
a
Hey,
strong
If
they
weapon.
I
put up
if I make
fall
it easy,
campaign to
if I
demonize.
demonize you, it's easy to kill you.
Anybody
So
ever studied the Rwanda genocide? The best way, the first, one of the first things they did to demonize the Hutus is they had a bunch of comedians who were known on the on national radio. They put out these typical. They were making bits about. No, they put out some bits about the Tutsi minority. They kept doing that and doing it. A lot of people didn't know what was really going on because they thought, oh, they're just comedians. They're just making jokes. What they didn't realize is they were actually trying to rile up the Hutus. And Hutu nationalists were hearing what they were saying. A lot of them started arming themselves. And next thing you know, these were same radio stations were instrumental in trying to tell those Hutu extremists where to go, where they need to commit those atrocities and whatnot. There was a lot of
Hey, yo,
communications
fam, you
involved.
was there. I just seen the movie, man. I seen the movie, but the part that tripped me out,
Oh,
cause you
Hotel
there.
Rwanda? Yeah,
Yeah, yo. So let me just say this real quick, real quick.
go ahead.
The part that tripped me out, that made my stomach crunch. I was young when I got that movie on bootleg from the corner store. I'm like, what the hell is this? Got it. Didn't know what I was about to watch. The part that tripped me out when he told the dude to go down that road, and then all them bodies, yo. Then like the car, I
Yeah.
mean the truck was like ba boom, ba boom, ba boom. Yo, that part, I had to pause that part, go outside. I was about in my 20 something, right? I'm like, what the
Hmm.
hell? But then I went back and finished the whole movie. Like, that's one of my favorite movies of all times. Like that movie, yo, that movie
I'll give
checked
you a
me
better
out.
example. I'll give you a better example. This one hits close to home for me.
Right.
1997.
Okay.
Ethiopia goes before they began a 3-year border conflict with my native Eritrea, and I was in Eritrea at the time when this shit happened. 1997, they started a campaign by claiming that there were border disputes, this, that, and the third. Next thing you know, they're saying, and next thing you know, then Prime Minister Meles Zenawi of Ethiopia said, we have every right to expel people who we don't like. If we do not like the color of their eyes, then we shall expel them. And dude, thousands of Eritreans and Eritrean communities you had in Ethiopia.
Right.
You had families who were separated, people getting arrested, picked up, because there was a campaign slur about Eritreans in the country. You had neighbors snitching, neighbors informing on Eritreans in the area. So you would see men getting kidnapped, being arrested late at night, taken to cells. I mean, most of the cats I went to high school, a lot of them got deported in 98, 97, 98. I remember the summer of 98, every freaking night on Airy TV, when they showed news, the first story they showed was how many Eritreans from Ethiopia got deported. They didn't put them on planes and send them, flew them back to Eritrea. No, they grabbed them, they would take them, separate families. People did, and they would detain them in jail cells for as long as they want. Eventually, they'd be taking some people to get on the truck, get on the bus. Didn't matter how old you were.
Right.
And the thing you know, they drive them up to the border, and they take them and they say, all right, get off the bus, get off the truck, walk that way. That's Eritrea. And the news cameras on the other end would see these people coming up, and then soldiers had to help, and Eritrean soldiers had to be sent down there to accommodate some of these people. You had even elderly women unable to walk, had to be carried.
Hey,
many of them didn't. Shut up, Pookie. Not yet. Hold on, Pookie.
Hold on. Hey, Sandog, come on aboard. We need you. We definitely need you, and I got to contact you on offline too.
Yeah, no, dude.
See,
and as I was saying, that shit kept going on. So year after year after year, and because of that shit, you know what happened on the other side?
What happened?
You had a lot of Ethiopians, mostly ethnic Tigrayans, who are an ethnicity who are related to my tribe Tigrinya, who live on the other side of the border. That very summer, a lot of them who lived in Eritrea, some of them ended up at the Ethiopian embassy. An Ethiopian embassy, you can find it easily if you go Google Maps, you'll find it. It's across the street from the U.S. embassy.
Right.
And on the side streets, there were thousands of them, hundreds and thousands of them. And I remember passing by that area because I lived not too far from that area. And a lot of them were hoping that they get allowed back in because they were afraid that the Eritrean government would do to them what the Ethiopian government had been doing to Eritreans. And when the war broke out in 98, they started by first bombarding Asmara's airport, hoping to cripple the Air Force. And shit got ugly, especially in 2000.
I'm going to say this, Pookie. You ever saw the movie The Godfather?
Which one?
Especially the first one.
Yeah.
Well, you know about the character Sonny, right?
Yeah, what about him?
Don't be Sonny.
Fuck Santiago. He was talking outside the family. You can't say that because come on. In context.
You know what got Vito shot?
You said Nito?
Yes, Vito.
Vito. Shit, okay.
You know what got Don Corleone, the first Don Corleone, Vito got shot? Because Sonny was speaking out of turn.
Right.
And his security was lax.
No,
he was looking like a fish.
No. Let me explain this to you.
Right.
Read what Sandog put up there. Read what Captain Jack put up there.
Let me see.
Absolutely.
Fuck, I'm talking to you, Charles.
No, read what it's
you. That says Admiral Smoke.
Yeah, I know, that's Sandog.
Oh, okay. What the hell?
Read what he said. And I'm going to tell you why. Because sometimes you got to be able to, you got to be more patient. I know you're young and you're frisky and shit, but you can't be
Yeah,
sudden.
I'm the same way.
The
Listen, I'm
reason
the
Frisky.
why,
same.
the
Hey,
reason
yo,
why, the
yeah,
reason why I'm telling you this is because if I really wanted to get over on you, it'd be so easy because you let me know what the fuck's on your mind all the time.
mm,
You put out too much information. And what did he
Mm.
say? Remember the scene with Vito and Sonny, and Sonny was the underboss, and
right,
he was trying to get Vito's protection and blessing for the drug trade, right? And Vito
right,
said no drugs, no
Mm-hmm.
drugs. And what did Sonny do? He spoke out of turn,
right.
and that's what got him killed because he knew if he got Vito out the way, Sonny would more likely be accepting because he would be next in line as the Don. That one act of defiance against his Don, his father at that,
Right, right.
almost got him killed. Almost got his father killed,
Damn, that's a
and
fact.
started a goddamn war. That's
Right.
why I told you about military science. But go ahead, Sandog. What's up, Captain Jack?
All that because I wanted to interrupt and say
No,
something
no,
real
no.
quick.
I'm just letting you know. It's not
Uh,
about the. It's not just
Because I'm
about
gonna
the.
tell.
Smooth Pookie, calm down, man.
Look, this is the. I'm telling you this out of love.
Right.
There's some of my wrestlers and coworkers who know what I would say if we were in person.
Right.
Because
Hey,
like
yo.
this, I've told a lot of people at my job and even the military, we could go out to the woodline and shoot a fair one. And guess what? I would do it
What?
out of love because guess what? I'd rather whoop your ass right then and there than
Mm-hmm.
you be somewhere fucked up fucked up by yourself and you anger or disrespect somebody and I'm not
Fact.
there to protect you. You feel me?
Fact. Yeah, I feel
And
you,
I'm
yo.
not doing that. And I'm not doing that because if I didn't see you as an equal or
Right.
somebody who wants to learn, I wouldn't let you on the panel. You feel me?
Fact. Yeah. Hey, yo,
No,
Yeah, I
it's just,
feel you.
it's just, it's
Hey,
Well,
just,
why?
hey,
you
yo,
Well,
gotta,
why?
Pookie.
I
you
didn't know
like,
I
it's,
disrespected. I ain't want to do all that.
Nah,
No,
my
and
bad.
the thing is, we're trying to tell you that you have some kind of impulse control. Okay,
Right.
and
Hey,
you
yo,
don't quite
Pookie.
have
I'm
it yet.
trying. I'm
I
trying
know
to
you're
improve this
trying.
shit hard.
It is. We have to remind you, but the thing is, we have to put up with it though.
Right. Hey, yo,
Oh,
but
my
you
bad,
got,
my bad,
bro,
my
before you
have
leave,
you
come
have
back.
you have
Hey,
you
yo,
have you ever
Pookie.
tried to take care of some badass kids?
yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah,
Well,
every day. I'm a
yeah,
badass.
but
I'm a
them niggas
badass
really ain't got
kid.
no
I'm a
impulse
badass
control.
kid.
Exactly. That's what we're
I'm
just
a
older.
badass
Okay,
kid.
so.
Hey, yo, Pookie. Yo, let me give you some context. BGS always tell me this right here, right? Back in the day, he used to be like, yo, man, stop your nigga shit, man. I know you a nigga because I'm a nigga. And like, yo, he be like, yo, see, I don't go on BGS panels like that, but I know BGS a minute, right? Since Saturday,
Mm,
the Coliseum. I get on the panel every once in a while. I
mm,
overtalk
Mm-hmm.
motherfuckers, cut motherfuckers out. Oh, he like, yo, stop your nigga
How
shit.
we do?
And Charles, hold on, Charles, you know what I mean? In the beginning, man, I was calling Charles Big Baby from Boston Celtics and shit, right? I be like, man, you a big baby from Boston. You know what he'd call me, dog? I mean, Pookie, he'd call me a cat. He'd
What?
be like, stop crying like a cat. I be like, nigga, don't you know that cats could smell fucking tornadoes somehow and shit, nigga? I'm a tornado. You know that, nigga.
But they
Like,
still cry.
Nigga, what
and
is
he be like, nigga, stop
mm.
crying, nigga. You always
nigga?
fucking crying.
But
Listen,
you gotta
So
re-
I'm on the same page like you, bro. Just
but
to
you
make
gotta
your
re-
mind at
but you
ease.
gotta
Make your mind at
realize
ease.
something. But you gotta
Same.
realize something, okay?
Yeah.
You're getting information from BGS,
Right.
EMT, Jesse,
Right.
hey, even James, and
Right now, though, back in the day, hell no, man, you ain't
you
get no
know,
information.
AL, Namer. You're getting all this information that if you went to school, you would have to pay or be an ROTC for. Because trust
Hmm.
Fact.
me, you got to appreciate where you are and how you're getting it. Because guess what? I had to learn it. I had to be boots on ground in some fucking foreign country,
Right.
like a couple of us have been, including Captain Jack. So
Yes.
you got to realize this. The reason why I said it. Remember the conversation we had over the phone? You're about to get your associates. I said what's the first thing you should do? Go talk to the ROTC recruiter. and go see the world and go become a leader.
All right.
Because when you look at this shit in the news, you're not going to look at it in civilian eyes. Because you know why? Because depending on how things play and depending how things are, you might have to put some ass in the game. And oh yeah, by the way, we got Captain Jack, aka Sandog, Admiral Smoke.
What up? What up?
We got extended
Well,
clips
my
and both and to extended clips and Admiral Smoke. Assalamu alaikum. You know.
All right, there we go. What's
Don't
up? What's
forget
up?
the enforcer, Bruce
so my
Almighty. It's been a
my
minute since he
well,
been out
my
here.
Yeah. Sandog is actually a tank commander.
Captain. He was a tank
damn
He's
commander
a tank captain, so he would
damn
know.
because
damn.
because trust me, when they start using depleted uranium rounds,
Mm-hmm.
you're going
Uh,
through every goddamn thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
right now, if Russia, like I said before, Russia was not going to invade before till the fucking negotiations fell apart because they were leaving from their positions.
Hmm.
Then something was said, and one day we're gonna find out what the fuck it is. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
he said, Piccolo player was a motherfucker, but
Hmm.
you know, but
So the
something was
funny,
said.
so the funny part about all this, man, is you always had this shit going on with these. It seems like it to me, at least, with these non-politicians.
Uh-huh.
Because the Ukrainian president, that motherfucker never had any
He,
political.
he,
Uh, look,
With
look,
he's installed. Basically he's a puppet. Let's just
yeah.
call him what he is, okay?
He's
Right.
a
And the
he's a
thing, you know what the thing is when if you actually follow the game plan, actually follow the play, right? You knew what the play was when as soon as he said, "I need guns, not a ride." In other words, they try to pull him out. He didn't want to go,
So
so
the
he wants to
puppet went
stand.
off script.
So he went off script.
I need God, not
Okay,
a ride.
and so so basically,
Oh shit!
in other words, we got what we wanted. You need to
Right.
go, okay? But said I'm going to stand and fight. I said, oh Lord, okay.
I mean, he got some balls on him, but that man been
Hello,
looking scared as hell. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
but
lie.
thing is, it's one thing if they're your balls. But the thing is, when you responsible for like 40 million people, that's a whole
Right.
different story.
You
I
But
got
mean,
to
have you
you
have
got
you
to
seen
okay,
his interviews? He looked terrified.
just think if Russia went ham for a month and just blew up all your cities. How long would it take you to actually rebuild all those cities?
take
Decades,
decades
decade.
probably.
if you ever can rebuild.
You can never
Decades.
Right.
rebuild. The thing is, you okay.
Mm-hmm.
We got soldiers here on a panel, right? Okay, if you want to go after a city, what's the first thing you go for?
You're gonna go for the outlets.
No, you go for the
You
electricity
want to
and
go
what?
in the water.
Electricity and
And the
water.
water.
Oh, the water.
Does Kiev still have power and still have water?
They still got
Yep.
power and
Yes.
water.
That
Some of
means
them
that he's not
very quick.
trying to go ham on the city.
Right. He's
Oh,
hold. That's
Right.
tell
right.
people, and I want y'all to understand this, y'all. I'm only up here because I'm here to talk about military strategy with my brothers. That's it. I
Mhm.
want you to understand. I normally don't get up on these kind of panels. I'm off
No,
of the
Right.
strength of Charles and BJ. I'm not here to entertain anything else but talk
Right.
about military. Not off of what I think, but also what I have done. This is what
Right.
I do. So when I'm here to talk to Charles, Officer Battle, my battle, when I'm here to talk with BGS, I'm not talking out my ass. I'm talking about what I am trained to do.
Right, exactly.
So, so that's I just want y'all to know. So I'm being
No doubt.
I
No
want
doubt, man. I respect that.
it's like
Hey,
I'm gonna tell you. You
when
got
they hit when they hit Iraq, go back to Desert Storm 2 when they hit Iraq, right?
when they hit
What's
Iraq,
the,
they hit every
what's the
goddamn thing.
what's the first thing they did to Baghdad when they hit them? They
They
took
hit
out
their
the what?
they
Three
took out
things, right?
electricity,
Elec-
airports, and water.
Communications.
And food
communications,
supply.
water, and electricity.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
you
I
start
remember
first.
you said food supply one like
Now, food
years ago.
supply, if the food supply is too distributed, right? Well,
Right.
if you think about it, what is the lifeblood of any urban area?
Your
Water.
water and
The
electricity.
internet,
Water and
the
electricity,
internet.
right? No, water and
Yeah.
electricity.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
You
The
don't have
thing.
internet without
Let me
electricity.
okay. Let me ask you a question. Have you guys ever had a stopped up toilet? What didn't
Yeah,
work?
yep, yep,
What
yep,
what happened? What everything
Plenty.
stops, right?
yep, yep.
Yeah.
What happens when you don't have water? What happens to your toilet? You drinking water and you wait and you
How long can
sewage.
you last?
Again, sick. You start dealing with stuff like
Um,
Like,
Oh,
listen,
man, you
How
don't want
long
to
can you
lose
physically last
yourself.
before you need
And
water?
you,
and, and I'm not saying that's what he should do.
3
I'm saying
minutes.
is
Three
when
minutes,
you
right?
no,
3
no, that's
days.
air. What I'm saying
oh,
is,
okay.
if you really want to devastate a city, right? Basically,
Right.
that's what you hit: electricity and your water, because your water is tied to your sewage. Okay,
Yep.
then you turn the whole city into a cesspool, especially if you got 3 or 4 million people in that city.
Right.
There's
What
going
You
to
you
be
make
said
you make
overwhelming.
you
before,
make you make the
BGS, the
city you make the
Another
threes.
city
time
you
you
make the city unlivable, huh?
Right.
I got another
You
example
said
of that,
something about the
BBS.
threes though, like things working threes, the water, the what the fuck
In
you said
in
last
this
year? Some years ago?
in a city is fresh water, it's
Okay.
electricity and sewage, right? Okay,
Right.
Billy's down to two things. So because I was talking like a couple of years ago to the one of the head supervisors of Department of Water and Power, right? We
Right.
said the same thing. I said, what happens to Los Angeles if you take away the electricity and the water? It's a dead city.
It's a
Yeah.
dead
Okay.
city.
So the
One
thing
night,
is, what I'm not saying, what I'm saying is, how do you know when? How do you know when an army? Because we got two guys in the military that know when shit is serious. That's how come they're not
Fact.
saying that this is really serious. It hasn't really
Well,
turned up.
notice what I call it a conflict,
The
not
conflict.
war.
I think it was
It's a
like an attempted
skirmish.
coup. It's more like an attempted coup.
It's
it
more
was.
like a coup, but it's more like a
Yeah.
coup or a skirmish. Like they
Yeah.
really want him out, or they want him to play ball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That.
And you got to realize something when people forget. Fucking Russia has like the second largest fucking army.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
if they could have fucking put so many fucking troops on Ukraine, it would have sank into the fucking ocean.
That's
Okay,
why. That's why I say that shit. Like, listen, man, you haven't seen them fly them goddamn death copters. The death. That's what I'm saying. They are known infamously for death machine. They haven't
Damn.
flown anything. They haven't done anything that is known infamous for Mother Russia. I've seen them things. You can't miss them. I've been in the mountains where you
Right.
when you hear them, you will know it is a very scary feel.
matter of
They
fact,
city
go
one
ahead.
bites. He's
I'm gonna
holding back.
YouTube that shit, man.
So he's still trying. This man Putin. He's
Mm-hmm.
not really turning up yet. So right now
Okay.
there's still chances. Fuck with these old dudes that y'all looking at on sitting in those little meetings.
Right.
He says, send me your real boss to talk to me. I'm not
Yeah.
talking to any
Yeah.
other people.
Right.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you what. Get your
Putin,
donations ready. Pay
Putin
your
ain't playing.
BGS tax. He takes 20.
Right.
Y'all
I
getting
know, right?
entertained. Like, share, and subscribe because we got 61. And how many we got like already? Shit, it better be more. We don't do no freebies. You know,
Right.
shit.
55
Hell,
likes, 61 watching right now.
yeah. See,
Yeah.
see, see.
Yeah. 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 Everyone Swook saying the same thing. Yeah. He's got he put down the five tenants.
By the way, that's the same thing you got to learn for FEMA.
Yep.
That's the same thing you got to do for FEMA because you got to restore all that shit. By the way, I'm gonna just say this shit. What's up, two Trib? Thanks for the cash app. Woo! Gotta salute him. Gotta salute
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Salute. Salute.
Remind me of one of my exes.
You can never go wrong with
Remind me of one of my
Jeremiah.
futures. Remind me of one of my future exes.
Right.
I'm just
Right.
like
Hey,
Yeah.
BBS.
and see the
Yes,
thing about
sir.
I'm praying
Go ahead.
Oh, go
America
ahead,
don't.
BMP.
Go ahead,
I'm,
BMT.
I'm see the thing about it. And here's the scary thing I wanted. Right now, America, we're kind of nervous, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why. All your experienced soldiers are predominantly gone.
Hmm.
They left after the Afghan war. They're either
We're old.
old,
We're old
Hmm.
soldiers now, man.
tired, or
Hmm.
they've been put into, well, you guys are mentally unhinged right now. Time to go retire, you grandpapa. You
Hmm.
have the young man that has no combat experience
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting on a boat right now. Oh shit! I
Yeah.
just joined to go to college.
Yeah, I didn't sign up for this. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Y'all, that's why BGS is
Yep.
here to say, hey, y'all don't get it, man. Let's pray we don't have to pull a trigger.
No,
You
in
don't.
fact, in fact, I think there's a news article out right now that Biden is trying to assure the American public there won't be any kind of nuclear conflict. That's how
Right.
serious this shit is.
Yeah.
I haven't heard a president say that in God 50 years.
Like what? Damn near like what? Johnson or fucking
I think Nixon was the last one.
Yeah,
Nixon?
but that's what I was saying last night, man. It's I think that the conflict has gone further than it has in previous years. 14,
Yeah,
11, and '08. I mean, I'm still not super nervous right now, but I am noticing
Right.
the fact that it never got to this point in the
man.
past 20
Well,
years.
go back and look at your European war history, man.
Mhm.
Very tiny things can actually uh,
Oh yeah,
uh, turn a little small conflict or incident into a world war really easily in Europe, man. I
Well,
mean,
Ye-
look at
really
the
easily.
yep,
look at the Archduke.
yep.
Franz
It's
Ferdinand was
funny.
still.
Before this shit all kicked off, I was watching that new the King's Men, that new
Hmm.
it's like the trilogy, and
Hmm.
this one
Yeah.
was actually about the I think World War I. And
Hmm.
so it was kind of like it's a fictional movie, so it was like revisionist history, but it made me remember the real history of the shit. Like, okay, just this little thing, it can cause something as big as a world war.
The fog of war, man. Wars can go left in a heartbeat
Listen,
Yep.
on little bitty shit, man.
remember what I told you, Jesse, when I said Russia's not. If Russia really wanted to invade, they'll invade. They haven't really
Hmm.
invaded yet.
Yep.
I'll
Yeah.
put it to you
Yeah.
this way: you haven't even look when Spetsnaz get there. Shit is terrible.
Right.
Shit is bad.
Oh.
Once Spetsnaz get involved, Spetsnaz are like, when your fucking Russian army needs a superhero or anti-hero.
Yep.
Think of
Hmm.
a whole company or battalion of fucking Punishers.
Damn.
What the
Here's
fuck?
something
Put
worse.
it to you this way:
Charles.
this is how fucked up the Spetsnaz are.
Right.
Even for their special forces training, they expect losses, and that's training.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, they're trained.
What
They're
the
trained.
hell?
they're the old fashioned Roman Guard. That's how they train.
Wow. What the?
They
And,
expect.
That's
they would be like the Mandalorians, right? We fight till we fall.
Yep.
Like
Whoa.
you go
There's
ahead. I'm gonna
another
tell you
group
what.
that is like,
I'm gonna tell you
go
what.
ahead.
Like, look, y'all think that shit is y'all keep thinking shit's heavy now. That ain't heavy because let me put it to you this way. This is the reason why I would say if I was president or hit a state somewhere, me
Mm-hmm.
and Putin would probably get along because we have a similar mentality. What did
Right.
Magno Garcia say? He says, I came in peace. I didn't bring artillery. But if you look at me
Mm.
wrong, I'll kill every goddamn person in this room.
Shit, that's some Black
And
Widow shit for your ass right there.
hey, Charles,
Oh
in other words,
no.
give me my pen back, huh?
Give me my goddamn pen back.
I remember that scene. I
You know
remember
what's
that.
funny? If I was in the room with him, give him back his goddamn pen.
Word. Hurry up. Hurry the fuck up before I choke you.
Sign. Come up here and sign. Have you signed this? No. Come up here and sign this. Okay, sign it. Now give me my pen back.
You know
I
what?
said, God
I'll
damn.
tell you a little funny short story that'll make you laugh. I was
Mm-hmm.
like serving papers like a colonel summons or something on a guy, and I was pissed because the guy was getting smart and he tried to
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
walk the house. I said, "Give me my goddamn pen back."
Yo, you could tell a man by like his pen, like them nice pens. Like, hell yeah, you want your damn pen back. Fuck
And
that.
shit, yeah,
Remember that
because
But
you
scene.
got to
But
remember, people forget this shit. Putin is old school KGB, okay?
Hmm.
Old school KGB. He's put bodies in the ground before, and God
Right.
help you, he's not afraid to do it again.
yeah,
you're
like
talking
people
about,
talking about
I
these economic sanctions and stuff. I would say, they'll do some damage, but I just don't think it'll be
Eh,
effective
uh,
as it would have been
eh,
maybe 10, 20
eh,
years ago. Because, I mean, when I look at the Russian economy, um, as far as, for one, if Russia to try to sanction the U.S. or something like that, Um, Russia's economy is only like 2% of the global GDP. I mean, what do they really bring besides gas and oil and raw materials?
but who's their partner?
Master
Oh,
blaster.
China.
China.
Yeah,
China,
What is China building right now?
what
everything.
CISP?
Yeah,
Everything.
yeah, they're building a parallel banking system.
Right.
So what is
Damn.
putting Russia on sanctions actually going to do? Push them
I,
where?
I,
Stop.
I said the same thing a few days ago,
It's
and it's
gonna
like
speed up. It's gonna speed up the need for that.
It's going to speed up what's
right.
already there. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at it, and if you look at their trading partners, it's like half NATO countries and half like neutral countries
If
like
if you
Turkey, Belarus, Kazakhstan. Uh,
once you get into digital currencies and crypto and stuff like that, then the SWIFT system doesn't matter.
yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much. I mean, I think
Also,
What,
I
what
think
up, Jesse?
India
What up,
One
Jesse?
time.
Jesse, read what Captain Jack just wrote.
he doesn't want NATO influence in his backyard. When you say the spreading of democracy, it means regime change to others.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that
Yeah.
was the big thing over the past 60 years.
Hmm.
Russia
No,
would
no, no.
have. I
The
just
spread on the spread on NATO the spread on NATO was really a big thing right in the 90s because I forget what the accords were, and they figured Russia was on its knees so they could do whatever the hell they want, and they still kind of think that, and it really kind of really Ukraine really escalated, and I'll go ahead and say this: it escalated when Putin made Obama back down in the Mediterranean Sea over Syria. He, Putin drew a line in the sand,
Hmm.
brought in his missile ship. So you cross this motherfucker, it's on and popping. Okay,
Damn,
and
yo, he backed Obama down, man. How much
Obama
insight?
go back and look at it. He had to back down,
Right,
right?
right, right.
But
yeah.
what they did try to do is take
Hmm.
away Russia's Black Sea port.
Oh,
Crimeans there is
yeah.
Catherine the Great put that Black Sea port there in Crimea in the 18th in the early 18th century. It's been with Russia for damn near 300 years. Okay, and
hmm.
so if you want to cut off access to Russia's access to the Mediterranean, then you would take that area, you take Ukraine and take Crimea, which they tried to do. And I said, and as soon as they did, as soon as I heard about the color revolution and the civil war going on in Ukraine, I said, I know what they're trying to do. And right as it was going on, Putin came in and actually separated Crimea from Ukraine. After
And
that,
I mean,
Ukraine was basically useless until now. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
like
that's
that's like
You gotta,
that's like
you
Trump.
gotta, you
Go
gotta
ahead.
think of how you gotta think in the ways of proxy wars and puppets.
I was just about to say that.
You got to think
Proxy
of proxy
wars.
wars and puppets. See, if it would have been a proxy war, if it was like Belarus versus Ukraine, what happens when the big bear gets awakened from its slumber?
Well,
Mm.
I look at the
man,
proxy wars more so on the more along the lines of you have the different factions within these different countries, right? So you
Hmm.
have the parties or the population in these different countries that more so are aligned with Russia, and you have the ones that are more so aligned with the U.S. and the West, and
Hmm.
that's the kind of the way I look at like the last 40 to 60 plus years with Russia and the U.S. after World War II is that you've had these rival factions. And a lot of these countries are these like even they mentioned it today where the current administration of Turkey is not really that aligned to U.S. But there's a party in
I wonder
Turkey.
why.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
That's
party.
what it's
There's a
Yep.
party in
But see,
Turkey
but see,
that
Jesse,
starts with. Mm,
the part about the proxy wars is the puppets.
yeah,
Who's
exactly,
Right.
behind
exactly.
who's behind the curtain? Let me say
Yeah.
shout out to Mr. Shane Vicious. Putin
Shout out.
called the West bluff. NATO isn't ready to fight a conventional war against an opponent this powerful. NATO will have to back down.
I
Woo!
think they already have. I think because when you saw basically Biden pull all his advisors as soon as Russia crossed the border, it means okay, we're not here to fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think only
And
thing Korea can really do right now is continue to support by bringing, helping Ukraine, sending them weapons and economic sanctions.
You do not want this war to keep going.
No, you
Okay,
don't.
every
Oh
every
no, definitely not.
every hour, every day, every hour, every minute
It's gonna
that
get
this war goes on, something could happen to turn this into a conflict that you do not want. Okay.
Right. It's,
and
it's
also,
like it's like being in a gunfight. You want to end that shit as quickly as
No,
possible.
no,
yeah,
no. It's like being in a dry field and somebody striking fucking matches. That's what it's like.
it's like a fucking brush fire. Y'all
It's
Californians
a
know
brush
just
for
like
you in
that.
the you're in the middle of a whole lot of
And this
dry
shit
brush and a lot of
is
dry trees, and your little kid is striking matches.
end
You
this
like
shit as quickly as possible for this
no,
shit.
and shout out to Charles Smith. He doesn't want Western elite progressive liberalism in his nation. He a bad person doing necessary action. No,
Or it basically is the same thing, man. What if China and Russia started putting military installations on the border of Mexico? How would the United States react?
man,
Exactly.
we
That's
would
what I'm
have,
saying.
Hmm.
man, we would have
And
carpet on their asses.
But what I'm saying is, you guys, well, I'm not even gonna say go into that, but you guys have been brainwashed to think the United States is the rightest liberal country, most democratic country in the nation.
thank
They're just like
you.
they're just
Hell
like
no.
they're just like everybody else. The thing is, reverse that. Instead of saying it's Ukraine, say
Mm,
Mexico. Okay, and how
Hey,
would you react? Yeah.
BGS, that's funny
Does
because
a
I had
missile
to I had to
crisis
check my
exclude anyone?
I had to check my African chicks because they was falling into the hype too. I'm like,
Fi-
yeah,
damn, that propaganda strong.
and
God
Well,
salute to
damn.
those.
of course, you live with propaganda from the time that you get enter kindergarten. You're
Yeah,
supposed
I'm,
to think that
I'm
way.
like, how your
and
ass in a whole nother country that ain't got shit to do with this? You up here talking about Russia's evil? I'm
exactly.
like,
And by the
God
way,
damn.
No, yeah.
salute to both those super chats. Party on! Oh shit!
Well, most people don't, man, because most people don't follow this stuff. And so the thing is that I really don't like talking about it very much because people are sensitive when you start
Yeah,
Talking about this is,
turning over
man,
cards.
shit. He
They
already
got
said it.
this.
Monroe Doctrine.
but this is,
They got
Yeah.
this
you know
one
what this,
guy, man. It's crazy, man. I'm
you
in
know,
a group chat. This motherfucker be going in.
They're the
Be
same way.
like,
They did the same way with Venezuela. And Venezuela is how many miles away from the United States?
but
Mm,
They're real
you know,
sensitive about that kind of stuff.
man,
it's
fuck
annoying.
this, fuck the
Remove emotion.
sensitivity. Hold it. You go ahead,
Look,
Jesse.
Yeah, Pookie, we talked about this yesterday.
You gotta
Gotta
be careful.
remove emotion from it.
I'm
You
gonna put
gotta
it to you this way: you
be
gotta
safe.
you
Fuck.
get you gotta get into the motions of it's not personal, it's business.
Yeah.
Right.
How would I look? Like, in other words, you're a world leader, right? I'm the
Hmm.
big bad guy against you. What would it look like if I came to your fucking bathroom and took a shit and didn't flush?
Yeah, it'll look bad. I know it'll look bad, but I was
So
just talking. I was
What are
just,
you gonna do?
well,
You're gonna defend
you
your
ain't gotta
house,
walk
aren't
me.
you?
That's not. I know that's what they're doing. It's
No,
very
no,
obvious.
no, no,
That's not
no,
what.
no. Hold on, Pookie. I'm gonna ask you this question again. What would you have done if your enemies are trying to set up shop in the closest country to you?
Uh,
No, no. What would you do? You're the head of
I don't
state. You got all
fucking.
the power.
You
Go,
tell me. I don't
No,
know.
no, no,
go.
no. I'm asking you to get you interactive and involved.
Get your critical thinking muscles going.
get
What
off
would
Think
your
you
of
do?
high chair and pick up
Would
the
have done
spoon,
what the
boy.
fuck Russia did.
think of the Cuban War Crisis. Have you ever read up on that? The Cuban War Crisis. Have you ever heard? Have you read up about that? The Cuban War Crisis. Do you know why we were scared when Russia started talking to Cuba? Do you know why America got scared about that? Nobody wants a fucking rocket in their backyard across the beaches of Florida. That's a
I
pretty
know that
bad.
makes sense.
That's one of your major cities that can just easily say goodbye to Disneyland. You don't want to see
No,
a flag flying across from you in the Caribbean where a lot of your ships have to go through the Gulf. There's
yeah,
Hmm.
that
How
makes
about
lot of
that
how,
makes a
military.
lot of
So the thing
that
about
make
it is
so.
Putin's like, and that's why they brought up on the news. Like, it's very funny, America. If we have put up any base with Mexico and in the Caribbeans, in Africa, y'all would be freaking the fuck out because y'all know damn well what we can set up just like y'all. And see, here's the funny thing about it. Here's the thing about it. And nobody's touched yet. If anything, I would say, you know what, America, since you want to play these games, I'm going to start releasing your information out there online. I'm going to start telling your secrets. You forget, we've been in bed together for a while. If you want to make me look bad, see, when information starts hitting the internet, oh, it will. You're going to start seeing a lot of things start coming to light. If you want to, how do you destroy world power? Put out all their secrets.
Well,
Put out all.
how do you
Blood the
destroy
persona their
how do you
image.
destroy a how you destroy a world power? It's called character assassination.
Hmm.
Right.
And the U.S. is doing a pretty good job right now. God damn, because there's people all over the world that's pretty much siding with against Russia. Like
Who
you're
gives a fuck?
evil,
I mean,
you're
these motherfuckers.
evil. They putting out pictures with him and Hitler, pictures with him and
Oh, of
the leader
course,
of North Korea.
of
I'm
course.
like, man,
Let's not
BGS.
forget
it's intriguing because
B,
hold on a
I'm in
second.
marketing,
Yo, Jesse.
BGS, so
One at a time, one
that,
at a time.
I
Go ahead,
would say,
Jesse. Finish
I'm
saying.
in, I'm in marketing, so that I know all about propaganda and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that it
B,
doesn't really affect me, but it's just interesting to see, I guess, the global power, so to speak, doing it. Even the shit that China's been saying recently is interesting. So
Well,
who
Jesse, the thing
man?
is,
These people.
um, excuse me, as I was saying. Well, Jesse, you got to
Yo,
understand
yo,
that
yo, yo.
hold
Chill
on
with
a
that
second.
shit.
Hold up, one at a
Chill with
time,
that
one at a
shit.
time.
Well,
You'll get the
y'all
boy.
chill out, man. Come on, y'all. I know y'all
Cause
irritable. Because I
I
understand, but
would, if we were,
Pookie,
I
Pookie,
did
Wait a
calm
minute.
say
down.
Pookie, hold
Pookie,
up, name her. Get
right.
to your point.
on both sides, you've been hearing all kinds of propaganda, Jesse. Like, let's not forget when Putin started this shit. What was he said? His objective was in invading Ukraine.
yeah, he was talking about pretty much like peacekeeping with the I guess the Russian speaking people that was there. From what I recall, he was saying that he wanted to protect those people of the new quote unquote states that he's declared those autonomous states in smack dab in the middle of
The
Ukraine,
Donetsk
basically.
Donetsk. What else was he saying? He was saying, as far as Ukraine goes, we're going to try to denazify it. A
That's what
lot
I
of
heard. I didn't hear that
He's not. He
myself
can't
though.
do that. He can't do that. They haven't been able to do
he's
that.
claiming that.
Even, well, he's claiming the thing is they weren't able to do that when it was part of the Soviet Union. So you can't denazify it.
He was saying
Especially
that
considering you do
he
have
was saying that
neo-Nazis
the
in Ukraine.
president
But
he
He said it very clearly. He doesn't want NATO in those buffer
yeah,
countries. That's what he wants. That's all he's asking for.
yeah, that's fair.
Which is a really easy ask.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
stay
that's why
on
I
your
say
side.
why does
One time.
I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say why does U.S. / Ukraine keep poking the bear? I don't get it, man.
It's okay,
Well, no, I do get it. I get it. I'm sorry. I do.
really it's just a proxy for what? It's called Belt and Road. Okay.
Yeah.
Belt and Road.
How do you keep the EU and Europe out of China's sphere, especially if you have a declining economy?
Mhm.
I just wonder what's going to happen to a lot of people. Like after, like understand this, we will be feeling this for a few years.
Oh
Understand
yeah.
there will be trade differences. Like okay, yeah, y'all want to tank our dollar, you want to tank the rubles, then okay, then we're going to play back with y'all. So I know some of y'all who say y'all like seeing y'all little Russian ballerina dances and shit. Y'all might understand Americans. It might not be a good time to go back to Russia for a long time.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And if
Y'all
this
gonna,
kind of if tension keeps up, man, you might as well get used to $5 a gallon for your gasoline too.
And this is
Man,
five
Well,
dollars. BGS. Here's another. Hold on. Here's another thing. I mean, they didn't even talk about shit. Probably gonna be $6 by the end of the month, 10 by the end of the year. It isn't. And
No,
on top of this, they
it'll never get
$10.
that high. At a certain, if it goes past six, people will stop buying, and then you have a glut. So it's
yeah,
they gonna
five is
stop
probably as
buying
high as they can
BGS.
go.
yeah.
They did before.
It,
But back in 2008, they stopped buying at five, and
people
then
started like,
people just stopped using because it got too expensive.
So we're
oh
not
yeah.
gonna see the U.S. start pumping out more U.S. oil.
They already started. They already
I mean,
started.
yeah, with this, yeah.
they already took.
I mean,
When once the oil got to once oil got over $65 a barrel, I think it was 70 or 80, then all of a sudden the frackers came back online. And in fact,
Right.
they're trying. I was just read an article in Wall Street Journal where the frackers are trying to revive old abandoned shale oil fields. Okay, because
Mm.
Oh,
because the
really?
money is, yeah, because the price of the barrel of oil is $100. So they're
Damn.
actually trying to revive old fields, just trying to get enough oil out there while the getting is good. So you're actually going to see a glut. The thing is, it has to be work its way through the system because you have this backlog of shipping that still has to go through. In other words, supply chain got cut off for like 2 years, so you have this backlog of demand. Of,
Yeah.
of, of
No.
stores and stuff like this. So once the goods get where they have to get, and then you actually see the oil start to go back down. But
All right.
in the meantime, next 6 months, oil's going to be high,
It's gonna be
and then
hot because of the
And
weather
it,
the weather
and
getting
and,
warmer anyway. So I'm
and
gonna
then
yeah.
just
this
say this. Oh, go
yeah
ahead, BGS.
and this just gives them another excuse to keep the price of a barrel of oil high and the gas prices high. So again, just
But
get ready for $5 a gallon for the next 6 months or so.
Man, this has
Okay,
been
I'm
a
gonna
but
trash.
about
hold up. I'm gonna say this.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Dola. Putin said back in 2002, U.S. pull out of a treaty and also put Navy ships right on the north and south of Russia. I think Russia didn't have a choice but press the issue with most of the United States allies right there by Russia.
Yeah, well,
Well,
because me and Charles were talking about this. He was actually posturing, trying to say, "Hey, back off."
Yeah, he was
mhm.
posturing.
Yeah, he postured for a good 2 weeks, trying to say, "Hey, back off," putting troops in place, putting troops along the border.
Thanks
He
for
was
the
trying to
20.
tell them to,
Boom.
yeah,
You
yeah, he's
niggas
trying to
think
back
I'm
off.
playing. All right.
Yeah, that's what it came down to.
He's like,
Okay.
oh, you knocked my mother off my shoulder.
Yeah, in other words, you kept poking the bear, and the bear rose up, slapped the shit out of you, and said, "Okay, what did you expect?"
Yo, that president from Ukraine was talking shit though. That shit was
He
funny.
was
Yeah,
talking
I was
shit.
going to
He
ask you
still
about
is.
that, BGS.
He was
Hmm.
like,
Is he
I've asked
crazy?
everyone to join NATO. And today, Ukraine actually formally applied for EU.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's I told you that's where they want to go. But the thing is, is the EU going to actually willing to accept the risk of them joining the EU and NATO?
Now,
Because
do you?
if it gets popping into an all out war, man, you don't want to see that, man. You don't want to see
Yeah,
that.
I
It's gonna
definitely
get
don't.
nasty.
I mean, I have to move to Ghana finally. Like,
And hopefully it's far enough.
Hey,
Yeah.
BGS,
If you
read
can
that
come
one.
to Accra, we'll be more than welcome to help. We'll be more than happy to welcome you, Jesse.
so I'm
So,
getting my
so when it comes to spilling the tea, the Kremlin is Wendy Williams with Omega level telepathy. I guess so.
Who
Yeah,
the
okay,
fuck was that
whatever.
what are
guy?
we
I wonder.
we gonna be hearing about the Ukrainian conflict again probably for the next 2 years.
Oh
Doesn't
shoot,
really
you'll be
frankly matter to
next
me.
next
I
50.
mean,
But it doesn't
Next,
really frankly matter
I
to
hope
me
I
It,
hope
because
it,
not.
the
I
it,
hope
motherfuckers.
it's
Hold on, can I? Damn.
go ahead,
it
brother.
was
You go
Pookie,
ahead. You
Pookie,
go
Calm
ahead,
Pookie,
brother.
down.
Pookie,
Calm
calm
down.
down, Pookie.
so
Jesus
bad.
Christ, Pookie, calm down.
Go ahead and finish the statement.
The Ukrainian conflict for the next 4 years or whatever time frame is gonna be, but that doesn't even really matter to me because nobody gives a fuck about our issues and the other
It
issues in America that we're dealing with here.
it
We're
should. Well,
always focusing on shit that's outgoing.
I explained to you why it should matter to you. I explained that to you yesterday. And what did you say? Have you found that bunker yet?
Ain't no way.
No. Answer the man. Answer the
Hell no,
man.
I ain't found that bunker, BGS.
Well, the thing is, that's why it matters, okay? Because there's a reason that NATO's there. There's a reason that you had a Cold War for 50 years, right? Because you don't want this thing to pop off. Because anybody's ever been in the military said can tell you that a war can go left really, really fast.
Hmm.
And this is not the war that you want to go left.
Nope.
Disastrous.
This is
You do not want two superpowers that get caught up into a struggle.
this is
Okay,
one of
it's
the
not what you want.
two worst. No, I
Didn't they
probably say
pull
this
the
even worse
troops?
than
How
China.
did they get caught
Really.
up in the struggle?
Say what?
Didn't they pull? Didn't Biden pull? He pulled his
It,
advisors. He
it's
pulled
it's
troops. So
at some
how is he?
point, at some point, if this war decides to escalate, and you start pulling other European countries into it. The United States is going to have to get into it themselves. Okay,
Right.
Oh, yeah.
In other
because
Okay,
words,
because
but
they
because
got to.
they as long as they have a NATO treaty, they are charged with actually coming in and helping out. That's
If
They're the
part
you
of the
attack
treaty.
policemen of
one,
the.
you attack all.
You're the policeman of the world, man. You're gonna see.
Yep.
You're gonna see. As soon as you see this shit escalate, you're gonna see one country look like this, and the United States in the back.
A-
Why do you
and then
think
and then
Biden pulled out
and
of
then
Ukraine?
and then eventually China's going to have to get into it. Here you go back and look at your World War II and World War One history, man. Tell you how
Hmm.
quickly this stuff can escalate.
Off of
Why do you
Yeah,
think
one.
you
Biden
got to
pulled out?
realize.
Go
Okay.
ahead. Who's first?
Go AB.
Why do you think Biden pulled out of Ukraine when Putin pulled in?
Yeah. So you wouldn't have any American casualties by from Russians.
So you have to realize, you don't want China to get involved because that's going to be a ripple effect. Because if you look at it, the biggest thing with Russia right now is the fact that China is probably its biggest ally, if not one of its biggest ally. Russia actually supplies most of China's oil and gas to them. In recent years, Russia has surpassed like Syria as China's main oil and gas supplier.
I'm gonna say this, black conservative bourgeoisie. Okay, because you like talking shit from the wings and shit from the
Mm-hmm.
belfry. See, I never got it. Why the fuck don't you actually? Yeah, you're right. You're right, Bruce Almighty. I am here. But back to this motherfucker. You need to stop talking. You need to actually get on a fucking panel, express yourself properly like a goddamn man, or as the drill sergeant say, sound off like you got a pair, and
Hmm.
actually come on this goddamn panel. Because look, a lot of black men did not vote for anybody. Hell, some of us either voted for Trump or didn't vote at all because we were
Oh
Yeah.
so
my God. What
disenfranchised
is this?
by the
No,
choice.
Pookie, calm down, man.
Calm down.
So I've noticed this from many a panels, not just mine. You talk from the background. I want to hear your voice live like Memorex.
I done seen this nigga on so many different channels, man, and it's always him coming in here diverting the shit, talking about party dynamics and who we voted for, as if that even fucking matters.
And it matters not. It matters not because the Republicans tried to start something very similar back in 2006.
Mm-hmm. You got punked.
And they were basically the generals came in and cooler heads prevailed.
Yeah, yes, that's the new
Okay.
name for it, the Dragon Bear Alliance.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep, and
we
that's an
got
Emphasis on
interesting
the
one.
dragon, because let's not forget one thing that Putin does not
Uh,
want to be is second fiddle to Xi Jinping.
yeah, but he's gonna have to use whatever money he can get to get back to his.
He can do what he got to do, but Russia does not want to see itself as a junior
Nah,
partner to China. That's the thing about that
ABGS.
alliance.
I
mm,
had
Yeah,
I hate black people talking about communism and socialism and don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
They don't even know what the fuck. They don't even know what
Do
it
do
means.
I'm
And
gonna
it's
tell you.
what's so
hold on a
funny.
second.
It's
Hold
Do you
on.
actually realize that the right to vote, the universal suffrage, is actually a socialist
It's a
idea?
socialist. Matter of
Yeah.
fact,
they don't
what's
even
the old?
exactly.
Hell,
They talk
I'll give
about
you
they
another
talk about
example.
communism as if this is exactly the thing, BJ. They talk about communism as if it's so bad, but they don't even realize that
They
it's
they
just
they,
authoritative
they, they,
socialism. It's the same shit.
it's the same shit. Yeah.
It's the.
It's
But
literally the same.
let me tell you this shit that I've learned.
Mm,
Okay, socialism without capitalism is what? Communism.
mm.
Yes,
Hmm.
Capitalism without socialism is fascism.
The fascism.
Yep.
Yeah.
yes.
So if you really want to talk about this shit, you just got an extreme void between socialism and capitalism. So stop acting like, and trust me, this country can become very authoritative under the right circumstances. Okay,
Yeah. That's true.
so
under
be
the
on read
right,
the chat or
because if
something.
you because
And
we hold on we forget 20 21 years ago, later this year in September, how authoritative the government became.
Yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
if you think
The
if you
Patriots
actually
happening now.
if you think that Biden is either a liberal or a socialist, man, you have a hole in your head. Okay, Trump was
Yeah,
more liberal
yeah,
and socialist than Biden is. Okay,
He's a
yeah.
fucking
Facts,
Dixiecrat.
facts, facts, facts.
And I'm
He's a
Go back
Dixiecrat.
and
Who
look
in
at
the
your
chat
history.
saying this foolishness?
It just he's
Black
everywhere, man.
bourgeoisie, the nigga from usual.
and,
He
and I'm
He's
popping up.
and I'm gonna
yeah.
just tell you, at BGS, I have groundbreaking footage
Hmm.
of when in 2006 when the generals came when they were trying to start shit. You want to
Okay,
see
go
it?
ahead. Go ahead.
Sit your dumb ass down. Sit your goddamn ass down before you start World War V. Sit down. Oh man.
Yeah, the
I mean, I
Republicans.
could give you like prime examples of this shit gonna go left big in a lot of ways. I mean, first of all, the aftermath of this war. First of all it's gonna do, first of all, is widen or further enforce the animosity that you still have between ethnic Ukrainians and ethnic Russians. I mean, it's like it's a lot. It's just as fucked up as like what happened in the Balkans. I mean, they still have their issues. They still haven't
I,
forgotten
Before the United
ethnic
States
Communism.
Russians.
got involved in it, how much conflict was there in the Ukraine?
None.
Not that much. Very little.
Now, how much do you even hear from the Ukraine before the United States got involved in this kind of stuff?
He's fucking shit up like usual.
In
Making it
other words,
worse.
they actually removed the balance. Okay,
Mhm.
and
Hmm.
so he took a relatively quiet country, taking their little stipend from the gas lines, the gas pipelines going through the Ukraine to Europe, took their little stipend, took their little 10%, and they were happy.
Hmm.
And the United States comes in, all of a sudden they kick over the hornet's nest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you.
That's
Yeah.
I'm gonna
it.
tell you, Mike. Putin's
Spreading
not.
democracy
I'm gonna put
everywhere.
it to you this way: Putin's not unpredictable. It's just that Putin was faced with a very when you're the head of state, you're next on the line first. The first thing you got to do, you can't show any weak. When you're in that level of power, you can't show any weakness, so you're going to be looked at as a puppet. You're going to like people be like, "Yo, you're going to invade." Like I'm gonna tell you what. Hey, we got Toya. Hey, girl. But you're
Show
going to
off.
be so, you
Hey, focus,
intellectual
Charles. Focus.
snob.
Focus. Focus. Not on
Uh,
the ass, but focus on the subject at hand.
but see, you got to understand when you're the head of state, you have a lot of responsibility. You got over half the fucking population of the United States and Russia. That's a lot, and then you have a large landmass.
Hmm.
And your economy, how many times have I said at BGS their economy's held by a book of match, like a house of matchsticks? Hell,
$145 million people too.
at this point, we damn near all are in that jeopardy because of the global economy and COVID.
Yep.
So anything that's rocking the boat is gonna make bid fellows get out that motherfucker and start cutting each other up. So we gotta be very careful and tentative not to call somebody's bluff.
Hmm.
Just like when there's times when the United States was like, look, we will send some tomahawks your goddamn way. You keep fucking with us. Putin's just returning the favor.
Hmm.
That's all.
Yeah. Oh, well, basically, you can almost read it with Braille as soon as it happened. And then I said, is the United States going to stay and fight, or are they going to back off? And they backed off and said, that told me all I needed to know.
Hmm They,
Yeah,
they told you how
I
quick.
was.
This is a move. This is not a war. They don't want to fight a war.
Nobody wants to fight a war. Russia's trying to get his shit together.
I mean, you just went through 2 years, almost 3 years of a pandemic. I don't know who the hell want to fight a war after that shit.
No, nobody has the money for it. The thing is,
Right.
he was trying to get. It was more like posturing. He's trying to get. It's a chess move. He's trying to get Putin to do something so he can actually claim that okay, you have an aggressive Russia again. So you need to get back on my team. That's what he's trying to do, in my opinion.
Hmm
And this seventh degree black belt ain't playing with y'all.
Oh, you got
What?
black belt on every goddamn thing.
He's a seventh degree black belt in judo. He's also a practitioner of sambo, and he's been known to play chess and a lot of things.
Well, he caught. Well, he didn't think they would. They didn't think he would actually do this, and he did. He caught him with their pants down. So
Yeah.
He's like,
He's
you
gonna be
mother.
turning 70 in October too.
I
He's been in
mean,
power for quite a long
do
time.
y'all think that this is actually good or bad for China?
Anytime you have a disruption in trade and stuff like that, it's bad for China. They didn't really want it. So,
Mhm.
but the thing is that they have to understand. Putin really didn't want
But they forced
it.
his hand.
They forced his hand, so he did what he did. So the thing is, can they clean this stuff up and get back to doing business?
Say tough decisions have to
Yeah.
be made.
Hell, we can't afford to do this.
Right.
Nobody can afford right now. I mean, your economy is being the way it is, and plus this year is going to be pretty rough, is what they're saying. You guys are going to now we're in a recession of sorts, right?
We've been in a
Winter.
recession. We're gonna have to see what happens if they start raising interest rates.
Yeah, we've been
Yeah,
in
over here you got
a
rising
recession
energy
since
costs, just like
2020.
everything.
Yeah, well,
Excuse me.
yeah. Well, good thing it's not winter.
Well, coming
See, I
out of
know
winter, I mean, I'm gonna tell you
several.
right now.
Uh,
Excuse me, Jesse. I'm gonna tell you right now. I mean, last couple of months, I mean, I've been looking at my electrical bill.
mm-hmm.
The state covering it for us for some, because of the rising costs and everything,
Mm-hmm.
especially. And I'm just looking at like more money to save for now. Who knows what's going to happen? At least I know if we keep my electrical bills low as much as possible, even in the winter.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even pay that much for electricity.
Energy costs. Well, hell, the energy costs here, even in Los Angeles, the gas bill went, shot up because energy prices
Uh,
shot up. Is what it
oh, we
is.
don't have gas bills, but I hear what you're saying. I know what you
Mm-hmm.
mean, James.
BDS.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to be smart
To be smart,
versus intelligent?
intelligent means you have capacity to actually do the right thing or the most appropriate thing. Being smart is actually doing the most appropriate thing uh, for the given task. That's being smart.
Mm.
Intelligence
It's
just means
not.
you have the ability. Intelligence means you have the ability to be smart. Being smart depends on the task that you're trying to apply that intelligence to.
In other words, think of these bullet points. You have smart, you have regurgitation of information, meaning I teach you 2 plus 2 was what?
Or
Hmm.
And most of that you do it without thinking because you've regurgitated so many years. Then you have intellect, which is like he said, is the aptitude or the capabilities of being.
Hmm.
But then you go into another stratosphere where it's knowledgeable, meaning or mastery. Meaning, like I talked about today with somebody, when you have a mastery of something, that means you can break it down to a child. If you could break it, like you get a guy like, I bet you Green Gorilla could teach a 6 year old philosophy, and a six
Hmm.
year old would get it on some level. Just like Dr. T, or they would actually, or like Nicole Ali or Dr. Dunbar, they could tell a kid what they do, and that child would get it.
Hmm.
They mastered it so much where, and really when you look at knowledgeable, that means you can use your intellect in a functional everyday world.
Hmm.
That's the ultimate goal, when you can use all that book smarts and put it into function
Yeah,
in
that's
real
smart.
time.
Yeah.
That's the
and then
ultimate.
what? And then another question I had with this would be this sigma nonsense. What is what? How do
There,
you do? What is it?
there's very few sigmas. If you read the book, what is it? Um, God, what's the name of the book? Um, Not tragedy. No. Sigmas are actually independent. They're actually lone wolves. There's very few sigmas. So a lot of people try to say that they're sigmas, but they're not. Okay, sigmas like being alone. Number one, sigmas don't like to join groups or like to join groups of people. they actually participate, but don't actually join. There's very few sigmas. Okay, you have to have a sigma personality. You have to really be born with a sigma personality. Most
Yeah,
human beings don't
Say
aren't like that.
Sigma would normally find himself being in like multiple groups that he may not necessarily be a part of,
Yeah,
but interacts with. So like he may chat with the nerds as well as the gangsters. May chat
yeah,
with the kooky ray waves as well as the educated lames. He can relate a little bit to a variety of groups.
yeah.
Basically,
He,
someone who is known by a little bit by everyone, but can't
think
yeah,
fully
about
relate to everyone.
but it
think of
doesn't. But it's join them. Yeah,
the Incredible Hulk.
Mm.
Even though a lot of people don't know, the
uh,
Incredible Hulk
yeah,
was an event.
yeah. The book is called a brave new world by Aldous Huxley. Okay, and the John the Savage is actually a sigma. He didn't belong to either side. He's got like his own person, and eventually had to move into what is it, a house by himself because he
Hmm.
didn't
Yeah.
belong to anybody. So he's
Think
a sigma.
think of
Say
like think of like the Incredible Hulk. Even though he was an original Avenger, he never
Yeah,
really wanted to join.
yeah,
You could have said old school Wolverine, but he kind of likes being a fucking X Men.
yeah,
So there when you get a Sigma is cool but dangerous. Like
it's normally very versatile. Like Sigma, motherfucker could beat your ass in Pokemon cards, and then
yeah,
he could beat your ass in a real fight.
yeah.
yeah,
Normally sigmas are normally the ultimate introverts.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're like really they really can't be around people for long periods of
No,
time.
no, they
Like
can't.
I'm not I'm a Sigma. I'm not
Not
gonna
with all
say
them African girls.
I'm gonna say like I'm kind of I can be extroverted, but I'm also introverted as well. Like I'm the type of guy I can socialize, but I need like a couple days heads up. I ain't the
Yeah.
guy that's like, yo nigga, let's go
True.
down to the
Yeah.
club last tonight. Nigga, give me
Uh,
some
uh,
time to mentally
hey,
prepare for all this interaction.
hey, Jesse, BGS, Pookie, and Name, are you in AL? You see this bullshit right here?
Hmm. Yeah, like me, a sigma. I don't get on panels, but I do my own thing on my own terms. Plus, there's way too many
You're not a fucking
doxers,
Sigma, man.
stalkers, freaks online, coward. That's all I can say about
Shut
you.
the fuck
You're
up,
not
The
a
man.
fuck out
Sigma.
of here.
Get on the
You're a
panel.
coward.
He's a
No,
coward.
that's
Yeah.
some cowardly shit,
It's
man.
all
I'm
right.
not.
Let him be. Let him be. Let him
It's a,
show you who he is.
you sound like an educated lame. That's what you sound like.
See,
That's like
Well,
a light.
Keyboard warrior.
my favorite aspect of a Sigma is like, okay, I don't really want to take charge, but if I gotta take charge, fuck it. I'll go ahead and take care of that shit. Fuck it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically
pretty
that's
much.
sigma.
Like I would
I
rather
mean,
chill in the cut, but since we gotta go ahead and make this shit happen, let's go ahead and knock it out.
that's how I feel, man. Fuck that weed and shit. Niggas ain't these niggas these days ain't they ain't made to be led BGS. They made to be bots.
Well, most people are. That's the 85% of people are followers.
Just imagine how crazy the world would be if the entire population was critical thinkers. You know how
Man,
hard it would
That'd
be
be
to get shit
amazing.
done.
Yeah, well,
Not really.
you would actually start segmenting people off again. There's always going to be hierarchy
Oh yeah,
even
definitely.
amongst critical thinkers.
Always has to be. You
It's,
gotta
Hmm.
have
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it's always
black
like
people to
there's a
operate to.
concept. There's a concept that I like where it's like the shows the different hierarchies where it's like pyramids within pyramids. Y'all ever see
Hmm.
that?
Yeah.
True.
So it's
But
like
I
in
mean,
every
we can.
hierarchy there's more hierarchy. It just always continues.
If people always find a way to segment themselves off, even
Yeah.
amongst the whole.
Could there be an entire society
no,
of critical thinkers?
no.
Yeah, there sure could be. The thing is, the thing is that you still get a hierarchy.
Like think about Brazil, right? You
I mean,
think
I know
about
that.
people talk about, oh, if we were all mixed, we wouldn't have this, we wouldn't have
No,
that. But if
yeah, you find
Brazil is the
another
Wrong.
reason.
perfect example, it's like, okay, we're gonna go to the next hierarchy.
Yeah,
All right, all of us black, but we the lighter blacks in this motherfucker. We gonna run
yeah,
this
or
shit.
the lighter, darker, taller, longer necks, whatever. Yeah.
But it'd be based off different criteria, so perhaps it'd be different.
Yeah,
I think it'd be more
Same
efficient, to be
result.
honest.
I'll be the same
For me
result.
personally.
compared to 300 years ago, we're most all of us are critical thinkers compared to 300 years ago.
Yeah. When
Nah, them niggas were
most of your population
Neanderthals,
couldn't
BGS.
were
The most,
illiterate.
90% of your people could not read 300 years ago.
Them niggas were Neanderthals.
No, they weren't. Okay, Pookie. I'm not gonna argue with it. I'm not gonna argue with it, man. I'm just gonna let it go.
I'm just gonna put it to you
Niggas
this
is
way. I'm just gonna put it to you this way. There's a lot of people 300 years ago who have run circles around you in intellect, even if they
I
were
mean,
ill.
I ain't
Wisdom.
said it wasn't.
I
Well,
mean,
damn. Gotta be a shot at me? What the fuck?
Come on.
Okay,
All right, all right, all right. Yeah, calm down, youngster. Calm down.
oh man,
All right.
yeah, he
You,
like this and shit.
you asked for this shit, and you started and then get
You
defensive.
I ain't say
know,
they were dumb. I'm just saying them niggas was making up dialects. Them niggas couldn't read a lick of English.
Every you language is a dialect, man. It's just formalized when enough people adopt it. That's all
Jesus
it is.
Christ, man. Hey,
I
boy,
mean,
must be
my
illiterate
mother
too because
tongue,
you could
it was
never read
thought
the
of as
room.
a dialect,
Yeah,
or
yeah. Reading is a broad-based concept. Didn't start until the well, to the printing press in the was it 16th century,
15th century.
15th century. Yeah.
It's like, what you need to read for, motherfucker? You a farmer.
Yeah. Basically, that's what they would say. You don't need to read.
Get these fucking corn crops. Come on, it's fucked
I
up.
mean,
I
Oh,
mean,
I
what's
guess.
that old saying? What's that old?
reformation was
You
like
learn by
got
doing.
people
Yeah.
start
What's that
reading
old saying?
seriously.
BGS.
What's that?
Well, what do you think about this, Toby? Well, according
Oh,
to
yeah.
it says I'm only 3/5 of a human. Massive. Toby, you can read. No, sir, I was just guessing. I thought it was pictures.
Hmm.
Yeah, it
Hey,
was
but
interesting.
BGS, you think was there smarter? Was there less percentage of less smarter people back in earlier times in recorded history? Because if you think about it, we only got to this pinnacle of research now, and how would you even measure someone's intelligence like 300 years ago, like
Oh,
500 years ago, like and
Intelligence
like
is nothing.
level it out compared to
In,
like
intelligence is nothing but capacity. Okay, that's all it is. It's it can't. How fast is the machine? It's not what's in the machine. How like a computer, right?
mm,
What is a computer capable of? Not what's in it. The software is what's in it, what it can actually do. But the thing is, what is it capable
mm,
of?
like, could
So the
I
thing
make
is,
you?
so intelligence hasn't grown or lessened over the past 300 or 400 years. It's the same. The thing is, we educate all children now. They put more into the kids.
In other words, if I put you in a scenario, give you a gun, rifle, give you a sidearm rifle, a vest, a helmet, and let you and say this is the objective, figure it out. Same damn thing as giving you a fucking test. You're either gonna go with you. Sometimes you go off your instincts. Sometimes you go off your common sense. Sometimes you may even be lucky enough to put two plus two together, say four.
Mm.
Just whatever the circumstances give you. And then you got to remember, every situation is fluid, not static.
Hmm.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's right. That's right. Reactionary.
Not necessarily.
No plane
Yeah, for
survives
I
first
mean,
contact.
if you think about fluidity, like wouldn't it be based off like in the moment? Like that's reactionary. Like
adaptability. Yeah.
adaptability.
Yeah.
It's in the
Because,
moment. So you.
because in other words, you still got to apply them same skills.
Hmm.
And then on top of that, you could go. Let me give you an example of this, right?
Mhm.
You can go to a call. It could just be a family disturbance or a neighbor dispute. And at the drop of a dime, neighbor pulls a knife, tries to attempt to stab another neighbor. That's a fluid situation. Or, we could go back from that. So you got to be prepared for what comes up, and what you and how you handle it shows your intellect or your prowess. Regular people were smart. They lived in the world. They lived in a world with Genghis Khan and Julius Caesar and survive among those giants. I mean, I think intellect now is like a little. It's a little telling because people now purposely want to be stupid. You know what I'm
Yeah. Yeah,
saying?
they're inundated with so much information they actually reject information.
And it's now like even with this stuff, we spent like 2.5 hours
Hmm.
talking to people, and people came in on the chats trying to say, "Well, no, it's not about this; it's about that." Like, nigga, please. All you gotta do is see this, see where the bird comes live, man. Mm-mm.
I mean, I'm just watching what I mean. This shit's overshadowing what's going on right back home for me because I'm seeing what that shit's going on. And a
Okay.
lot of people forget that you got foreigners involved in that conflict. I mean, the Russians are
Y-
involved down there.
it's about
Chinese, the Turks.
it's a battle for the globe, man. This is
Yeah,
they're in transition. China announced that
absolutely.
they're taking over. The
Yeah,
United States and the West don't want them to take over. It's going to be a battle.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, take a look at what's going on in parts of Africa, like in
Mali
certain
just had the
countries like
French look out
Mali,
there.
Guinea. I mean, Central
Well,
African Republic. They
yeah,
talk about the Russians becoming down there instead of the
yeah.
French foreign legionnaires.
Where does Europe eat?
Hmm.
What it was, so if you take that away, what are they going to do? What's going to happen to their wealth?
It's high term, motherfuckers.
I mean, I've only been saying this for the
Well,
last 8 years.
that's 6 years. Yeah, six
Yeah,
plus years.
I don't know why you guys are shocked. I don't,
I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm seeing this. I'm like, yeah, it is
well,
what it
now
is.
now you see it in real time. Okay,
I about to
Mm-hmm.
say it's
yeah,
one
yeah,
thing to
yeah.
know and to hear and to know
Hmm.
something gonna happen when that shit actually happens. Like, oh shit.
When you what do you think was going to happen when the African countries wanted to be independent from Europe? Think they're just going to let them go?
Hell no, they were not. I mean, they were gonna maintain a status quo, and one of the ways they did that was through whatchamacall, assistance aid and whatnot. Because when they gave aid to those countries, there was always some strings attached to them.
Hmm. So
Always
so
Economic
Yo,
development,
so what happens when you have a what happens when you have somebody to counter the offers that's going to give you a better deal?
which I mean, they're going to accept it, and of course, the
What,
Europeans are going to try whatever they can to deter them from accepting it.
exactly. What have you been seeing? So so what you're seeing is a turf war.
Yeah. It's
see,
blood from Crips
Mhm.
Global.
Absolutely,
African
I wasn't
countries
disputing that, though. I was agreeing.
and
I was just substantiating it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
African leaders been talking shit lately. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, because they got infrastructure, they got more money, they got people backing them. So yeah, they're talking shit.
Yeah,
Did you
the
see
Chinese and Russians do it.
Ghana pretty much Ghana's president again? He been talking shit for like the last 3 years.
You can talk
he was
you can talk shit.
did you see the face of Macron when he was the
Macron.
Ghanaian
Macron, yeah,
yeah,
Macron,
when the
yeah, yeah.
Ghanaian president was
Oh
saying
yeah,
that, pretty much we don't want you here, we'll handle our own affairs.
yeah.
Talk about the
Another,
ECOWAS.
Oh,
yeah,
I seen that. I seen that. That was that was
like Louis
nice.
Armstrong said, told the white man, "Take your hand off my shoulder."
It's about time, man.
Excuse me, Charles.
Jesus.
Excuse me, Charles.
Yeah.
Could you bring up Harold? What's his faces? Thank you, Harold. Let me look at that. They call that the Tigrinya War. Way
The
more.
who?
It's the Tigrinya War, not Tigrinya, dude. Tigrinya. Yeah, don't get the ethnicities mixed up, man.
In Ethiopia, the Tigrans. Yeah,
Yeah.
They're called Tigrinya. I'm
the
a
grind. Okay,
Tigrinya. We are related. We speak the
okay.
same language, different dialects, but man, we can't stand each other sometimes. We intermarry, but we trade more fists than we trade love.
And shout out
Now,
to
Trade more
answer their own. How about bees? How about termites? How about a whole host of other things that actually work in social insects? It's a
hmm
bunch of them.
and shout
How
out
about
to
hairless
creation
rats?
medes.
The
Ants
mole
are the only mass critical thinkers that I could think. Not really because they're drones. They're felt.
Mm-hmm.
They're driven by pheromones, which is not a thought.
It's not a
But
thought. Yeah.
rats.
so, thank you for the $10. But I could think of if people wanted to work like ants, where would we be in society? Just a thought. You got to
Yeah.
think
Well,
about it. Those
yeah.
pheromones by the queen and by the others forced them to come back. That's why they always find. That's why they can find their high back. So
if basically if people were like ants or like termites or like bees, that we well, they'd be what they call the Borg.
maybe the
Who's scraping?
board.
Who's scraping the mic?
I got one guess.
Oh, okay.
Hey
I'm just like,
Charles,
yeah.
think about it this way. Do you remember the movie Demolition Man?
Mm-hmm.
Why was Simon Phoenix unfrozen?
To start some shit.
To start some shit. And remember what Raymond Cocteau said before Phoenix killed him. He said, "Soon they will want order, and then I'll be able to create my own society, the perfect society, my society, with the discipline of an ant farm, and with the beauty of a flawless pearl." But then again, what did Simon Phoenix said to him before he shot him? He said, "Wait, hold on a second. You can't just take away people's right to be assholes."
Yeah, that is very true.
And then he gave the gun to Jesse Ventura and said, "And can you please kill him? He's pissing me off."
Yeah.
Because he couldn't kill them.
Yeah.
He was programmed not to.
Programmed. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got and by the way, to the ant thing, I want you to picture this, right?
Mm-hmm.
If people were more like ants, we sure as hell wouldn't have the technology we have now, right?
I never do. Look at the Borg. You don't know. The Borg
You
does.
never know, but it will be a slower process because a lot of invention came out of what?
Yeah, independent thought. But the thing is, they're getting ready to try to turn you into ants. So if you want that future, it's not that far away.
I mean, hey, I'm not that far away, so we'll find out. As long as I get my super soldier serum, that's all. Yeah, be able to drink without getting drunk. Oh shit, run like 90 to 100 miles per hour. You
looking to be the next Steve Austin, $6 Million Man?
Oh yeah, that's where you kick a motherfucker in his ass too. I just want to kick a motherfucker in his ass and make that sound. Like, oh shit, that's how you know you got your ass whooped.
In slow motion.
Like, god damn. Did he just kick the shit out of him? Oh my god. You gotta give him a little bit of this.
Yep. I remember when they had I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I remember there was one episode it involved William Shatner back in the day, and it was involving some like telekinesis and shit.
Yeah.
That was quite an episode. Or it was another episode where he was in Mongolia trying to find the remains of his father.
Mm-hmm.
And he eventually brought his father's remains back.
Yeah.
Those are touching episodes.
Oh yeah. Oh, they even had Audrey the Giant there too.
Yeah.
God rest his soul.
That's Bigfoot.
Hey, what's good, AB Media? How's everything in Indiana?
It's going. My patients
It's
suck like
going.
hell. But it's going. They do, man. They 20 and 41. They suck. There's no getting around that.
No getting around it. Hey, it could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Yeah,
True.
you know what?
You
Your
could
ass should have done was clone. Your ass should have cloned Reggie Miller.
Oh, don't get me started.
Fuck Reggie.
AB, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. Who knows? Maybe Larry Bird would have had to make that phone call to Bill Lambier, and he told him, "All right, motherfucker, I need you to come down here, and we're gonna bury the hatchet, or else if shit goes south, I'm gonna bury the hatchet right between your fucking shoulder blades."
Wasn't for Patrick and Jordan, we would have had a ring.
Hey, AB.
Yeah, that's true.
Michael killed that nigga anyways. Get mad at me.
That's true.
That's bad when you got to
still need to watch your mouth about Reggie Miller.
You got
just saying.
I don't know. Might be drunk crossover, man. No.
You know what? I think we better introduce him to Cheryl Miller. She gonna straighten his ass out.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what. There's some motherfuckers out there who, number one, who just killed a lot of people's hopes for rings. Like Tom Brady killed a lot of people's hopes for rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Jordan, Kobe. God damn.
Yeah.
You know what,
Like,
Charles? I remember one thing.
imagine what Bill Wallace was playing. Like, God damn. Like, what
Why
was
is
our
Kobe
secret?
here?
We got our secret weapon. What is it? A Negro. A Negro?
Mm-hmm.
Man, get that nigga out of here. And they win their first
Shaq
championship.
too.
Bring that nigga back.
Yeah.
Who remembers? I
Shaq
remember this,
too.
Charles. I remember Patrick Ewing once said, "I want to win I just want to win a championship in New York, just to rub it in Jordan's face," and he never got that opportunity.
Never, nigga. Never, nigga. It never happened. It never will.
Even
Damn.
when Jordan was
Jordan
that
killed him 6 years in a
Pookie,
row. Jesus.
Hold on, Pookie. Hold on a second. Down, boy. Like I said. I mean, what's his name? Charles Barkley said himself. Said, first of all, when Michael Jordan was with the Bulls, they were something, but without him, they were nothing.
How many rings does Phil Jackson have?
He's got 13 actually.
I
No,
was going to
13.
say, it's up to like 10 or 12.
He's got one as a
It
player.
might be.
No, 2 as a player.
Okay. I mean,
And then he's got
six
5
rings.
he's got 5 he's got 5 with LA,
Kobe
6 with
in LA.
Chicago.
6 in Chicago, yeah.
So he's got
He got
13.
he got more than he got more than Bill Russell.
he's a 2-time NBA champion. He has
the
11 as a fucking coach. God damn.
One of those championships they win.
God, so that's 13 altogether. God damn.
Charles, you know what the unique
You're right.
6 of them.
Hold on. One of the things was about that one of those years. I think it was 1970, 69, 1970. It was his like second year or so. He was out with he was out of that season, the entire season. He missed the entire season due to back surgery. And that's the reason why he walks the way he does, with that high ass and everything. But it was like spinal fusion surgery. But he was able to win a ring, and he also spent most of the time on the bus just photographing, and he put out a photography book of that particular season and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
And of course, in the off season, he did experiment with LSD. He talked about.
Hey, you gotta get psychedelic, man. God damn.
Hey.
Like, who else killed?
And he's a prostate cancer survivor. So
who else killed? Who else killed?
Killing AB's childhood dream.
Klitschko killed some dreams. Lennox Lewis, Ali killed a lot of them.
Which Klitschko? Vladimir or
nigga, you don't.
Vladimir.
George Foreman.
George Foreman killed people.
Yeah, beyond dreams, he's killing niggas in real life with his hands.
Don't forget Mike Tyson. And by the way, Pookie, shut the fuck up. You just ludicrous, all right? You just fucking ludicrous the way you talking shit. Don't piss me off. You fucking get on my fucking nerves, nigga. You get my fuck. Shut the fuck up. You get my nerves. Shut the fuck up. What you gonna do? You just gonna go piece of shit. Shut up.
I'm gonna tell you who else killed dreams, but who killed a lot of motherfuckers' dreams was fucking was Marvelous Marvin Hagler.
Oh
yeah.
Tommy Hearns, anybody?
Oh my god, he killed dreams.
That 3-round brawl.
Shit. Tommy Hearns, Leonard.
Roy Jones killed a fucking decade of dreams. Good god.
Shit, Sugar Ray made it Duran go no mas in their second fight.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, fucking Ray Robinson, he killed some dreams. I mean, how you defend your world title three times in 1 month in 3 different countries?
Damn.
The bad motherfucker, and knocked them all out too in the later rounds.
Jack Johnson at one time.
Oh, Who remember? Jack Johnson killed the dreams of. He killed the dreams of white men and the pelvises of white women.
Well,
that nigga. He was running from the law.
Ali said it best about him. He said no, there was two quotes he had about involving Jack Johnson. One was, if you place Islam with white women, you would understand. And my story is similar to Jack Johnson. But he also said one more thing about Jack Johnson. He said, I'm a bad man, but Jack Johnson was crazy. That boy was crazy.
Like, guess what? Shit, you think the cops got the long under the law? Wait till I take my pants off, white woman. Shit.
Oh boy.
If we had a white woman, that was a person to be Jack.
Oh, you gotta do the James Earl Jones voice, because there was that movie where he portrayed Jack Johnson.
No, you gotta do that. Like, imagine that. No.
This is CNN.
This is CNN. You know what? If there's one person you want to fucking monologue your life, boy.
James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones. Oh yeah.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan
Freeman. The old guy. Morgan Freeman was born old. Like, when he came out the womb, he was already 40. Like, he was like 40 coming out the womb and shit. Like, that nigga looked like he always held down 3 jobs to fucking get some ungrateful kids to fucking deal.
I was doing a lot of documentary work.
Mr.
Before a
Clark.
lot of people remember. In fact, hell. Does anybody remember? Okay, I'm sure y'all remember Sesame Street, but how many of y'all remember watching The Electric Company when you were kids?
Yeah.
Not you, Pookie.
See,
he didn't have the Electric Company. In the first season, you had Bill Cosby and Morgan Freeman right in the beginning, very first episode of the show.
Yeah, goddamn. Well, you got to think about it. Like, goddamn. It's funny. We had Electric Company in Sesame Street. When he was a kid, he probably had Teletubbies.
Teletubbies, nigga, what? What? That was 2011. And SpongeBob was 99. What the hell?
We know
y'all
you
gotta get y'all
watching
dates right. Ain't no talking about no damn Teletubbies.
You
this nigga, these two ugly ass wolves on the right. Even get to you, Namor, because look, we gonna talk about killing dreams. You could say this about Roy Jones Jr. That nigga was killing dreams until that right hand showed him his nightmares. He got laid out.
You gotta
he got
understand
put to his dream.
See, what year were you born?
02.
02. So goddamn, you weren't even here for 9/11. Ain't that a bitch? Jesus.
You already said
really
that.
wet behind the
ears.
God damn, he's still pissing in the bed and shit. God damn.
Before and after that statement, that's still gonna be the case. With all that being said,
hey, AB, he barely old enough for masturbation.
Boy.
But no, you gotta realize, Roy Jones was the fucking greatest boxer on earth for a decade.
Until he wasn't.
In his prime, nobody was touching him.
So Floyd too, and then out of it too.
Oh boy.
Nah, he didn't. He had a different competition than Floyd.
Oh, we not doing this.
Floyd would have got
better than that nigga.
Floyd would have got slaughtered. Ray Jones was.
Floyd is way better than Roy Jones. Technically, period. He's way better defense. He is better defense. Far more. What?
Nigga, you couldn't even touch Roy Jones.
Based off athleticism, what technique?
That's still defense.
When he slowed down,
last time I checked, the rules of boxing is if you hit him and he can't hit you, you're winning, right?
But what happened when he slowed down and that right hand hit him?
Guess what?
It is what it is.
You can say the same thing. You can say the same thing when fucking Floyd got hit by fucking Sugar Shane Mosley, and he hit somebody was yelling.
Did he make him cry?
He was like, "Yo, you fucking up the." He was like, "Yo, you fucking up the money, nigga." Oh shit. Let me stop.
I'll give you another example. Charles, you remember August Emmanuel?
Mm-hmm. The drunken style.
That nigga just fucked up the flow, fucked up the money for Floyd. Floyd was like, I can't. What the fuck is this nigga doing? What the?
Yeah, yeah, he was tricky. Yeah, Emmanuel was tricky. Floyd even acknowledged that. I mean,
drunken boxer.
but Shane,
what you gonna do? He made him
Shane
cry.
only
He
won
made him
one
cry out of
round.
frustration.
Sugar Shane only won one round though. I don't get why people go nuts over that one punch. It was one fucking punch, and he got dominated.
Because he got dominated because he was supposed to.
What? And he did.
Let's not forget. Also, let's not forget.
He did get dominated. That's why
you got to realize something. You could tell that he was not fighting him at the maximum.
Oh.
Hoopty, you're forgetting to consider this one thing. The reason why Floyd changed his style into a more defensive shell and everything was because
brittle hands.
Beginning of his career, he kept breaking his fucking hands.
True.
He got brittle ass hands.
So you
have to become a more defensive boxer and try to be as frustrating that way. Just grab him up, use his elbows, counter punch, and plus
shit worked. Ain't no grabbing him up though.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's not jump the gun the way your dad busted nuts too soon and had your ass and side your ass. But
I should have walked on him. I know I should have walked on him that night.
Well, shit, we all ain't too far for it come down to the motherfucker. Keep going.
I mean, I should have walked on him that night. God damn it. I didn't know what I was thinking.
Yeah. Hold on, sweetness. I'll get with you in a minute, Pookie. But like I said, the fights he had, a lot of them were long overdue. Like the Pacquiao fight, that was like 4 or 5 years overdue. He got at them at an opportune time when he knew he could beat them. He didn't face Pacquiao like Pacquiao in his prime. He met
he was
older, more slowed down.
What about everybody else? You saying everybody else was out of their prime? Come on now, stop it.
Now,
what about Canelo?
Canelo wasn't the same Canelo as now.
He wasn't. He was a champion though. He a
champion. Boxing's championships don't mean shit anymore.
Yeah.
True, but I mean, what we gonna weigh these niggas on? Do we weigh them on unified? We weigh them on.
In other words, who the fuck did he fight before Mayweather? You can remember.
I don't know who the nigga fought now, Charles.
Exactly. Tomato can.
After that,
he's fucking notable. What you want to do?
I mean, he beat Triple G a couple fights with Triple G. Of course, they need a third one, right?
That was after.
Like I said, after that.
So you don't remember his fights beforehand. So the guys were not really top.
Well,
boxing. Let me explain something. In pro boxing, if you have just enough skill, but a ton of athleticism, you can beat a lot of tomato cans in the pros. What separates a lot of people from the upper echelon is the skill and the heart and the determination and the stamina. He was frustrating the fuck out of Canelo because Canelo was not as strategic and defensive as he is now. He actually was looking at it. Roy's craziest fight was really with Zab Judah, because Zab Judah showed him a style, which is those 52 blocks or something? Like
52 blocks.
Yeah, he was doing that style. And if you look at that fight, Floyd had to change his style like goddamn 12 times, if not more. So, just like
wasn't Zab known to have a very weak chin and shit?
It's spotty. They say it's spotty, but that's because I think it's because of damage. It's because of damage, though, Charles. When you say because
I mean, you get caught, you get caught. You got some people that either hit you with the perfect punch or they just got that much fucking power. And yeah, he did rock Mayweather a few times. Mayweather's not used to that. You got to think about it.
Who made Mayweather cry? Was it Zab or was it Mosley? Or was it
They both
one of them made him cry. Huh?
Is that
the hardest he's been hit was probably by Shane, but the most he's probably been hit clean was probably by Zab.
Zab, yeah. Definitely. And that's probably the most confused he was, probably,
See, the
in terms of
craziest
fighting
part
styles.
about the craziest part about the strategy. This is what you notice from every guy who boxes him. Very few people hit him in the body. Very few.
I mean, you can't really get past his jab. You have to get past this. Not so
You
easy.
get past his jab, you got to crowd him. They scared to
It's not
crowd him.
so easy. Yeah,
Yeah,
motherfucker hits hard.
It's not really. He doesn't have power.
Not to mention, how many guys? Like you
Okay.
said, you got to crowd him. You got to be like a ring general in there. Learn how to command the center of the.
He's
Command the center,
always
cut off the ring, isolate him to a corner.
he's always in control of the notice. He's always picking a bigger ring so he can move. He's always gonna control which angle you have.
You still be touching niggas up though.
Ring general
Man,
says right
you're
there.
gonna hit him with a sharp punch. That's gonna get anybody's attention. But you're talking about raw power. He ain't knocking nobody out.
No,
Not
he
in one
can't.
punch, but over time.
He'll beat
And
you
with those brittle hands.
He'll beat
Don't
you with
forget his hands.
down.
He'll beat you with some attrition, yeah, but
Yeah, attrition. That's what I was gonna say.
he's like Nick Diaz and Nate Diaz. They're not gonna typically
They're
not
volume punchers.
control. They're gonna volume punch you and beat you with attrition of an inch of your life. Like, you're gonna be like singing like an old house song. Ooh, well, shit. You're gonna be
Pretty boy had power before he broke his hands and shit. I think before he broke his hands, I think he could have beat fucking Roy Jones before he broke his hands. He maintained that power. Floyd Mayweather.
Floyd
was never
Yes.
a power puncher.
You seen the size difference between those two? You know what weight classes are?
Floyd would never.
I mean, Floyd come up. Floyd come up.
Floyd would never come up that fucking far, boy. You crazy as shit.
Floyd's not.
He
Floyd
wouldn't?
would not. He's too small. First of all, he's too
First
small.
of all, he's at 175. Floyd's never
now,
been.
but I mean,
No,
I mean,
that was his prime. You're talking about prime.
True, we talking about primes. Yeah, true. Yeah. I mean, but how do we even compare these niggas?
The rest of their range, level of competition.
Hold on, let me check the stats. Tail the tape here for a minute.
The level of
wasn't he like 160?
Who?
Roy Jones initially. I think he was. He fought at a lighter weight, Charles, initially before he.
The lowest, no, hold on. The lowest he's gone is like middleweight.
Middleweight, 160, 165. So he was a naturally bigger guy than fucking. No. He was not gonna. There's no way in hell Floyd Mayweather was gonna take that fight.
The highest Floyd has ever gotten to was light middleweight.
They offered it. I heard
light
they offered
middleweight.
it.
That's the highest he's ever gone. No, light middleweight. That's the highest he's ever gone. Not to mention, let's not forget. First of all, Roy is 5'11". He's got a 74-inch reach. Floyd is 5'8", 72-inch reach. He's 5'8". He looks smaller.
It's more than reach. I mean, at times, it's more than. I get the smaller argument, but I mean the style. Style too.
Think about it. If he could hit you and cut the distance or keep his distance, that's a lot.
Not to mention, I mean, he can, like, what is he?
Floyd
is unorthodox, but
well, you want to talk about that fucking first.
Roy can switch, right?
Pure speed? Fuck no.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Roy got the edge in athleticism, but if we talking about, he still got to get on the inside of the if we were to even out their weights.
Let me put it to you this way, bro. Roy's power would overwhelm him. Roy was a very
He
You got to go watch
Wh-
some old footage, man.
Pacquiao was a smaller guy. If you could look at Pacquiao compared to Floyd, Pacquiao is like 5'5.5". He's got a 67-inch reach. But here's the thing: Pacquiao is quicker. He's very quick on his feet. He's got some strong legs on him. Not to mention, when you throw a jab at him, he's
That big
basically
ass
having you doing the gauging for him, so you can see. Okay, that's how far I gotta jump into his inside the pocket and to work on him. So I just gotta learn the time. So after a couple of jabs, he's gonna wait for you to throw that jab. Once you're mid strike, that's when he leaps in. Bam, 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 bam. Goes to work, hits those combinations. He's got the right combination of speed and power. But the fact that the fight, when they had their fight, what was it? When they had their fight.
Oh, Pacquiao, I don't even know how the fuck he even really became champ. I mean, because that man has no fucking reach. Like, Jesus.
because he
Like
comes
He
up.
doesn't
T-Rex
need the
arms for
reach.
real.
He's got a great fight IQ.
Yeah.
He had,
IQ be spotty.
he had good reflexes and he had good. He was a good
Reflexes, fight
infighter.
IQ.
Fight
He's a good
IQ. I mean,
infighter.
he got good IQ. I mean, people act like he got a high level IQ. I don't know about all that because he was getting tossed up by who was it? Marquez, the Mexican cat, laid him out, and Floyd dominated him. So I mean,
I mean,
it's a clear distinction.
Floyd was avoiding his ass like child support.
Floyd would not. Come on, Floyd would beat that motherfucker, man. Come on, look how he dominated him,
In
man.
his
The
prime,
dude didn't get one fucking round.
Pacquiao
Pacquiao didn't get
versus
one round. He didn't get one round.
Against
Style.
Come on, man. Stop giving a man credit that fucking fought people when they were over the hill. And these are the same motherfuckers.
No.
These are the same motherfuckers he should have fought. Like when?
4 or 5 years
But
prior.
it does. Look, the dude didn't get one fucking round. You'd have a better argument if he got at least a couple of rounds, something. The nigga got
I'm gonna
dominated the
give a
entire
better
fight.
argument. Who was the one who's like, "Oh, let me get a drug test"? But yeah,
Oh my
Floyd,
god,
you
the
know,
nigga was on steroids.
so
What
was
the
Floyd.
fuck? He got. Come on, Charles.
Floyd was on PEDs.
All these niggas on these fucking Marquez is probably on PEDs. I know you heard about Margarito, and did you hear about Oscar Valdez? What the
Not
fuck,
surprised.
man? Like they still let him, and they still let these dudes fight anymore. They still let them fight.
Of course, he older, but then he wanted to wait. Like, come on now, he wanted to
When
fucking
was this?
fight.
This
If he
was
really
in
wanted to
May
fight him,
2nd.
they should have had a trilogy. He was scared like shit. He didn't want to fight him.
He would have probably beat his ass.
No, he
Even if he was scared, he would have beat him. His style was bad.
no,
The style.
he wouldn't have
The
beat him.
style how? Pacquiao? Okay, so you're telling me it'd be a 180 from what the fuck I saw?
I'm gonna tell you some real crazy shit, right?
Okay.
Some real crazy shit. I'm gonna tell you some real crazy shit. There's a lot of people Floyd ducked. Okay, a lot of people Floyd ducked, and that motherfucker should have fought Shane Mosley when Shane was in his prime and pound for pound, but he wouldn't.
This is what everybody
What?
says. Okay.
He wouldn't.
This is what everyone says. This is all y'all can say. He did fight these people, but all y'all can say because he dominated all these motherfuckers. All that y'all can say is the right
Who did
hook
he
and he was
dominate?
too old.
Who did he dominate in his prime?
Oh my god.
Who
Sugar
did he
Shane
dominate?
Mosley.
Shane
And
Mosley wasn't in his prime.
Pacquiao is still fighting today. So how are we gonna say that was not?
Pacquiao's
Come
not
on now.
fighting anymore. Guess
Well,
what?
he did. Well, damn near.
Just because you're still fighting does not mean you're in your prime, does it?
Man. So okay. So I mean, the man's career is so long. I mean, to a certain extent, isn't your prime? Will your prime be defined by how many times you're able to maintain a championship belt? How long you're able to maintain on top? I don't think that's necessarily restricted to age. Come
Championships don't
on.
mean shit, man. I
Then
keep
what we
telling
talking about? What we
you
talking
because
about then?
They were
championships stopped
38 and
losing their meaning
36 at
since
the
the
time.
'90s.
Floyd was
Championships
38.
lost their meaning since the late
Pacquiao was
'90s.
36.
Is that
When
Mayweather's
they
fault?
fought,
When
no,
you're
no.
talking
They
about
fought, Mayweather
when
was
you talking
38
about
and Pacquiao was 36. Think about that.
and
What about
then
Sugar Shane?
Sugar Shane's best years was like the late '90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
This is
So
fucking ridiculous.
you telling me that a guy who cherry picked
Yep.
He was fighting champions the whole time, literally champions the entire time.
Former
If he
champion.
was if he was avoiding champions,
Former
it was to fight
champion.
champions. So hold on, okay,
Former
no, ain't
champion.
no former about it, my nigga. Hold on, ain't no
Thurman was
former
not
about it because
Thurman was
he took a lot of.
Thurman was a B-level fighter at best. A B-level fighter.
Okay, then Pacquiao beat him. So what the fuck, Pacquiao? He ain't shit. He barely beat him.
Thurman was a B-level fighter at best. He's never taken on top-tier guys. With the exception of what, Canelo? And Canelo wasn't what he is now.
He beat Thurman. Thurman ain't shit, man. Get the fuck out of here. The dude, look, Charles, real shit about those body shots, man. Just hit that man in the body. I just seen his last fight. Every one of his fights, that motherfucker is always running as soon as he gets touched in the body. He instantly starts running, man. That
He's
is
a
the
B-level
weakest.
fighter at best. That's the best he ever been. Like, he was lucky to get a fucking fight because he needed a payday. Like, you
But he's
never seen him go. You never seen him go against really top competition. Because guess
he
what?
want to get. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
He fucking didn't he go against didn't he go against he didn't fight Spence?
Who?
Thurman didn't fight Spence. Who'd he fight? Because all these niggas talk about is how he was on top, and one time Thurman was on top and he had the belts. Who did he shit, who did this nigga fight? I can't remember. But he only had one. This dude has only had one real notable fight, and every other fight, like, he barely wins because he can't handle body shots, man. But now, what is he doing in the media, like, as a weight? Is that posturing, Charles?
Let me put it to you this way, right? I'm gonna say this very kindly for the fight fans. When you realize this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Porter and Garcia, what's their biggest wins?
Yeah.
And then when you look at Floyd, that's the best thing to call him. He's basically a glass cannon, a very disciplined glass cannon. You gotta give him his credit, but he is a glass cannon.
Look, fuck that. He beat more people than them fucking tomato cans. Come on, man. Everybody got to fight a few.
So if you really look at boxing, you would put Floyd in your top 10 all time.
Hell yeah.
Against
And
whom?
you have to put him in the top 10. What you mean?
Why?
What? Oh my God.
So
you
is he
can't.
better?
That's disrespectful. He's too
So
many.
one, is he better than Ali?
No, but you don't have to be in the
Wait a
top 10. You don't have to be better than Ali.
Wait a minute. Is he better than Ray Robinson?
No.
Is he better than Ray Leonard?
No.
Better than Hagler? The one I might give you, maybe Hearns. But
Hearns, yes.
Maybe.
Yes. Because he lost. He lost a few. So yes.
So
he lost a couple times. And he only have a dominant streak. Like, he was known for that right hand, but he only streak it out like he was supposed to.
Yeah, okay, that's bullshit. He was 40 or fucking 0 before he fought fucking Ray Leonard.
Who the nigga fight?
Oh, is he better than Foreman?
Foreman?
No.
Yeah, because who the fuck is Mercer? Who the fuck is that nigga? Moore? Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck was? If we talking about the
Talking
belts,
about
you just said it.
you're talking about a guy who was pretty much the number one heavyweight at the time he beat.
But
Because
still,
he
you said in the
because
'90s the belt.
I said at the late '90s, early 2000s, the belt stopped meaning the same. That was like early to mid '90s. He won about '90. What was it? '94, '95 when he won. So the belt still meant something.
Oh,
So I mean, is he better than Sweet Pea? Good question.
Sweet Pea.
No,
Pernell.
no,
Nah,
no,
because
no.
I mean,
You
Pernell got robbed. But if we go off the, because
Pernell, everybody knows Pernell got robbed. And then on top of that, just like Mayweather got robbed for a gold medal.
oh, damn.
I mean, he did. If you look at it, he did.
Oh yeah, he was fucking crying and shit.
I mean,
Uh,
you gotta look at what it is and what it ain't. I mean,
Oh, snotty and everything.
you gotta look. Roy Jones got robbed for a fucking gold medal. Like that's when they had to change the boxing rules. When you had shit that go like that for Mayweather and for Floyd and Jones, they were robbing a lot of fucking motherfuckers like that.
true.
And
A lot of
trust me,
motherfuckers got robbed in the Olympics.
Sweet Pea in his prime, you couldn't put a glove on him. Could not put a glove on him. Like this motherfucker go between your legs and shit. Couldn't put a glove on him.
But you said George Foreman though. Look,
For me. I mean, you talking
nah,
about
he ain't got enough.
he
Fuck that.
knocked out. Really?
He ain't got enough. No,
Really?
he don't have enough
Really?
champions. Yes,
Really?
yes,
A guy who won a championship and
Right.
regained a championship 15 to 20 years apart in one of the divisions. The last thing to go is power.
He lost to Evander. That wasn't
And
the first time he tried to
and
fight for
guess
the
what?
belt.
He lost to Evander, but got it back like a couple of years later when he was even
He was
older.
been trying to get it. He was been trying to get it back though.
He just started back fighting again. Dude, you gotta go watch classic sports before we continue this conversation, dude. Like,
Man, I didn't see the hardwoods, man. I didn't look back at the hardwoods. I didn't see the fight. I seen the fight.
you gotta remember, man. Foreman, especially when he was Big George Foreman, when he was that mean, silent, dangerous motherfucker. Like this is the reason why Ali fought different. Okay.
I understand.
Rope-a-dope.
I understand. But I mean, can we give?
The rope-a-dope was also called another thing called piss and blood.
Yeah, for George Foreman. But I just wanted to.
No. That shit changed out the course of Ali's life, dude.
What you mean?
Oh yeah, is he better than Bernard?
Oh, Bernard
D-Hop?
Hop? Ooh.
No. Bernard was like a very fundamental fighter, which is cool.
I think Bernard was better than George Foreman, technically. Just saying.
Was he better than Tyson?
Be very
Yeah.
careful what you say. No, Pookie.
Yeah.
Mayweather better than Tyson.
Careful what you say.
Yeah. Yes.
Choose the
Yes,
words
yes,
right.
yes,
Choose the
yes.
words
Tyson,
right, boy.
Tyson, hold on. I'm gonna tell you why.
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell you why. Name more. I'm gonna tell you why. Because
Tell me,
Tyson
tell me.
wasn't as motherfucker.
Because Tyson
His
was what?
His prime wasn't necessarily as long as it should have been because of his prison sentence, which is not Floyd's fault.
Well,
And two, he didn't fight.
Who did fucking go through the list who he fought?
The whole list? Okay. Muhammad Ali, and we said Sweet Pea, Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler.
Ray Robinson.
We
Is he
had
better than?
Ray
Is he better
Robinson.
than Ray Robinson?
No, I
Fuck
didn't
no.
say he was. I didn't say he was though. I said he was.
But if
I
you
said he was
Joe
top
Louis
10.
at the
That's all I
mouth,
said. He could be number 10 on that list.
Who?
And Floyd Mayweather, which I think he is. I think I don't rate Mike Tyson all that highly because he didn't stay disciplined during the majority of
No.
his career, and he lost to weaker competition that he shouldn't have lost to, like Buster
Majority.
Douglas, and
He was
ultimately because Evander Holyfield, he should have beat that nigga too. But my
Evander
opinion.
he's not a number one. Evander was pretty much his kryptonite. No, he couldn't have beat Amanda. Amanda's a better boxer, and he's not afraid of him. So no.
and he bit him in the air twice.
So you're gonna tell me? You're gonna tell me right now? I'll be on here. Is he better than Holyfield?
Holyfield, yes.
No.
What? No. Okay, nah. I disagree, but that's all good.
Why would you say what factual evidence do you have that he's better than Holyfield's career? The only man to hold the world title, heavyweight title 4 times.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because Holyfield didn't. Again, another person who didn't really have the longest streak ever. He lost to Lennox Lewis, who I don't think is top 10. He also lost to Riddick Bowe, who I don't think is top 10.
They went him and Riddick Bowe, one of the greatest fucking rivalries in history.
Oh, okay, one of those. All right, fuck it. It is what it is.
And then, is he better than? Wait a minute. Hold up.
Lost. He got dominated.
Hold up. No, they both knocked the shit out of. No, they knocked the shit out of each other. Those were some knockdown, drag out fights. So you telling me he's not better than Holyfield because shit, I remember watching them goddamn fights. Is he better than Lennox?
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean? Of course he'd be better than Lennox.
Because Lennox cleaned out a weight class.
Okay.
Lennox cleaned out a weight class, dude. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. There's only few fighters I've seen in my life truly clean out a weight class.
How many champions did he fight?
Lennox Lewis, George St. Pierre, Anderson Silva, and it's about to be what's the boy who's the welterweight champion now?
Kamaru Usman.
Carl Usman.
Kamaru Usman.
And John Jones.
It's about to be Francis Ngannou ass too. They're looking like it.
No.
Like so we already named about 10 fighters he's not better than, so I can't.
Nah, we didn't. See, we didn't. We disagree about that Lennox.
What fighters do you say that we named that Floyd's legitimately better than?
Floyd's legitimately better than on the list. Okay.
Conor McGregor.
Okay, I'd have to. It obviously would be towards the end, and I'm going for the people like Mike Tyson. I'm looking at. Well, who else did we say?
Do you know how hard
I said Tommy.
Do you have? Crawford cleaned out 40.
Do you have?
Wait a minute. Do you know how hard it was to get that fucking heavyweight title? That was like the golden. That was the second resurgence of heavyweights during that time.
The streak wasn't long.
You had Bo. You had George Foreman coming back. You had Tyson. You had fucking Tommy. You had Tommy Morrison. You had fucking David Tua. Come on now, kid.
It is what it is.
It was the resurgence of the heavyweight division.
It is
like the
okay.
Man.
Okay, but you didn't. I noticed you didn't say Buster Douglas.
He wanted it 2018. No, he wanted it 21. See, Pacquiao cleaned out a division. He didn't technically clean out a division. He just got the belts.
What's up with the Pacquiao love? I don't understand. Like look, the man's off steroids. He's overrated. He's obviously overrated.
But you got to look
Not
at
my
it.
fault.
There's fighters, and I like Floyd, But it's hard for me, and I give Floyd his credit. Is he the best fighter of his generation? Yeah. But to give him over, there's some legendary fucking boxers that you're like, oh, this nigga really.
I mean,
That's
but we got to talk about technical skill. Are you talking about? Are we talking about based off technicality and technical skill, and
legendary
based on who has
fighters.
many weapons in their boxing arsenal?
Floyd doesn't
Who
have
has?
many weapons.
All right, man. All right. Fuck
He
it. It
doesn't
is
have
what it is. If you don't have
what
many weapons, then I guess.
you're gonna get from Floyd. But the welters and the middleweights dominated the '80s. Yeah, the four
Man,
kings dominated the '80s. So you're gonna look at you really gonna sit here and tell me, right? You're gonna sit here and tell me that Floyd Mayweather could beat the four kings.
he could be. He probably could be Robert Duran, Roberto Duran.
Roberto Duran,
Nah, he couldn't.
Hearns,
I mean, maybe
Stone,
Hearns. Yeah, he's definitely pickable.
Hearns,
Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
really think
Hearns,
Floyd Mayweather could take the abuse fucking the hitman Hearns would give him?
Depending on what we talking about. We talking about prime. What we talking about? What we talking
You
about
really
in the
think
stage?
you really think Prime Mayweather versus Prime Hearns?
I think he'd be slippery. Because if we talking about, because we got to be careful. Because if we talking about prime, we could be talking about Pretty Boy.
Nah, because
I
guess
could
what?
throw Pretty Boy. What you mean? Nah.
Nah, because
All right, man. All right, come on. We picking and choosing.
oh my god, they give you that loss, but I will what scored on the guy? Jesus Christ.
First of all, the guy, he's 5 inches taller.
He
And
would
he's
have
got
bullied
a 4 inch, he's got 6 inch reach over,
dude. He would have
Floyd.
towered over this dude.
Like, what
Floyd,
you want, little
you
motherfucker?
know it's another knock on Floyd. You know there's another knock on Floyd. He never really boxed guys his size. He always fought undersized fighters. When he fought guys his size, he was in trouble.
Okay, I'll give you that. All right, I'll give you that. Yeah.
So you really think he's gonna fuck with a 6'1" wrecking crew? Plus, you can't beat the Jerry Curl.
No, I think he would move
then
around him.
Who the
Oh, you
fuck?
fuck up my depo, you're gonna get your ass beat.
And guess what? Guess what? Guess how you beat the Philly Shell? Body shots and reach and bully him into the corner. I want you to go. I want you. He would have pounded him with those jabs.
He gets caught up in headhunting. He has a tendency for getting caught up in headhunting.
But he's also
And that's dangerous.
He's also a notorious body puncher. I want you to look at the
True.
fight between. Put it to you this way: Floyd's slickness and speed would be nothing he hasn't seen before because he fought Ray Leonard like 2 or 3 times and got robbed the second time.
Man, come on now.
Look at those fights, and he was catching. Boom.
Didn't they fight like 3 times? They fought like 3 times, didn't
He got robbed the second fight, like 2.
they? I think he got robbed the third fight too.
Second. He probably did because let me put it to you. You really think Floyd would fuck with like Duran was a psychopath, and then you really think that he'd be able to beat fucking he wouldn't be able to beat fucking Leonard.
Duran's sloppy. That's why I say mainly Duran's sloppy, and he gets in Duran. He gets in his own head at times. And you seen that in a lot of fights with the Leonard fight. You seen that in fight too. You seen that with, against Hearns. He gets in his head a lot.
You know, with
That's how
Hearns,
people beat him.
what got into fucking Duran's fucking head when he fought Hearns was a right hand. That's what the fuck beat him. And you're telling me
No
right
quiero
now.
más, no quiero más. Yo quiero no más. Yo quiero no
He's
más.
stubborn. He picks the wrong fucking strategy and just
But
gets fucking.
I'm gonna tell you what. A lot of motherfuckers forget that first fucking fight between him and whatchamacallit and Ray Leonard.
Leonard?
Where he fucked Ray Leonard's world up. Okay, Ray.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah,
Ray was not prepared for that shit.
he was on point, Charles. He was on point.
So Vargas was overrated. Vargas was overrated. That's why I was glad when fucking De La Hoya knocked his ass silly.
Oh, Mark, yeah, hey.
You know what I really would have loved is a prime De La Hoya versus a prime Mayweather.
Nah, man, because I still look, because De La Hoya. Look, you know what the crazy thing is? Like De La Hoya
And
got
and
his.
trust me, Marvelous Marvin Hagger, we wouldn't even make that fight because it wouldn't be fair.
Nah, yeah, I ain't gonna do him like that. But see, I didn't say that, so hey, it is what it
I,
is.
I'm
I
just
said
saying.
top 10.
I'm just saying he would have washed him. He would have washed him.
Hey, my pops from Boston, man. I know, so you ain't got to let me know. I seen the fights, and I'm telling you. But about this, about this, the probably main problem with a lot of these freaking these the boxers were like Duran is like he just fucking like them niggas had egos that just allowed them to be sloppy and they've allowed
Supposed
them
to
to
have the
become
ego of a
predictable.
fighter.
So that's the main reason why I was saying like Floyd would be able to exploit that because he'd
Floyd
be
has the
able to get him in.
Floyd has the ego too. Shit, that's why. That's why a lot of shit when it doesn't go his way, he gets a little flustered.
Hold on a second. Let's get
He's
something about. Let me say something about ego. And I'm going to quote a certain bodybuilder said it best. Lee Haney, one of the greats. He said this: "There's nothing wrong with having a healthy ego. That's why you have chiefs and you have shepherds. Figure that shit out, motherfuckers."
Mm-hmm.
True, but hey, and another thing was another thing about Oscar De La Hoya was like he got. My thing with him is like he got put on by fighting old ass Julio Cesar Chavez, who basically fought a whole bunch of fucking tomato cans and is loved for nothing. That nigga fought trash. I went back and looked at all the records of the people he fought. We talking about people with 25 losses and no wins. Like literally, I'm seeing this shit like 15, 30 times repeated in his record. And then he's supposed to fight all these people and be this great Mexican champion. He didn't really fight nobody. And this was all during the 90s. This is all during the 90s, Charles. And Oscar got big off that. That nigga's a bum.
Oscar got big off an Olympic gold medal, dude. He's already fought the world's best.
1993 Barcelona gold
You
medal.
got to think about it. Oscar really got a rub off because he fucking got because he should have never got that victory over Sweet Pea.
Robbery, yeah.
And they gave him 2 victories over him.
Sweet Pea got to keep his hands up. That's that bullshit.
Oh, it's just Sweet Pea because Sweet Pea was dominating. They gave it to him.
Got to keep his hands up.
You do know that's the era when the judges were fixing shit, right?
Yeah, I know they were fixing shit. But the fixing. I mean, in the 90s, all them fights were fixed, man. You got to be honest. In the 90s, motherfuckers was just knocking motherfuckers out because it wasn't going to the judges. If you wanted to really be like that.
If you were an American fighter fighting an Eastern European or a Cuban fighter, you know you weren't winning unless you knocked that motherfucker out.
Yeah,
you could have bludgeoned that motherfucker.
Yo, Charles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about like Vargas being overrated, didn't he pop or something?
I think so.
Yeah, it says here he popped for Stanizolo.
That's a type of steroid.
Who?
Fernando Vargas. That's a type of. It's a androgen and anabolic steroid.
Yeah,
Stanizolo.
bro. I tell you, all these low level, a lot of these low level Hispanic contenders, and Mexican just in general contenders coming up.
Yeah, but this was post fight. He tested. He popped for that post fight.
Well, to be fair, the greatest Mexican fighter really they had is right now, homeboy.
Who? Oh, yeah. But that nigga ain't even shit. That's none of these niggas is shit. And the one he look up to, that nigga Cesar Chavez ain't shit. I'm just saying. I went back and looked at
I
the nigga.
mean,
The
when
nigga fight. He can't fight.
you 89, when you 89 and 0, you did something right.
Bro, Charles, the niggas the people he look
Matter
at
of
this
fact,
man
I'm gonna
fight.
ask you something. I'm gonna ask you this real
Yes.
question: is Mayweather better than the fucking Brown Bomber, Joe Louis?
No.
So that's the reason why I can't put him in my top 10. There's so many great fucking legendary fighters. Maybe top 15, but
Joe Louis is in my top 10
Charles,
though.
Charles, there is still an open debate about one fighter he could probably be better than, and that's the Bronze Bomber.
What the fuck?
You know what I'm saying?
What do you got to do with Deontay, bro? See, why you do that?
Yeah.
What
Maybe
this
he
got
could
to
be
do
better
with
than
Deontay,
Deontay
man?
Wilder.
So what?
Deontay's better.
Oh my God! Says you.
Imagine if they had an exhibition bout.
He
Says
is
you.
done.
Says you.
Let me put it to you this way: whatchamacallit is in his head. You take 2 massive ass whoopings, and then he drilled you even harder the second time. He's in his head. He'll never be.
In the second, you know how deep
he'll
in his
get-
head he was. You know how in the second fight, you know how deep in his head he was. If
He
you
was- yeah, I
remember,
know he was-
hold on. In the second fight, if you remember, he took one shot to the side of the head, and for the rest of, and he ruptured the motherfucker's eardrum. And you know what's his and Wilder was bleeding out of that ear for the rest of the fight. His corner had to throw in the towel basically.
I
Because
mean, what
they were up in the they were up on the ropes. You saw Fury flicking his tongue out, tasting blood and shit. That's how fucking sick he was.
He's a sick motherfucker. What are we talking about?
He
This
was
sick?
doing that to get inside his brain.
It
worked.
Because you understand here, folks. You gotta understand here. I don't care how strong he is. At the end of the day, he's still a bum from Alabama. He's not a real fighter. He's just a basketball player. The only
the
reason
fuck
he's
outta
he
here.
couldn't make it in Hollywood.
Not a
It's
real
what it
fighter.
is.
He real fighter. Lay your ass out. Calm down.
Anybody
stretch
who
your
fought
ass.
here
And I
15 rounds need more
Calm down, real fighter.
put some respect on their name.
Underdog. Calm down, nigga.
Remember what Roger Mayweather said? He'll know
What do
shit
you want, Scrappy?
about boxing.
I mean, come on, man. Look, look. If Deontay's in his head, AJ's in his head deeper. So he'll just get better by beating the fuck out of AJ. So AJ's even worse.
Oh,
From what I've seen, he's even worse. The nigga lost to a 6'2" nigga, Charles. Come on now. This is ridiculous.
He's still a heavyweight, dude.
I don't care.
I mean,
I don't care.
He lost to
Andrew
a guy.
Ruiz you're talking about? Andrew Ruiz?
I mean, he lost to. I mean, your boy lost to a guy who was on a coke binge.
At least he was bigger than him. At least he was his
No,
size. How about that?
He's a better boxer than him. Good God,
Just like Usyk's better boxer than Anthony Joshua.
Depends.
Tyson Fury, maybe. You know, he's got skills.
Because guess
He's got
what?
the size, he's
Guess what?
bigger,
Here's the crazy part, right? Why did Wilder fight Anthony Ruiz?
I don't know.
Because Ruiz can box his ass off. He would have exposed him.
I think Ruiz didn't have the belt, so he didn't have no belt.
By the way, who the fuck did he beat for the title? Because Homeboy had a harder run for the title, which was Joshua. Which was Joshua had a harder run for the title, by the way.
Fighting old ass Klitschko, fuck out of here.
But guess what? Klitschko dropped him though. You really think fucking Deontay Wilder would have beat Klitschko?
I don't think they would ever fought. That's kind of a different era. I mean,
no, because guess what? He was fighting when that's who Joshua got his belt from, right? It was not too far fetched, so they could have fought.
I mean, I guess it's conceivable. Yeah, I mean, he was very old. So, I mean, he was very old, Charles. And he was not the same Klitschko. So, I mean,
He was
Right
still
away,
shell of himself.
Klitschko.
he was still knocking motherfuckers out cold.
You
He's
have to
not the
understand
same.
the
He
Klitschkos
wasn't
are
movement was
not to
different.
be. Don't underestimate the Klitschko. Just because he was 41 at the time
Klitschko
doesn't mean he
was
was
like,
weak.
I'm glad, thank you, Discipline. He was too fucking technical for him.
Yeah,
Fuck out of here.
He was way too technical.
He got a
He couldn't.
basic style.
Yes, that's technical, meaning he
He's not
mastered.
elusive, but he's not elusive like Tyson Fury is. So he's
He doesn't.
stationary. He gonna get.
He doesn't have to, because that jab would have kept him at bay and would have disrupted his fucking shit. He would have just backed up, sidestepped, do what he does best. Well, if it ain't broke, well, I fix it. He's not built to be fucking Ray
he's called
Robinson and dance all
Dr.
night.
Steelhammer for a reason. He's called
He
Dr.
get hit with that
Steelhammer
right
for a
hand.
reason.
And then on top of that, he would have hit him with power that he wouldn't even be able to comprehend.
Oh my god, this shit is ridiculous. Tyson Fury doesn't even have power. Klitschko has power, but let's be honest, Tyson Fury does not. So let's not even talk about it like he has power because he doesn't.
Who has power?
Tyson Fury does not have power.
When does a
The
270
only other
pound
people he hasn't fought, and he didn't fight anybody else besides Deontay Wilder that was in the top 10. All the other Otter Wallen, the last nigga he fought, was in the top 30. Nigga wasn't even in the top 20, Charles, and all the other niggas were
Klitschko.
unrated.
Who did he beat for the title?
Look,
Klitschko.
yes, he beat Klitschko.
He beat Prime Klitschko.
Oh hell no, we're not calling that the prime. This is ridiculous.
That was Prime Klitschko.
We're not calling that. Come on, Charles. That's prime Klitschko.
Prime Klitschko.
That's 20 years. That's after his. That's what was that? That's after 15 years. How long was this nigga champion for? You can't do that, man.
Go look it up.
You got to look at somebody's best performances, man. Hell nah, that ain't prime Klitschko. That's old Klitschko.
That's not old Klitschko. He was still dominating the fucking boxing scene, for God's sakes, dude. You got to go look at history, man. This dude was like on his shit.
I know he came back. I know he had a
No.
resurgence.
I mean, Vitaly is 6'7", Vladimir is 6'6". These guys were no joke, though. And plus, you know, their reach is ridiculous. I mean, he's got a.
Look what he said. That's why
Italy is 80.
Didn't like the belts in Europe, because Lennox and the two Klitschko brothers were too fucking technical.
They were too technical. I mean, you know what their nicknames were?
Dr. Steelhammer and Dr.
Iron Fist. And they could, and their response, and aren't they the ones responsible for calling, you know, the technical aspect of it called the sweet science?
Yeah, and then notice how Klitschko, when he had Emmanuel Lewis in his corner, you weren't beating him. Literally, Emmanuel Lewis had to literally die for people to fucking beat Klitschko. They could move a little bit. They weren't what you would call Ali, but you know, Ali didn't have that level of power either.
What's the name of that one Ukrainian boxer that's right now dominating shit? Southpaw. Vitaly Lomachenko.
Yeah.
What's so if you think that dude is nasty in boxing, imagine how dangerous he would be in MMA, because this guy is no joke.
Lomachenko will be interesting, but
and he's got all the tools. He's got all the tools because his father Anatoly. First of all, when he was young, he had him take Ukrainian folk dancing as a child, because it gave him the basics for the footwork he has. And while he was growing up, he was enrolled in wrestling as well as sambo as a child. And he also studied Muay Thai and kickboxing. but he's got all that. So he has multiple. He has a way of reading. He has a way of reading the range, reading fighters. It did wonders for his fight IQ, and not to mention all of those insane exercises his father Anatoly would put him through
By the
when in
way,
camp.
all them people we named, Klitschko's, Lomo, and it's another guy. I think he's the heavyweight champion. Them motherfuckers are fighting in Ukraine. That tells you about
How
them.
about Triple G? Triple G's from Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
I mean, he grew up fighting. He grew up fighting as a kid.
Because I'm gonna tell you what, because I'm a combat sport guy, I love Sambo. Hell, to me, people ask me who the greatest heavyweight you ever seen. Well, in the heavyweight divisions, the greatest heavyweight divisions I've seen were like in MMA would have been Fedor Emelianenko, Randy Couture.
Definitely the natural. Hell, you got them on the cover of a video game.
Yeah.
EA Sports MMA.
I mean, another guy, definitely,
Boss Rutten.
Boss. Yeah,
El Guapo.
El Guapo a little bit. Definitely Mark Coleman, baby. Try Mark Coleman. Oh my God! If you would have gave Mark Coleman boxing, if you would have gave Mark Coleman, you come back, go down and come back up. Sakuraba was more of a middleweight. He was welterweight, middleweight.
Yeah. Oh, the Gracie Hunter. Yeah, he was middleweight.
That was one of my favorites. I actually watched all 90 minutes between him and Gracie, and he fucked the Gracies up. No Gracie could touch him. Sorry.
He was called the Gracie Hunter for a reason.
Oh yeah, no Gracie could touch him.
Who else was dangerous as a heavyweight? Brock was overrated, but
Brock was a little overrated. Brock was overrated.
I mean, he was because remember his first fight against Mir.
Yeah.
Mir just spun on the ground, spun around, and got him in a heel hook and made him tap.
What's the dude? I mean,
Cain Velasquez.
Cain Velasquez is probably one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, if not the.
Let's not forget something. Cain went to AKA. You're talking about, and let's not let's not dismiss. First of all, Brock at 6'3", 280. He had to drop down to 265 because the limit
he was 280. He was 280, 290 a fight when he's in the ring. So yeah.
No, he couldn't. He had to drop down to 265.
I mean, I would put.
There's no super heavyweight.
I will put. He's 280 when he's at the whatchamacallit.
WWE, yeah.
No,
280, 285.
No, in other words, he gains that weight back when he goes to the octagon.
Oh, okay. Oh, waterweight, because he made weight at the weigh-in and everything. But the thing was, because I saw the fight against him, Velasquez, he was Russian, but Cain's got ridiculous cardio, but he's no slouch when it comes to wrestling because he's Arizona State All-American.
Well, who's the guy who lost the whatchamacallit got the Genki Sudo? I mean, that's a nasty submission guy, lightweight. You know what Genki Sudo's fucking weakness is? No stand up at all. Oh, the Shamrock Brothers. Oh man, good God. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna put it to you this way. There are three people who really were before their time: Ken Shamrock, Frank Shamrock, and Marco Huas.
Marco Huas, oh yeah,
the king of the streets, baby. He could kickbox, Muay Thai you just as easily as he could submit you, and it was seamless. He was like if God said make me the perfect fighter at that time, it would have been Marco Huas.
Marcos Huas, because he was a third-degree black belt. He was a third-degree black belt in Luta Libre, which is Brazilian catch wrestling. A black belt in BJJ, and he had both boxing and kickboxing. Because wait, hold on, let me find out where he grew up. Marcos Huas, where did he grow up? Where was he fighting out of?
I think he was out the
Because-
Lucha Libre camp.
No. I mean, let me find out where he was. Because he was also a submission wrestling champion instructor.
Yeah.
Because he was born in Rio. Where was he fighting out of? Juas Valetudo. He had his own school. Okay, he had his own school. He's a 9th degree black belt in
he did
Lucha
Valentudo, which means
Third
anything
degree
good.
black belt in BJJ. 3rd degree black belt in judo.
Like-
He's the black belt in taekwondo, master rank, red and white cord. Oh, he's a mestre in capoeira as well. He's got a black cord, and
He's good, Charles.
he's also a
Good, man.
master rank Muay Thai.
Give me a second. I'll talk when I get a chance. All right, continue.
Oh, hey,
But
Chaos, what up?
I'm gonna tell you one thing about Marco.
I like this guy.
We got robbed out of so many damn good fights. I mean, y'all gotta watch the Ultimate, where it was a good submission battle between him and Oleg Dictatorship, the Russian Bear. And it was a good submission battle between Sambo versus Valetudo. We got robbed between. I wanted to see him and Shamrock fight. God, we got robbed from some goodie. Another guy, Dan the B Severin. I actually trained with him for a seminar. Funny ass dude, but teach you how to fuck a human body up though.
Hey, what about
Oleg's
what
a good
about
actor, by the way.
what about Don? How about Don the Predator Fry?
Oh, Don Fry. Oh, Don Fry he was another guy who was like you. He was also another like. He was an evolution step again because he had some dangerous boxing.
Dangerous boxing. He was a black belt in judo, but let's not forget one more thing.
And Arizona State.
Arizona. He was teammates with Randy Couture at Arizona State. No,
Yep.
Oklahoma State. Sorry, Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and he went there.
Oklahoma State.
And he also went to Arizona.
Did he go to Arizona? Hang on, let me
He went
see.
to Arizona.
Let me check. He's born and raised in Arizona, but it says here, hold on. He's Division I wrestler, judo, boxing, wrestling.
The politics of the early UFC, that shit was like a wild, wild
That's enough, man.
No. It says here, yeah, he spent 1 year in Arizona State, and then he transferred to Oklahoma.
Yeah, he was in Arizona. And
Yeah,
by the way, if I had to judge,
Oh, he was coached by Dan Severn. Okay,
yeah,
while he was at Arizona.
I'm gonna say this. Hendo, right? I gotta rebuy a pair of Hendo shorts too, fight shorts, because I used to train with those. Hendo is if God said make the fucking hardest hitting thing on earth, he put whatever material Hendo's fist was made out of into that glove, man. That pound for pound, that is the hardest. I don't care. What's the current heavyweight champion name?
Francis Ngannou.
Ngannou has not hit people as viciously as fucking Dan Henderson. And he's huh?
You're Borgen still, Pookie.
You're still
Pookie, you're still Borgen.
Yeah. Chung Lee has some great kicks. But fucking punching, like, dude, you make people disappear with your fist. No.
Not it's still the same. Ugh. Anyway, Charles, you were saying?
Like, Hendo was just knocking the fuck out of people. And I like Ngannou, but Ngannou has yet to do what the fuck. Ngannou has yet to do.
Serious contenders, man. Remember when he knocked out Remember when he knocked out Stipe for the title in the rematch? Before that he knocked out both Jair Rosenberg, what's it, Alistair Overeem. Dude,
Really sound
Pookie, your mic is all fucked up, man. Step down, come back.
You might need to take your mic out or whatever the hell you got. Oh my god, they just go up on a goddamn shit.
Let's not forget the knockout of what's his name, Alistair Overeem, or how about when he knocked out Fabrizio Verdun? Oof.
Yeah,
knocked him clean out of the shoe.
I mean, he folded him like he folded. I mean, that was Fabrizio was knocked the shit out. The shit was knocked out of him with about what's his name?
Stipe Miocic?
Not Stipe. The worst knockout he ever took was by what's the dude who goddamn Brazilian boxer.
Brazilian boxer. Brazilian boxer. Well, definitely not Gabriel Gonzaga. That guy's a black belt in jiu-jitsu and it just has a tendency to just knock you down.
He knocked out fucking Croker off with that head kick.
With that head kick, but Krokov got back in the rematch, the TKO win. Yeah. But first time he knocked somebody out with that head kick, and it was a right head kick, and the way he mastered was surprising and the way he knocked him out, and then
Mighty Mouse is the greatest pound for pound ever.
In flyweight, yeah. He was built for. He was meant for the flyweight division. He shouldn't never have gone up to.
If Mighty Mouse was light heavyweight, John Jones will retire.
Shit. What's his name? Matt Humes as his coach. Matt Humes is one of the most. We got to give it up to some of the coaches, man, the trainers and everything, because they know how to prepare some of those fighters. Like Greg Jackson, Matt Humes. Who else? What's his name? The coach for AKA. Javier Mendez. Who else is a great coach? Dwayne Ludwig. Before he left the Alpha Male and started his own camp. A lot of those guys was like great. Who else was also a great wrestler? Crazy. One of the wildest. Charles, can you remember any of the wildest fights in MMA history? Do you remember the first fight between Alexander Gustafsson and John Jones? Do you remember? I was asking about if you remember any of the wildest fights in MMA history. Do you remember like the first fight between John Jones and
that's who it is. Huh? When he caught Verdun. Oh
Junior Dos Santos. Yes,
he folded his ass.
But Dos Santos is a black belt. He's a black belt BJJ under the Nogueira brothers.
He folded his ass up like an envelope.
Yeah. He's Big Nogs Big Nogs is a protege, first of all. A lot of people forget that. But he had some hands on him. Like when he dropped Frank Mir. Oof. Oh, that reminds me. One of the nastiest submissions. Mir against Big Nog, the second fight. He broke his arm in the Kimura. Because he wouldn't tap. He had no choice. And in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, if you make a master submit and break his arm, he says, that's a compliment. That's a compliment to them.
Mm-hmm. Breaking motherfucker's arm in an arm lock.
It's called a Kimura. And the way he got, and the way, and if you remember the sequence of events, how they got there. First of all, at some point, somehow, when they got to the ground, Minotaur Big Nog got Mir in a guillotine. But people forget this guy is but people forget that Mir is a career submission artist. He has the most submissions in UFC history, heavyweights. He was able to get out, spin his way, get out of the. He was able to like spin his body such a way, get out of that headlock, and despite Nogueira waist locking, he was able to hit the switch. Next thing you know, he's got him in a Kimura. Big Nog tries to just try to roll on top of Mir to hope to get the pressure off, but Mir just keeps rolling, and he ends up back on top of him and holds him like that. And he was like pushing, but he wouldn't tap. So he broke his arm, and then he immediately tapped afterwards. And I remember, was it like they showed like footage backstage, and saw Anderson Silva, who was waiting afterwards. He saw him crying because he's like, "Oh my God, that was fucked up. What happened to him?" Because Anderson was like really sensitive because Anderson is very close to Nogueira's. But Mir, he didn't want to break his hand, but he broke that dude's arm. But when he broke it, it is what it was. It is what it is. And from what I understand, he earned his black belt after that. Oh, Jacare Souza. Yeah. He was cool. Yeah, you're right. He was there on the ground. Jacare Souza, Fabrizio Verdum,
Shamrocks.
The Shamrocks.
Trust
we're talking about submissions.
If you want to see a nasty knee bar, go look at Shamrock versus Boss Rutan 2.
Ooh.
Y'all talking about the classics.
A man that muscular should not be moving that fast after grabbing your leg in a submission hold. It's like amazing.
Man, this shit compared to Charles, that compared to the UFC now, that shit look like street fighting. Real shit. He was going nuts, bro. Y'all was going nuts.
He's talking about after they were reformed. This isn't the 2000s we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about Pancrase back in the 90s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You'd have had that's
a different regular. No, Pancrase, it was different. They had different rules in Pancrase.
Yeah, nigga.
It was structured in Japan. We're talking about.
Oh, it was structured. Oh, okay.
Different
I know back
structure.
in the 90s, niggas was getting, he was getting handled, man.
This is before the UFC.
Say that.
This is before the UFC got serious. Because in Japan, they were loving that Pancrase stuff.
It was competing tournaments and stuff.
Because you gotta remember, Boss Rutan was fucking people up.
The liver shot and everything, he mastered that.
The fucking elbow. Mastered the elbow.
Not to mention, plus in Pancrase, you couldn't use fists. You had to use open hand slabs. I remember there was when him and Frank Shamrock were on the ground. It would trying to, with both of them had their legs wrapped up, trying to outsubmit each other. And every time you try to smack him, Frank was like just goading him. He was sticking his tongue out, goading him to hit him again and again, try to hit him. At some point, the referee had to disqualify him because they claimed that it was a close fist, even though Voss was arguing no.
He took a point.
Yeah, took a point. Gave him a yellow card, something like that.
Yeah.
Shit. Y'all ever seen K1?
K1 kickboxing. Ernesto Hust.
What's his name?
Cool.
Daniel. What's his name? The Flying Dutchman.
Yeah.
No, Flying Gentleman. Another Dutchman. There was this one kid. I keep forgetting his name. Something McDonald or McDaniel, something like that.
Daniel Cormier is probably one of the greatest heavyweights of all time.
Yeah. Oh, undoubtedly one of the most respected heavyweights.
He was amazing.
He knocked out Bigfoot. He dropped Bigfoot a couple times.
There's no fight you could say Daniel ran from.
He never ran away from a fight.
Did he run from? I mean, maybe nah.
No.
I think some people would say. Some people I've been hearing they say Francis, but I don't know how.
He didn't run from Francis. It's just Francis wasn't in line.
Francis wasn't there. He wasn't even in the conversation. And when he took on what's his face? You know,
The Black
the
Beast.
Black Beast. He had no
He
business
should've
being in
dominated
the
him.
cage with him because he was taken down and submitted easily in the first round.
But he was in the top 3. But
Top 3. He was like, if you remember the conference, like he said, "Yo, Derek, what's your problem with DC?" Like, yeah, Derek, what's your problem with me? I didn't like how he was disrespecting Popeye's chicken.
Oh God.
And he was doing like a
Such
dance in
fucking
front of
nigga.
himself, like all about that chicken dance and shit.
Francis,
But
there's nothing John Jones. Let me put it to you this way. I'm gonna say this, and I'm always gonna give John Jones his credit. He beat the first fight. He beat him fair.
What? Oh my God.
The second fight, no, he was on steroids and coke. Actually, he got disqualified for a lot of shit.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, come on, get the fuck out of here, Francis running from Jones. Come on now, his
I know.
fat ass. Get the fuck out of with them. You see the little Instagram videos? Come on, man. What do you think he? I don't know what the joke is. Like, Charles, do people honestly think they can put on 30 pounds of muscle in like fucking 2 months?
He has the frame. He has the frame to do it.
He has the frame, but then again, he doesn't
No,
have the
that's not
metabolism.
human.
On top of that,
That's not fucking human. That's not
yeah, but
human.
on top
You
of
cannot
that,
do that.
He hasn't been working out in 2 months. He's been doing it for like. He hasn't fought in like 2 years, dude.
he's been out of the cage for so long, especially with the suspensions. Also, he just got arrested a while back.
He
with
get the fuck
assaulting
outta
somebody.
here.
No, he
John-
was. You know, he had a
Vegas,
comeback
remember?
fight. He had a comeback fight with his wife, but unfortunately his girl.
The mother of
I
his 4
know.
daughters.
He got
Yeah.
the belt back, Charles. He's going for gold, man. He needs to worry about that ring instead of worried about Francis, because Francis will hurt his ass in 1 round. Frankly, he will. People talking about
because
John Jones staying in there. Get the
John has the reach advantage of a bit, but the thing is, John
no,
can
we not.
move. He can hold on.
Bullshitting. All right, I'm about to get to that, but okay.
John is strategic in what he does,
Nigga
and he's
said
also
strategic.
able to ad lib. And he's highly intelligent. He's got that, fight IQ, and on the ground.
Right
But
hand
then
to the
again,
chin. What
what
happened?
did Francis do
He's
against Cyril
very
Gane?
dynamic.
Very dynamic. But let's not forget, Francis in his last fight against Cyril Gane, he showed some of his wrestling skill thanks to Kamaru Usman helping him out. So he's also adapting his own way. So he's now becoming more well-rounded.
After they saw his wrestling skills, you didn't have too many people calling him out anymore.
Get the fuck out of here! Like, stop it, Francis, bro. No, talking about
Is he on the same level? Is he on the same level as John Jones? No, but
John Jones is a Division I junior college and high school all-state wrestler.
No,
not technically, but he doesn't have to be to beat him.
I'm talking about his credentials as a wrestler here. First of all,
we was talking about him fighting.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
He's not on the same level of wrestling, but he can wrestle enough to keep at his strength, which is his.
Plus, he's a natural heavyweight. John Jones is going up. I don't think he could punch up above his weight like that. He's not that. He might want to go back down to 205.
That's a lot of weight too. That's a lot of fucking. I mean, how you gonna maintain 80% to 75% of your movement and your speed and stamina, like
practice
30 more pounds.
30 more pounds. He's got the practice and training and everything. Yeah,
how tall is John Jones?
That's different.
6'4".
No, in other words, right? John Jones, if he never fucking cut weight, is naturally 240. Okay, I met fucking Forrest Griffin in Couture's gym in Vegas, and I actually spoke to him for about an hour. Dude is a natural 240, 6'5", 240 pounds.
I know he's 240. Is he solid muscle 240? Because
Yeah,
Francis is solid muscle. There's a
yeah.
difference.
About this time,
Francis
yeah.
is completely solid. John Jones is not solid at 240
John
right now.
Jones is solid muscle now.
No, he's fat. From what I see, he looks fat.
He had 2 years of working out.
He still looks fat. He has a gut.
Oh my god.
He does. Oh my lord. He doesn't look built. He doesn't look anything where
Trust
he
me,
needs to
John
prepare for
Jones.
Francis.
First of all, here's the thing. Here's the thing about these two. Even like say, first of all, Francis walks around 250, 255. He's 257 at the most. But he's the same height as Jones. And he has the reach advantage to 1.5 inches. John Jones has an 84-inch reach, 84.5-inch reach. Ngannou is an 83.
1 inch ain't gonna make no fucking difference, bro.
Slightly.
Oh, in a game, it's called a game of inches for a reason, fam.
Slightly. Okay, what about the game of 100 overall power and shit, where Francis is way more goddamn power.
Why do you always get off on this power shit, man? You gotta have.
It's just like it ain't the power. Because trust me, because if it was like even more comparable, then it'd be fair. But it's like this dude, we had never seen a UFC fighter with this level of just raw.
Hendo.
Yeah.
Hendo.
I never.
You go look at the Dan Henderson right hand, collide.
Yeah, the Hendo. Yeah, Dan Henderson. Well, his right hand. That was the only thing. That was the closest thing you seen to it, and that was just a right hand. Francis got a whole fucking body like that.
No, you're talking about a guy who's really 170 pounds, not even 85, probably barely making 85. Who was knocking
pound for pound?
Who was knocking the shit out of heavyweights with a right hand. Okay. Bullshit about Hoist Gracie. Hoist Gracie's only achievement was when nobody really did submissions or knew about it. What happened when everybody started studying submission and ground game? He couldn't hold a candle anymore.
Anyway, my thing is this.
I give him his props for the first 3 UFCs, but
trash.
But once people start figuring out his game, he was ineffective.
Matt Hughes, anybody?
As a matter of fact, you didn't even hear about you couldn't even get 2nd generation Gracies to get belts.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, I like what's his name mentioned about Rampage. He still has that power. He will knock you out.
Fuck, man, Rampage that's the most annoying thing about niggas like that. It's just like, man, could you just get it together? Like, just get it together so you get a damn
talking about? What you talking about? The man unified the light heavyweight title.
I know, but like, I feel like he could have done so much more in his career. He could have done so much more in his career. Like, he could have beat John Jones. He could have beat John Jones.
No,
could have knocked him out.
Nah. Jones took him out of his game plan when he got on the car just strutting around like a monkey, daring him to do something. Quinton was just looking at him like, what the fuck is he doing? And he couldn't do anything because, even though he can wrestle, he prefers to stand up. And of course, just to back up what you said at the Wolfstar, they'll tell you, he doesn't like to train much. But when he does train, he trains.
Okay, so just whenever. All right. So it's just okay. So
but the thing is, like, he grew up wrestling, but he preferred to stand up. That's why. And I bet he's been dropped. He's been dropped. Like, remember those knees at the hands of Vanderlei, and he was left hanging on the ropes.
Oh yeah, because his conditioning's always been hella fucking weird. So it's like you can't really ever gauge it.
You gotta look at his prime was the UFC. Actually, his prime was UFC. UFC.
Well, yeah, I guess that light heavyweight,
You
especially.
gotta look at it. His prime, like he beat some motherfuckers in a little bit the last few fights in prime because he did put up a good showing before he got kneed 25 consecutive times. He put up actually a good showing. And then when he went to UFC, something fucking clicked.
And don't forget how he knocked out Vanderlei Silva in that one, or when he knocked out Chuck Liddell.
Chuck
Oh
Liddell.
yeah,
But then
man, he
again,
was hunting
I can.
Vanderlei. It was,
But then again, I know whose knockout out of Chuck Liddell was far more devastating. That was Rashad Evans.
Oh my god, when Rashad Evans hit him, god damn that overhand right.
That uppercut, boom! Because remember, it was an
saw that shit.
uppercut because he threw the punch at the same time that Chuck was trying to throw a shot, trying to throw a straight right at him.
No,
He moved out the way. He leaned to the side and hit him with an uppercut, a right-handed uppercut.
no, he hit him with an overhand right and drilled him into the ground. The axe murderer. Vanderlei Silva.
oh yeah, that's before. Yeah, talking about the prime days before his chin got cracked. And he took so much. He taking so much fucking
People don't
damage,
give
bro.
Vanderlei his respect. He was like the number one middleweight heavyweight in the fucking world at that time.
Hey, y'all remember when he swung on fucking? I have to go back and watch that video when he swung on Chael's ugly ass. Oh my god, that shit was hilarious.
He had a reason. You don't understand the history between those two. First of all, you don't understand the history between those two.
He said, "Stop! I don't want to have to." I was fucking.
Shut up and hold on, Pookie. This isn't for you anyway, but this is for everybody else. Anybody who wants to understand what the deal is with those two, it goes back to when. And understand, Chael's a fucking asshole by nature. Chael, it goes back to when Chael had his first shot at Anderson, and he made like these disparaging remarks about
Brazil.
About the Nogueiras, because remember, he dismissed Anderson Silva's ground game because he said like Anderson Silva's black belt from Nogueiras is like a toy you get out of a cereal box or some shit like that. And then that's when in the first fight, Anderson said, "I'm going to submit this guy." But prior to that fight, there's footage that Vanderlei had of him in a van with Chael, and he explained to Chael, you need to stop talking like that. Don't disrespect the Nogueiras, because in Brazil they are really respected, highly respected, my friend. And and he was talking to him like a straight dude. He talked to him respectfully. Told him, look, respect is important where we come from, so you have to understand what you say was wrong. And he didn't care. And then the second fight, and then after the rematch. If you remember the rematch with Anderson for the belt again, he made so many disparaging remarks about Brazil, the country, and that thing he said about Anderson's wife. That's when Vanderlei said, "This guy has no respect," and he wanted to hurt him. In fact, what was it after Chael defeated Shogun Hua in her first round guillotine submission? He called out Vanderlei Silva. That fight never took place until a couple years in Bellator.
Yeah.
True, yeah. After he fucking
his
chin got blown out.
That was because he was running from USADA out the back door.
Oh yeah, he was running. Yeah, because he still running from that train. He's still running from the gym.
He left the gym because he didn't know what to do. But but what's his name? But what's his name? Chael. He took the test and popped. So when they tried to suspend Vanderlei, they couldn't really do much to him. But when Chael was facing athletic commission, he tried to plea bargain his way, saying like he promised to help wayward athletes not to follow the road he followed. And somehow it worked. He was convincing Louisa, but let's not forget this guy's been convicted in his home state of Oregon of fraud, which is why he can't run for public office anymore.
And all these niggas using the juice. God damn.
Everybody's on something. It's just whether it could be Protected or
whether or
not,
not they caught.
checked, or it's being checked or not.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think there needs to be a code about this shit. Cause
Yeah,
I
it's
mean, a couple
USADA.
of these,
They
like
already know.
fucking.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the
Oh,
documentary
fuck
Icarus?
USADA. Ain't nobody randomized testing. That's bullshit. But I was just like, I mean, if you think about all the way back to the TRT days, I mean, did anybody see what was it, Overeem, and there was another one. There's a couple of them.
TRT was
Motherfuckers just
for
blew up.
Belfort. TRT
Oh, that's
veto.
Belfort.
You
Belfort was
talking
a
about the clear? You talking about the clear? Like what happened? Like what was it that company in San Francisco? And somebody said, you know what, you guys need to start testing for this shit. This is what they're using now.
Yeah, cause somebody, it was
Then
something they was getting buff off of. Something they was getting super, but it was like Overeem, a couple of them other dudes, or a couple of them was getting super juiced off of getting some great wins. And
The
then
War
they
Master
started,
himself, Josh, what's his face?
yeah, it's like, it's
The
fucking,
War Master himself, he popped a couple times. 'Cause remember, when he beat Couture, he won the belt, but then he was stripped of it because he popped.
yep.
What's his name? Sean Shirk. He popped. And
They got the
he
shit beat out
popped.
on them by BJ Penn.
BJ Penn.
Oh,
Third round, was it third or second? No, third round.
Going into the third round.
2-3.
Third round going into the fourth, and he just hit him with a knee and just drilled his ass.
just get dominated. Just like as soon as they're off the juice. Next fight, first round, second round, get blown the fuck
He
out.
was gone for a
Like
year.
nothing.
So he was gone for about a year and then some. He was gone for a year. He was suspended an entire year and then some. And it took him a while to
Yeah,
get
'cause
back
he
into the.
He was fighting dirty all that whole fucking time, bro. So I mean, during the whole
And we're-
stretch,
We're talking about lightweights here. We're talking about lightweights right there.
yeah. And then well, fuck BJ
155.
Penn. Yeah. What about what's his face? TJ Dillashaw. What's his name? Dillashaw.
He's 135.
The white boy.
He's
Yeah.
135. That's bantamweight.
He's dirty.
You think he's
dirtiest
dirty?
motherfucker?
How's he dirty?
He
Definitely.
was dirty.
You already-
John Jones was dirty with his eye pokes and everything.
John Jones is dirty as shit. Not only will he have steroids, he'll have coke.
Eye pokes. He'll grab on you.
Eye pokes,
who
grab
else?
on you, fucking grab your gloves, do all kinds of illegal fucking shit.
Who remembers Conor McGregor's fight against Khabib Nurmagomedov? All the hooking, glove hooking.
We know that
illegal
ain't gonna happen. Oh, the big boy, you can't even beat your own dick.
Let's talk. You want to talk? You're going to pay for everything you said to me. Bow.
It's like another thing. Did anybody see all those fucking eye pokes that Daniel had to suffer? I think that was bullshit. They should have.
Damn near, he poked him in the fucking. He poked him in the eye so much his fucking eye damn near green.
You wanna throw? I mean, yeah. Like you wanna? Can we throw out the fucking fight? I'm sorry.
Who are you talking about? Against who?
Stipe.
Against who? Was it Chandra? Against Stipe? Yeah, because remember his left eye he couldn't see in that eye.
That was bullshit. That was some dirty shit. I think they did Daniel Cormier. I think Dana's been doing him like a good old boy. 'Cause that was some old bullshit right there.
Oh man, he did a lot of people dirty. You know who else he did dirty? Holly Holmes. After she beat Ronda, she got dealt a bad hand. Especially her first defense was like what, after how many months?
Because they didn't want her to be the champ.
3-4 months, and it was after Misha Tate. And it was Misha Tate. Misha Tate got a chance.
They didn't want her to be the champ. She was supposed to win that shit. She's supposed to get dominated.
And that's when the belt became a whore.
Exactly.
The belt became a whore. Same thing with Conor, because remember they were protecting Conor's ass the whole time.
You know what it is?
Even they were protecting Conor.
They were protecting Ronda too. They were saying that they were acting like she could fucking box, bro. They said she could beat Floyd. I'm like, she actually believed that shit.
Nobody with good sense believed that.
Oh,
I mean, she was good, but she
didn't have the stand up. She couldn't. Plus, a lot of people were saying like her coach Edmund Taverdian, he was not a good influence.
Yeah,
they said she was a real
her
boxing
mother
coach.
hates that guy.
Niggas was gassing her ass up.
She got you know what Ronda Rousey's mother's famous for?
American woman to win a gold medal in
The first
judo.
American period to win a world championship in judo. The first
Anna
American.
Marie Domenech.
The first American period.
Yeah.
You know, puts Nana in the world championship in judo. Put some respect on her name, man.
Kayla Harris, two-time Olympic gold medalist in judo.
She's the first American to win a gold medal in judo, and the first American to do it twice. And she's actually one of my Facebook friends too.
Kayla Harris?
Yeah.
Sexual abuse survivor too. She's spoken out about that.
She spoke about. I wish I would have recorded and did a mini interview about it, but she talked about that.
Yeah. She's also. Have you ever met Clarissa Shields?
Oh,
they were teammates. And they both. Yeah, and they're both right now competing in the PWF and PWF.
PWF. Yeah, she going low level. She need to. I want to see her go up.
But they're all fighting. But the thing is, both those women, they're too big to drop down to 145. So they need to have a 155 division for them. They need a women's lightweight division.
They need a women's middleweight or welterweight.
Women's middleweight. They need a women's lightweight.
It's kind of funny because you kind of don't want a woman's heavyweight because it's not going to look good.
No.
I don't think so, because the thing is like not every woman. You got some women who are above 5'8", but
it ain't built the same.
It's gonna be you might as well just call it the tranny league. God damn it! After that point,
shut the fuck up, Joe.
Like I said, there's some women who are like 5'10" and 150, and are naturally 155ers. They drop down to 145. It's it's detrimental to their well-being. I mean, Charles, I mean, the weight cuts can be devastating. You know how many fighters have been hospitalized because of the way they try to cut weight, sorry. Kidney failure, you get seizures and shit. They got to rush you to hospitals. That's no joke.
Yeah,
I know how that feels. They're really emaciated at the weigh-ins sometimes. That's why they got to get rehydrated. I mean, what's his name? Johnny Hendricks.
Y'all seen
I remember. You know what? I had to be hospitalized because of a blowjob.
Yo, I mean, hey, but Namor, you seen Jorge in his experience?
If he was Namor, he'd be the king of the 7 seas.
Yeah, not the set.
When I say Namor, name my bad.
You get me mistaken with the Brazilian.
You call this nigga the Submariner.
My bad. But yeah, but you remember with Jorge Masvidal with his weight cut and shit. I mean, I was watching the weight camp. If you watch these YouTube training camps that they release for these different events, like for this upcoming one is Jorge versus what's his face, the white boy. But you know what I'm saying, you actually see their motherfucker. You know what we're talking about, man.
Yeah, that's a grudge match. Man, what are you talking about?
The good old boy, but you know what I'm saying.
It's a grudge. That's some bad blood right there.
It should be.
Oh, Thug Rose is the shit. I'm sorry, Thug Rose is the number one.
Rose Namajunas, yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
That reminds me
right now to me. Thug Rose. Okay, you gotta fall. God damn it, you gotta fall in love with Thug Rose.
True. Everybody cried when she had dumped on her head.
I think she's the only
two-time strawweight champion. She's a child abuse survivor. She has a background in jiu-jitsu. She's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but her background is karate and taekwondo.
Hama, you don't know who Thug Rose is? Oh my fucking god!
Thug Rose will make you fall in love with her, man.
Come
on, man.
Thug Rose.
Hama, do you know?
If you watch, did you see that fucking head kick she kicked that Chinese girl with? God damn, she was like.
Oh, you mean Zhang Weili? Yeah. I mean, she primed her for that because she thought she was going to go low, but because of her TKD background, she was able to mask that. It would make it look like a low kick, but she chained it into a head kick, and Weili couldn't deal with it. She kept making excuses about that, or can't make excuses about that. I'm like, no.
You got spaced out.
You got caught clean.
You got caught clean.
Clean.
She got spaced out. She got spaced out and beat up.
She
That's
would, because you remember
Wait a
after the
minute,
fight
wait a
when
minute. I gotta ask
she
this
when she
question
came
to the
through.
audience. Do y'all like
All right.
this? How y'all like today's show with the politics and the global politics, military science, and then we went to fight science? If you enjoy it, give me a woo, goddamn it, woo in the chat.
Yeah, but
I'm
fuck
gonna
it.
tell you
Yeah,
something, Charles. Charles,
Yep,
I'm gonna say something about our earlier conversation.
yep.
I understand everybody focused about what's going on right now in the Ukraine and everything, but goddamn it, motherfuckers, you got a more pressing, serious, a more devastating war going on in Ethiopia, yo. You want to
Yeah,
talk about some? It's worse than Yugoslavia. It's worse than Yugoslavia, and there's a long history of war. And you're talking about a bunch of ethnicities who are proud people with war, who have histories of war. Oh, by the way, Charles, March 2nd, that's an important day. Let's not count that on your calendar. March 2nd, 1896. You know what that day was?
Mm.
That battle.
Huh?
March 2nd, 1896, that very important battle that took place in northern Tigray. The Battle of Adwa. Mark that on your calendar.
Mm.
But like I said, that people have been so caught up with the Ukrainian war, they forgot about what's going on in Ethiopia. And that shit is
that's what
no
I'm saying. I
joke.
don't want to
Especially
talk
with the
about
drone
fucking Ukraine anymore, man. You know what?
Oh.
Because now we gonna be stuck hearing about these motherfuckers
And
complaining for the next.
I'll keep you. I'll keep
I'm bothered because
Fuck, man.
I'm bothered by that because Eritrea is involved in that war, and I'm like, how much bad blood we have with the Tigrans, and I'm not scared, but I'm aware they don't, like everybody else in that region, they don't forgive and they don't forget, and eventually there's gonna be receipt coming.
Talking
Further
about for
down
the
the
Eritreans in
yes,
Ethiopia. Because that's
yes.
what we really need to be talking about is these African conflicts. 'Cause that's what's really going on.
But what's going on in
This
Somalia right
skirmish
now?
shit.
You got a drought and everything. That you got droughts going on in those regions. 13 million people affected in parts of
That's what I've been-
Somalia, in El Centro Afar, and in the Amhara region. The economy has gone to shit. Not to mention you have Turkish, Russians, Chinese, UAE, all down there involved in that war. You got military. You got every country who are setting up military bases all along the Red Sea coast and, the African side of the Gulf of Aden coast. And let's not forget the instability going on in Somalia, and the shit going on in northern and what is now unrecognized Somaliland. And with the big dam over by Lake Tana, imagine the tensions, how heightened the tensions are going to be between Ethiopia on one side and Sudan and Egypt on the other.
It's just a fucking bunch of crabs in a fucking barrel. That's my main problem with Africa.
That's the funny thing. That's the funny thing you say about crabs, because crabs actually help each other. Because one goes up, the other's going to grab his leg, and they're all going to try to climb up and work collectively to get out of that bucket. I never understood that crab in a bucket.
What you mean?
But you ever seen?
Because crabs, because to a certain extent, a crab. I mean, it's crabs will try to help each other. Is them to a certain extent, a crab trying to make a bridge by grabbing onto another crab isn't necessarily to help the other crabs; it's to escape. So if they're not able to do that, they just gonna pull the other crab down to a certain extent. And there are positions where a crab ain't able to escape, so it's gonna pull the other crab down. That's why they say that. But that's and the main thing I'm bringing up is the whole general tribalism issues and all these fucking tribal wars going on in Africa all the time.
Dude, a lot of these tribal animosities go back centuries. I mean, your man, he's Ethiopian, right?
Yeah.
Which ethnic group is he from?
Yeah, Ethiopia. He's Ethiopian.
No, but what is his ethnic group? What tribe does he belong to?
Oh shit! I'd
Amhara,
have to call him.
Oromo. What's his mother tongue? What's his native language? Is it Amharic?
It's his pops. It's his pops family. Because he's
What
half
about his mother
FBA.
tongue? Huh?
I think I don't know what his mother is specifically. I think she's like a mixture. She's mixed, so she's like ambiguous type shit. And his pop's Ethiopian.
Oh, it's
I
probably Ethiopian.
have to ask his specific tribe,
okay.
but
Okay. So he's like so his mom is non-Ethiopian? Is that what you're saying?
yeah.
Okay, he's what we call Kudus, or what I call Chigunya Hanfut, where it means half breed or mixed breed.
Yeah,
Not really
he's
kind of
mixed.
weird. Yeah, he's mixed.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, of course, he has his actual Ethiopian like cousins and
Mother.
stuff. Like I seen them, they came. His actual family has come up and shit. So yeah, he actually has a tribe. Like he knows, like his family's majority Ethiopian. Like he's mostly Ethiopian. It's like it's not like on some half shit, but you know what I'm saying. I'd have to specifically go ask him that information. I just never specifically like asked him yet because like never really came up in subject. But
Yeah, but I'll tell you something about this war itself. It's not just fought over at home. You're also seeing it out in the diaspora communities, because the the various ethnicities they have their communities abroad galvanized, setting up raising awareness. You got the 2 hashtags going around. You got movements going on. You got protests, especially like in the DMV area, if you're or in around Brussels, if you're in Europe.
yeah,
You got the propaganda on high on this one.
man, but y'all know that shit's propaganda, man. Ain't no fucking excuses. All y'all niggas know.
It's not just propaganda. A lot of it. There's a lot I can go into, but I'm not, because some of it I'm not at liberty to say. But if you do your research and you go back to,
That self-hatred. Is that what we talking about? Self-hatred?
No, for my own well-being. I'm not trying to get doxxed.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You talking about some? Oh, you talking about like major powers? I was talking about specifically like internally, like the main thing that bothered me is like
a lot of the tribal ethnicity, a lot of the tribal hatred goes back centuries. I mean, first of all, especially like most ethnicities, they have their traditional grievances with the Amhara Amharas, because the Amharas have always been the dominant ethnicity throughout. With the exception of one, all of the Ethiopian emperors and empresses were ethnic Amharas. The only non-Amhara emperor they had was John IV, and he was an ethnic Tigrayan. And here's a little hit. If you're a hip hop head, you would know a little something about this man, John IV.
Oh,
before he became emperor, he was Ras Kasa Mircha of Tigray. Ras Kas got his name from that man. He basically, because while he was in prison, he loved to study Ethiopian history, and he got his rap name from this man. Ras Kas comes from Ras Kasa Mircha, which was the former title and the baptized name of John IV, Emperor of Ethiopia. And all ethnicities have their great leaders.
Of course.
But they forget that it's not just in Tigray where you have in the civil war. You also got it in the Oromo region. You got insurgencies as far south in regions like Sidama, out west in areas like Gambela. It's all over the place. But some of these insurgencies have been going on longer than people think. Long before this shit even got.
We basically doing this over royalty lines. That's basically what the majority of this is about.
There's a lot of there's ethnic and tribal issues, and it's regional.
Ooh, I'm sure
these are rivalries that go back hundreds of years, my friend.
I'm sure that's something to do with colonialism.
No, long before colonialism. This is long before colonialism. In fact, Ethiopia was never fully colonized. Ethiopia was never colonized, dude. What are you talking about? They were invaded by Italy for a short while. They were never fully colonized. Eritrea was colonized. Djibouti was colonized.
True.
Sudan was
True.
colonized.
Ethiopia.
Sudan.
Ethiopia was a stronghold. That's right. That's right. You right. You right.
And
Yeah,
by the
y'all
way,
held
they
out.
weren't called Ethiopia until after World War II. Up
Y'all
until
niggas did that shit
19.
with no guns too. Crazy.
Nigga, please. We've had guns since the 16th century. That's the first time the guns were ever introduced to the region in actual combat. First time we were
But y'all,
introduced to firearms was the Portuguese and the Ottoman Turks.
shit, that's because y'all went out and actually went to war. Other motherfuckers, y'all, they just the other tribes and countries
Nah,
just stayed in.
nigga. Do you know what war it was? Do you know the name of the war?
Nah, nigga, not for Ethiopia. What was that?
First of all, there was no Ethiopia at that time. Ethiopia was known by another name.
Axum.
No, not Axum.
What's the name?
But Abyssinia.
Okay.
Abyssinia. You ever hear Ethiopians among themselves? They call themselves Habesha.
Yeah.
Habesha means Abyssinia.
Habish, like that.
No, Habish is Arabic. It's based on
okay.
that word. They call themselves Habesha. However, if you're Eritrean, we only say Habesha because we're associated with Ethiopians. We ourselves, we don't call ourselves Habesha because we had a kingdom of our own around that same time. It's called Midr Bahri, means land by the sea. We had a king of our own at the time. He was called the Bahar Nagash. Nagash is like Nagus, which means king.
So this goes all the way back. What does this go back all the way back to the main continent and shit?
Solomon.
The original mass,
Right.
You gotta pick up
Solomon.
pick up a book. Pick up a book. Think of
which one, because I'm actually been looking for. I don't know. I can't. It's hard to find sources all the way back. Like
try going back.
Be
Try
careful.
going back.
I will say something. I gotta say something first. Be careful when you're reading books that were printed like in the 60s and 70s. Because I remember when I was in college back in Eritrea, we had a lot of books that were printed like pre-1980. And they chronicle, and I remember my mother had an old history book around Ethiopian history that was printed out like in the 60s and 70s. And there were certain words they used in that book. Like one is a certain word, I'm not going to repeat it because it is an ethnic slur for the Oromo people. So instead of refer to Oromos by their actual name, they use this term because this was a term that the scribes were informed was what the Amharas called them. So be careful when you hear it, if you come across that word.
Oh, that's probably outdated and stuff. Yeah, I'm looking for information.
They based it on the travel of certain chroniclers and whatnot.
Okay, yeah, because they don't.
And
they don't give a fuck.
There were certain terms that were used that were offensive, that were outdated, but those books still have merit.
Hey, Namor, to the white folks, it's just a nigga. It's just a nigga killing another nigga. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but they don't know the difference because certain groups are. First of all, you look at that region, that whole East Africa region. They're not, all the ethnicities are divided into 3 different groups linguistically: Nilo-Saharan, Cushitic, and Afro-Semitic. So you got to know that shit first of all. You understand that shit?
The languages, the different ethnicities of countries are divided by like multiple languages, multiple tribes, and shit, many different lines. Like lines out the wazoo. Niggas got family.
Some of us have common ancestors. We go back. You know how far back we go?
Solomon.
Ancient Solomon. Yes. You ever heard of the Queen of Sheba, fam? You ever heard the name Queen of Sheba?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, I heard of the term.
All right. In what is now modern day Yemen, there used to be an ancient kingdom that was a contemporary of ancient Israel called Saba, or the Sabanite Empire. The people, and then the Saba, and they expanded across the Red Sea into modern day Eritrea and whatnot. And the people there, mixed with the local and local indigenous people. So they mixed, and he created an Afro-Semitic hybrid of people called the Axumites. The Axumites is based on some of their writing script and their language from Sabian.
Oh yeah, I heard of the Axumites. Hell yeah.
And
Aren't they referenced in the Bible?
They're mentioned in the Holy Quran because they were the people who gave the Prophet Muhammad's companions refuge when they were escaping persecution from the Quraysh. In fact, between 615 and 617, the first mosque ever built on African soil was in Aksum, just outside the port city of Adelis, or modern day Eritrea. Masjid al-Sahaba.
That was after he seen the visions. He had seen his visions, and he had returned, and he was receiving prosecution. But that's the weird thing about the Quran story. It's like Muhammad is like the same as the Jesus figure.
You know why he went there? You know why he was told about that region?
Yeah.
You know what he learned about? Where he learned about that place?
Nah, what did he learn?
One of his companions, alayhi salam, was a man named Bilal ibn Rabah al-Habashi, a slave who he had his father-in-law purchase and free.
Mm-hmm.
He was from that region.
Oh,
and he told him, yeah, his name was Bilal. Sayyid Muazzam, which means the master caller, because he had a beautiful voice, the first man to do the adhan, or the call to prayer.
Mm.
He was originally from Aksum. Black man.
Okay.
And he told them, when they were being persecuted, he said, go to the land of my forefathers. They're Christians, they're peace-loving, and they're righteous people. The Nagus, or what the Arabs called Najash, will give them sanctuary.
Okay, because he was getting sanctuary. Okay. Because the same way Jesus had to go receive sanctuary. But it's like,
where did he go to see sanctuary? Where did he go to? Where did Jesus go to sanctuary?
Where did he go to sanctuary?
He didn't go anywhere. He didn't go anywhere. You know who went? First of all, when Jesus was, people talk about Mother Mary, but let's not forget, one man who deserves his props as a father was Joseph.
Man.
Joseph was the man, because when Herod gave the order to kill all children from the ages of 2 and under,
mm-hmm.
God told the angel Gabriel to send the message not to Mother Mary, but to Joseph, to take the mother and the baby, baby Jesus, from Nazareth and travel all the way to Egypt, to Old Cairo. They sought refuge in Egypt. And after Herod had passed, the angel was sent by the Lord to tell Joseph, it is time to take your wife and child and return back to the land of your ancestors, to Nazareth.
Okay, but if you go back to Muhammad's story, did he have to receive sanctuary before or after he had his visions from supposedly God? Because I know he had
he had his visions long before. No, he had his visions already.
Oh, okay.
But after he started preaching and everything, and when the Quraysh started feeling threatened and they wanted to persecute him, he decided it is time to go. So, before he went south to Medina, he told Taha something. He told his companion Taha, take these people and get on these boats and head across the Red Sea to Aksum, to Adelis, and there you will find sanctuary and plead for sanctuary, for the king will give you sanctuary.
You gotta think about it. Believe it or not,
by then the Axumites were Christians for 200 years.
You gotta believe it or not, back in those days, the Abrahamic religions actually got along very well.
Yeah, but there was also wars. There was a century before that, there was war going on.
There was, but it wasn't. It really wasn't.
Jews and Christians actually fought. Aksum, they went to war with the kingdom in Yemen called the Himyarites.
Yeah, it wasn't.
The Himyarites had converted to Judaism, and they started. It's just to stoke up shit.
Yeah, it wasn't as much about religion until you got about the Crusades, which was also
Yeah,
about code and shit. It wasn't as heavily as the Crusades, though. That's when it just became a fucking, jihad, holy war, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
That's when that shit
yes.
just sparked. I mean,
Yeah.
at least they it see about their wars. It might have been partially about religion, but it was also about land and conquest. Where this
yeah.
shit was just straight. Let's get this shit for the church.
Yeah, it
Mm.
was. Get that bag, nigga. Yeah.
But this current
It
one,
was,
this
it
is
was
this
about getting
current
that
struggles
bag. Them
right
niggas,
now. But the
I ain't
current
never
struggles
seen.
you're seeing now, sorry,
Huh?
but the current struggles you've seen, but the current struggle you're seeing right now in Ethiopia, as well as in neighboring Somalia, a lot of it is about power. Now, in the case of Somalia, there's a lot. It's clan based, just like they always have. They've always been clan issues. Like you wonder why northern Somaliland doesn't want anything to do with modern day Somalia, because even though they're one people, they're divided by clans. And going back to the past, they used to be two separate kingdoms.
My fucking God. These little ass nations want to divide upon themselves. Like
No,
we need
they've
a
always
central.
been like that, my dude. A lot of this. You got to look back into this history, dude.
So you saying they were already okay? So they were distinctive. That's what you're saying originally.
No, well, they've always been divided but if you look at the shape of Somalia, you can't administer that country as one, not easily. The infrastructure and everything. Yeah, have you ever seen the shape of it? In fact, go get on Google Maps right now. Get on Google Maps right
It's about All
now.
right.
Come on, fam.
You look at this shit again. I've seen it, but I've never seen like a fucking.
Take a look at it on a map scene. Okay.
It's not there. I mean, it's not. Man, that's not that bad. That's
Oh
not
no, son. By the way, I can't
Oh, I
call
mean,
you.
but
I can go to,
Ethiopia is kind
I can
of.
son you. I can son you right now because technically speaking, as my people would say, I could sire you.
Oh my.
You're like 19. I'm gonna be turning 40. I could have had you
Look, you
from
told me to
a
look
college
at it.
sweetheart.
I'm looking at it, man. Don't tell me
Okay.
you could sire me. Miss me with that shit.
I could.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing with my eyes.
You're like,
And it kind of looks
like
like.
that. Okay. All right. All right, baby boy. Listen.
It
Now
kind of
listen.
looks
Now
like
listen.
Florida, like to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. What? Florida?
Yeah.
Look more like a hook, but anything. But anyway. Well, but then again, that's your reference. But anyway. Okay, now locate Mogadishu in the south. The capital, Mogadishu.
Oh damn! What the hell?
No. All right. Have you located it?
Yeah. Why is it?
Okay. Hold on. Now zoom out.
What?
Now move up north.
Yeah.
Go to the farthest north along the Gulf of Aden coast. I want you to look for a place called Hargeisa or look for a place called Zila.
You said by Aden coast. So you talking about is high
Coast
up by
of the Gulf
Yemen?
of Aden. Yeah, by Yemen. A place called Hargeisa.
Yes. Yeah, I see it.
Okay,
Right,
understand
a
the
little bit above
distance.
Ethiopia.
Now understand the distance between those two. Hargeisa, given the distance from Mogadishu, you think the folks in Hargeisa would want to take orders from the folks in Mogadishu, especially considering they're from different clans and have different histories and different attitudes. And plus, even though they speak Somali, they got different dialects, different mentalities. On top of that, the northern part of Somalia was colonized by the British, while the whole southern half was colonized by Italy. So they have different They were at different colonizers, different language barriers, and despite the fact they are all Muslim, one ethnicity, they aren't necessarily the same people. In fact, not all Somalis are in that region.
They're socially different people, and And I know
Yeah,
we could talk about that. We don't have to talk about the immigrants because that's a whole different. Let's just talk about the
but if you
main
look at
people.
the shape of the country, that country,
Yes.
just to travel from Hargeisa to Mogadishu, it's gonna take it's like a 2-hour flight by plane. By car, that's gonna take you. It's gonna take you a whole day.
Hold
You
up. Let
gotta
me.
read.
At
Y'all
I
gotta
least
bet
read
you
the
can
12
get
to
history.
there.
30,
Wait a
12 to
minute. Wait a
18
minute.
hours.
Hold up. I can get there real fast.
Cue the Thundercat gif.
What the fuck? Let me see, Charles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Charles. Bro.
I think that's just like a helicopter. That's Charles dumbass just flying in the air.
Pookie?
I would
You know
love.
what? We're gonna give.
I would
You
love
know,
to be the remake of that Cyborg, the $6 billion
Pookie.
man.
It's 6 million, by the way. It's 6 million.
Well,
In
if
fact,
we go for
Pookie, this is
inflation,
gonna be your homework now.
well, it'll
This is
be
gonna be
six
your homework.
billion. It's going to be 6 billion for inflation.
True.
Oh yeah, that too. But fair point. But anyway, Pookie, after this, you got to binge watch the $6 million man show. Steve Austin, and everything. That was a cool series back in the day. But anyway, Charles. But anyway, a country that big, the way it's shaped like that, it's hard to administer it. I mean, even the road networks aren't even
Y'all niggas
available
got
for
two
us.
capitals. Man,
No.
y'all tripping.
The North has never seen itself as part of the South. They've always been two
Fuck.
distinct people. They've had two kingdoms. They had separate kingdoms in the past.
How the
They were
fuck do
called
y'all have
sultanates.
one
The Sultanate of
economy?
Adal and Sultanate Ajuran.
How do y'all have one economy? Y'all's too small to
They
be doing this
they
this
were
switch
they
shit.
were formed as one country in 1951, and they didn't
Oh
become
shit.
independent until 1961.
Why? Why? Okay, then unform them. The fuck? Okay. How about this?
Oh
How
no,
about
you can't unform them. You cannot unform them. The Arab world has made it clear that they recognize only one Somalia. Even in the North has been trying to secede, and they've pretty much seceded and call themselves Somaliland.
Oh fuck them.
Very
Oh
few
fuck them.
countries recognize them, and those who try to recognize them, they do that at the cost of alienating the government in Mogadishu, which is having its own problems because you still have Islamic insurgents.
But these motherfuckers, either they dealing with tribalism or they got ISIS knocking at their door.
Clanism in
Please,
Somalia. In Somalia, it's clan based.
clanism,
Rivalry.
clanism, or they got ISIS and all these motherfuckers knocking at. Man, that's such
Actually, it's
bullshit,
House
man.
Kebab, but that's beside the point.
Why don't y'all just redraw the borders and then let's
You think it's that
operate off
simple?
a loose central government?
You think it's that simple? It's not that easy with
No,
these
it's
people. We're
not.
talking.
But I mean,
It's
y'all
not.
niggas want to let the other man get shot in the head who was trying to help y'all at that damn bank, and now you got to deal with it. You're stuck with it now.
Say
Let
what?
that nigga get
What are
the
you
light
talking
skin,
about?
you know,
What light skin? What light skin? What are you talking
the
about?
African nigga, the leader, the nigga that y'all didn't like, so y'all got rid of. That was trying to,
What leader are
make
you
that
talking about?
nigga Gaddafi.
Gaddafi was an Arab, first of all, not an African.
True, but he was still trying to unify the whole African.
Not everybody saw him as such. He was an antagonist to some and an ally to others.
Not everybody saw him as.
Get that shit out of here,
That's bullshit.
dude.
What about his policies? What about the
Fam, do you
benefits they would have got
understand
out
we
of
have
that?
to be multifaceted?
Huh?
You understand that we're multifaceted men here, right?
Yes.
Well, understand when it comes to politics, political leaders have to be multifaceted, multi-thinking, and they have to be very multi-adapt to any situation. And I can tell you, in East Africa, we're known. It's known to be shifting when it comes to alliance. You have to know when to shift alliances because not all alliances are lifelong. Most of them last longer than celebrity marriages, only slightly. They end when it's no longer convenient. What do you think? Why do you think the Brits left the EU? Because it was no longer to their advantage to be in the EU, or they thought.
I mean,
You're 19 and you still got a lot to learn.
Like I said before, most of the world plays chess, plays checkers. Actually, most of the world plays Connect Four. A little bit higher on the total poll, people play checkers.
And
Very
Risk.
few people play chess. Even fewer play Risk. If you ever play
And
a
only
good
the
game of
Chinese,
Risk,
and up until now, only Chinese play Guo.
yeah.
So with all these goddamn metaphors and symbolic
These
meanings
are
and all this
metaphors.
shit.
These are actual games, and you have to understand the mindset of these people and the way they approach these things. I mean,
Oh, okay.
politics and every realpolitik is an
Politics
old game.
bitch. Politics, let me put it to you this way. If you can't understand the metaphor I gave you, then you'll never understand what's going on in the world right now.
Oh, they
Because
moving pieces. They trading stuff. They trading what's already
not
here.
even just that. Because right now, what they were playing was they're playing games that backfires on both sides, and they're using proxies to the hand behind the curtain. Don't pay attention to what's behind the curtain.
Hmm.
Hey,
Leave
excuse me,
them out.
Charles.
Yeah.
I gotta respond to something in the chat when they said about NBA fan. We said about old Papa Joseph in the Bible, greatest of all time stepdad. No, he was a dad.
No, he was a dad.
Now, of course, it's fucked up. A lot of people say he was a cuckold, the ultimate cuckold, but I
Oh
don't know.
shit.
Hold on. I will play devil's advocate. I will play devil's advocate on that one. And yes, I will go there. A lot of people looked at me like, "Are you crazy to say that?" Well, it is. When you look at it like that, yeah. And I'm just that twisted thinking like that. But anyway, he was the ultimate dad. I mean, Joseph was a carpenter. Imagine him whooping Jesus' ass when he was little. That was the original taking a motherfucker to the woodshed.
Yeah, literally.
Literally. I mean, why do you think Jesus was a carpenter? Because Joseph was a carpenter. And an ass whooping was an ass whooping. Oh yeah, move, dude. move. Baba weed, baby.
Sit your ass right there. Sit your ass right there.
What you were saying,
Well, like Eddie
Charles,
Griffin said, the reason they invented the shower just to get the nigga wet. Now, Jesus, take a bath and stop walking on your water. I was just practicing.
What the fuck?
Like, get your ass in that damn shower. Get your ass in that.
Get your ass. Yeah, but Jesus had a good sense of humor. But Jesus had them powers when he was little. But God said, you gotta take this ass whooping. I'm sure when Joseph died and went to heaven, he looked at God and said, I better be on the list. Come on, motherfucker.
And you know what the response was?
You gotta wait.
Fuck no, baby.
You know it, nigga. You know it, nigga. It is what it is, you know.
Oh, Superman, was that your middle finger? Oh, you're this one.
That's index. R.I.P. Christopher Reeves, man. Christopher Reeves. Fucked up how he
hard.
went.
Let me put it to you this way: it was hard to find a Superman because he owned that role.
Yeah, he owned it. Especially Richard Pryor on it. But like I said, Pookie, this politics thing is beyond your comprehension. But you know what? Check out Julius Caesar, especially during his campaign in Gaul. While he was focused on Gaul, he was never far away from what was going on in Rome.
Wasn't Gaul modern day Germany?
That's Germania. Modern day Gaul is part of France, Belgium, Switzerland, the Iberian Peninsula. Yeah. Just south of Germany is was Gaul.
Oh, so
because,
he. Oh,
because
cause
back
these
then,
niggas. Oh, he played. They played. These niggas play 50-year games.
in other
That's what
words,
you
this is
saying.
how politics is played. They played a 100-year game.
100-year
See, black
games. They
people.
play.
See, this is the problem with black people. Black people want to see the future. Chinese people be like, "We're gonna build the future. You may not be alive to see it."
And
They
you
have
got
no.
to think seven. They
Shit.
say
Neither were
you
they.
got to think,
They
you
have no
got to
qualms
think
about it.
7 generations ahead. They got to think 7 generations ahead because they're saying this isn't about us. This is about the next generations. Hell, let me put it this way for you, Pookie. The Greeks had said it best. True wisdom is old men planting saplings whose shade they will never experience in their lifetime. There's a comic book strip I remember seeing, and yeah, and anybody who has their parents on their Facebook list, it is what it is. And I remember I found this comic book strip. The first half of it was a dad and his son. And they planted a sapling and they're watering. He said, "You'll understand when you get older." The next strip, it showed the son, now an adult, the tree fully grown, and he's pushing his own kid on the swing, and he's looking up to the sky and saying, "Thanks, Dad." Now I had to tag my dad in that picture.
I mean, think about it.
You think 7 generations ahead. I remember every time my father tried to teach me things. I mean, Charles, you remember when you were a kid and your dad would be teaching you stuff because he wanted to prepare you and pass that on to your son and shit? Mm-hmm. I mean, wait, Pookie, what about you and your relationship with your dad?
Oh, he really teach me much of
He
that.
like, oh man, he used to whoop my ass. I
Oh,
understand
You know
yeah,
why.
what? You know what I say? I'm thankful my dad whooped my ass because I learned how to handle fights better.
yeah. And I'd rather not be one of them bitch ass niggas that just sit in the curb all day and never got beat. At
No,
least
you
I
don't
did.
fuck around on the curb. You get off your ass and do something. That's what they tell you.
Exactly.
Don't be hanging on the corner. Just go do something else. Stay off the corner. Go to school. Go find a job or do something. Stay out of trouble. And what if trouble finds you? Shit, you better be prepared for that shit then. Know where the trouble's going. Know where to avoid it.
But they playing
That's why we
100
have
years.
to. In the 100
So they
years, you play 100. Think
but
7 generations ahead. Man.
okay,
But
but that means like they causing events, anticipating the reaction of their allies to potentially influence events later down the line, anticipating the reaction of the enemies to potentially anticipate outcomes down the line, manipulating environmental
they also
factors.
understand consequences, actions and consequences.
Hmm?
Have you ever seen the great chess masters? They can foresee. They have the foresight to see what's going to happen several moves ahead. So if they do one move, you don't realize they're already several steps ahead of you because they're anticipating you to act a certain way or do a certain way. That's why espionage is important. Intelligence is important. I mean, Sun Tzu said it himself. All war is deception.
If you know yourself and not your enemy, you only win 50% of the battle.
Yeah.
But if you know yourself and know your enemy, you are guaranteed victory. I just shorten it up because you get the joint.
You have to know
Huh.
yourself and your enemy. You know how you understand everything. You get to control it. In fact, it was I gotta use a rock reference here. It was like they say, pick your battles. I remember what's his face, Chris Cornell, when he was a front man for Audio Slave in the song One and the Same. He said, "Choose your battles, not your soldiers. You never know their colors. Choose your battles, not your soldiers."
True. You don't get to pick who comes with you. You do
Yeah.
not get to pick.
And don't forget the movie War Games. That most important quote he said, "Strange game, Professor Falcon. The only winning move is not to play."
Play. The one who doesn't
You
play
fight when
into it
you're ready.
wins.
You fight on your terms, not on theirs. And
It's like
sometimes
It's like you got to think of strategy.
Hmm.
If you wrestle me, I'll irritate people, and they'd be like, "Why?" Because if I walk away when you want to charge me, what am I giving you? Nothing.
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 Or if somebody's insulting you and you just keep quiet and you just don't respond to it or
That's
just
why.
don't react, you don't
Remember when I
talk.
told you? Remember when I told you to go look at The Godfather?
You mean earlier in the stream?
You gotta make it. I'll make
There's
him an
a,
offer. Yes.
there's a reason why. There's three people you study. You study Vito, you study Michael, you study Sonny. Hell, you even study Tom Hagen a little bit.
And Fredo.
Fredo too, because you got to realize this. They all grew up as brothers, even though Tom was adopted.
Mm-hmm.
Vito purposely kept Tom out of the loop with certain family business, so he could always be clean. And he did him that favor.
Exactly.
He did him that favor to keep him clean.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny was a ruffian. He was a
Sonny was
drop.
a hothead.
He was a
He was a
hothead.
hothead.
He was smart, but his hotheadness belayed that.
Temper. Yeah.
Because remember, Sonny held the family down when he waged war after Vito's death. Not death, but his assassination.
Vito's, his injury, when he was injured, he was sidelined for a while.
Yeah, so in comes Michael. See, Michael was different from the rest of the world. And just to give you Fredo before I talk about Michael, Fredo, even though he was older than Michael, he was the weak link.
He was sickly as a child.
He was sickly, and everybody had to take care of him.
And when it came to shootouts, remember he just
He ran
froze
away.
up.
He ran away,
He
or he
froze up.
froze. So
He froze up.
you got Michael. Michael's a wolf. He probably came by that time. I believe he came out from the fucking. He was an educated man.
Mm-hmm.
No, he was never an educated lame. He was just an educated man. You can't be a lame. You can't be educated and be a war hero. Excuse me. You can't be educated and lame and be a war hero. It's impossible. So he was an educated man, very learned, but also he's a learned man with experience. He's really a classic man. You're gonna give him a great definition if you're gonna really go in depth with his definition.
Cue Dennis hit song.
Yeah. And I know you were being funny, I know, but he was a captain, meaning he had a company underneath him.
Yeah,
he had at least about 200 to 300 people underneath his command.
He knew how to lead,
and he knew how to lead, so he had to be detached from. See, this is the ultimate thing that I try to tell you this whole string, Pookie. And it's not picking on you, but this is the reason why. You got to learn how to detach from emotion. There's a reason why. And there's a reason why I brought up that scene when Vito and Sonny went to go meet with the dude about the drugs. As soon as you give an outburst because it shows weakness. You're giving people all they need to know. When you're cold, nobody knows how to take you, and it keeps people on their feet.
Thanks, but it makes you a target because you look intimidating. You stand out.
No, if you're cold, if you're elusive, and if you're
let me put it to you this way.
You're standing in their face like that.
Let me put it to you this way, right? If people are intimidated, that means what? What does intimidation mean?
I don't know. They're scared.
No. Look it up.
Oh. Damn. All right.
Look up the goddamn. Shut the fuck up and look it up.
This boy right here.
You trying to intimidate me over this damn app.
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to teach you something here. Young motherfuckers these days.
frighten or overawe, especially in order to make them do what one wants. Intimidate.
So, was he intimidating or was he respected? Because you got to
But
remember, Michael was intimidating. Vito was respected. Vito got damn near everything he wanted because he had damn near everybody in his pocket, or he's already done favors for them. So when it was time for him to do favors for people, he didn't mind. He endeared himself. You got to know how to walk through life endearing yourself.
Showing respect. You show respect, you earn. No, you show respect, you gain respect.
There's a reason why I could walk places and people be like, well, why you got to respect him? Have you been through what that man's been through? Shut the fuck up.
Otherwise, you end up being like Detective Alonzo Harris in Training Day. He was intimidating until people no longer were intimidated by him.
And then when
That's
people see you, and then guess what happened? People see him slip one time. Think about it.
How'd he
When
slip?
he slipped because he showed his weakness, his vulnerability.
If you remember if you remember, in the
And
final
it's just
if you remember,
respect people.
he was never respected. He was never respected. Remember, he had everybody on lockdown. He had everybody under his command. Because remember, remember what he would say to get people to do what he wanted. He was asking that one simple question. Come on now. You want to go home or you want to go to jail? You want to go to jail? You want to go home? That's all he had to do. And the way he looked at you, like, he was detached when he did what he did. He was detached. He was calm and detached when he would do that to people. He was cold, he was collected and calculating. He was in control. But when he had that fight with Hoyt all over the neighborhood, where his girl was at, where his side chick was at, and they got on the street, and Hoyt had the gun on him.
His mystique fell.
His mystique didn't fail. He said, somebody loaned me he was like, he was telling everybody, gun this motherfucker. And they were like, nah, because the white boy ain't scared. First of all, Hoyt didn't do anything to him. He never crossed him. If you remember when Hoyt went after, when Ethan Hawke's character, Detective Hoyt, went after him, he came to the building. Terry Crews and everybody were like, what do you want? He said, I'm here for Alonzo. You know what they did to him? They stepped aside because they respected that dude, because they realized, oh shit, this is something we ain't got nothing to do with.
And then remember the scene where early on he fought off those two pedophiles?
Yeah. And
Well,
the Chicanos and the Tolos, remember when they tried to kill him and they found that student's wallet?
Mm-hmm.
And they realized the truth, he was telling the truth, they let him go, but they said, yo, but they looked at it, but remember, Smiley, he looked at him and put the towel on his head, they said, yo, listen, you understand it was business, right?
Yeah.
Right? And he just looked at him like, he said, right? He said, come on, man. And he said, and as soon as Hoyt just looked at him and said, right. They gave him a bus, they gave him his gun back, gave him his stuff, then they threw him on the bus and he got his way. And then he got out, met those three dudes. He said, Terry Crews, everybody said, what do you want? He said, I'm here for Alonzo. And they got the way. And when the fight ensued, and the whole neighborhood saw that, and when Harris asked him for the gun, Harris asked him for the gun, that dude, one of them looked at him and said, he put the revolver on the ground and said, you got it all twisted, homie. You got to put in your own work. And cue my favorite scene in the movie.
I'm going to put cases on all you bitches.
No, not that shit. No, not that.
Which one?
When he grabs a cigarette, lights him, smiles at him, and dares him to shoot him in the back. I don't think you got it in me. I don't think you got it in you. I don't think you got it in you. I'm gonna get that gun and I'm gonna get that money.
I'm gonna get
Boom!
that
Ah, he pulls the
You
trigger.
shot me,
Oh,
motherfucker.
shit! Ah, you motherfucker! Next one will kill you. Ah, son of a bitch! You shot me in the ass. And right there, that's when the mystique. And that's when the mystique lost. That's when the mystique just started to disappear. He lost. He showed his. Yeah, he was really scared and everything. And the minute he was like, "Give me that money, man!" That's when everybody just walked around. He's still like, he started to act tough right in front of them, but like, dude, you already flinched. And they all walked the fuck out. Of course, I remember somebody argued that scene where he got shot in the ass is what got that secured a lot. That secured Denzel the Oscar.
Yeah, it did. That was because that the emotional
Pretty much
verse
did.
at the end.
Because a bunch of the extras, they were laughing when that scene hit. They were like,
But
how many takes did they have to take for that? How many takes did they have to take? Like, the director's like, "Whoa, quit laughing in the scene. You're all gonna act like you're scared."
Name
I thought he kept funny.
Motherfucker, they had bloopers in the back of the Training Day DVD.
Yeah, I know. They got a gag reel. They got the gag reel. I wonder what the gag reel
in that
is.
motherfucker, but it is not. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's so interesting.
I'm gonna tell you what it was back in the Godfather shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go bring it.
When he said, you know what, they're gonna come. I'm gonna sit down with them at a meeting. And just have a meeting with them. They're gonna check me, but if they can smuggle something in, I'll kill them both. You gotta remember, Michael was destined to be Don.
All right.
Even when he didn't want to. Like, couldn't give it to Fredo. Couldn't really. Let's say if Sonny lived, you pretty much couldn't give it to him.
Hell no, he's he's nuts.
Too hothead.
He's smart though. He's crazy smart.
He was
smarter than Michael.
But he was.
No, he wasn't smarter than Michael.
No, not.
No. Michael was.
What?
No, Michael was Vito's level.
No, Michael was Vito's level. What, like you said, Charles, what was the difference between Michael and Vito? Vito was what?
Vito was respected and Michael was feared. So there's a difference.
Wait, I got a better idea. Pookie, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, you ever played a game called Def Jam Fight for New York?
Yes.
Okay, if you remember the story in the story mode, there was that one scene where D-Mob is sitting at the table with Ludacris, Sticky, Blaze, your character, and he was explaining to them about the importance about money, power, and respect, and how that respect was better than being feared.
Yeah.
Because he said, you can a dog will fear you, but once you turn your back on, it'll attack on you. What? They'll attack you. But if you have respect, that's everything. Because when you have money and power and respect, you can move mountains. You're untouchable. Fear is only lasting. Fear is only last for a while. Fear can get you by for a point in time, but eventually people will no longer fear you. It's like Machiavelli said. One emotion you do not want people to have towards you is hate. Because if they hate you, they're no longer fearing you.
True. They're ready to attack you.
They are intimidated. They hate you. Hating
They're
you.
ready to attack you.
Eventually, it's going to be open. That's why somebody said the difference between those who are loved and those who feared are if you're loved by your people, they're willing to sacrifice themselves for you.
But I mean,
because they respect you.
Being respected makes you predictable to people that frame their manipulation.
No.
Respect is mutual.
What does the phrase "I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse"? What does it mean?
An offer that is irresistible to the other person's best
It's gonna
interest.
be the first offer is gonna. I want to break it down to you, Pookie. The first offer is actually mutually beneficial. When you go into, you never ask a favor for a favor. You always make. You always got to make sure that you put everybody's people in a profitable position. You ever notice when you ask for a ride from a friend, they could be sometimey, but if you put $10, $20 for that ride, you ride all
Mhm.
day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, but that makes it that's
mutually,
predictable. That makes
it's
it predictable.
mutually, in other
It's
words,
mutual.
it's beneficially what?
It's benefit.
It's
I get what you're
mutual
saying.
benefit.
It's goose for
So,
the
in
gander,
other
but it's
words, well, who's the first person when it came to negotiations? Who did Vito send in first?
negotiate. Tom, what
They
Tom?
sent in Tom. If by chance they didn't want Tom, they didn't respect Tom's asking and pleading, who did they send in second?
What, who is it?
Luca Brasi.
Brazi, yeah, Brazi. He was the other one, the traitor. But no,
No,
that's Tessio.
he
That's
wasn't a
Tessio. My
traitor.
bad.
He wasn't a traitor.
Tessio was a traitor. My bad. Brazi.
See, Brasi was a sociopath that was only controlled by Don Vito. So
Who?
you got to
What
remember,
was he like? His cap? Was he his consigliere or was he his capo?
he was his best hitman,
He was his
his
hitter.
best enforcer.
That Luca, yeah, he was his bro. He was a.
Oh
The
right, I
problem with
keep
Luca
forgetting the
was
consigliere.
Just
the
like
problem with
just like
he
the
came.
cop. Remember the cop who killed the other Don? That became Michael's enforcer. Matter of fact, they were so close. He was the only person to call him Mikey. And how? Because he was a cop at first, and they were about to send him to jail because he used deadly force in a deadly force situation, but he added another hit. So, and remember that scene in the Godfather 3 where they handcuffed or lock chained the doors? He pulled out a shotgun and blew the door and blew the chains off, which saved Michael's life.
Oh
And
wow.
remember, he was tight with Michael. Matter of fact, it was Al something, but Al, I forget what his last name was. He was also the guy who killed Fredo.
After Mama Corleone passed, because remember he couldn't do anything to her while she was still alive.
But I thought it was always best to have a combination of them both, fear and respect, because that
See,
way you
No,
get the whole set
let
of the
me let
people
me let me put it to you this
stab
way:
you in the back.
can you love somebody without respecting them?
no,
Yes,
not really.
yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
I love my son, but would I respect his opinion on law enforcement? No.
Ah, fair point.
Now,
Yes,
I
you
could
can.
I could respect something I don't love.
Hmm, that's true.
So we see you got to understand you see how easily you got it. When I usually tell women this, they're very apprehensive for the first 10 minutes,
Oh shit!
and then
I'm sure why. I wonder why.
and
Fucking
then
breaking
they
their word.
and then and then they
Even enemies can respect each other. Enemies can respect each other.
Yeah.
You ever seen two rivals? Who was it? It was Troy, Peter O'Toole's. Peter O'Toole. Remember when he snuck into the Greeks' camp
I don't love that
and he
motherfucker.
pled with Achilles to give him Hector's body?
Mm-hmm.
He said, remember, he looked at him and said, even enemies know when to respect one another. They don't
I
have to
don't
love
love it.
each
You
other,
don't love it. Though.
but you respect each other.
Do. You fear each other do
There are
something of the sort.
there are guys I don't like, but there's guys I don't like, but we have a mutual respect. We know not to bother each other. We
I know
respect each other.
there's an old saying. People used to ask me because I lived in Baltimore City while being a cop in Baltimore City. They used to say, "Were you afraid to live in a city?" I put it to you this way: I may not always be loved, but I'll be damned if I'm not respected. I
But
said,
I've also learned that some
I said
people
first.
respect
I
others
said, let me
today.
put it to you this way: if somebody cross me in such a way, the cost of blood in heaven and earth wouldn't be able to pay it. Like I would go to like if there's a necessary thing that has to be done, you got to do it. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand that. When
You
you
gonna
have
bang out on somebody.
when you have a standard, and this is the
Hey, yo,
problem.
I'm out. All in a minute. I'm out of here. Later.
All right, man. When you have a standard, and you have to abide by your standard. See, your standard keeps you grounded. Never go below it. You try your best to surpass it, but at least meet that standard. When you don't meet that standard, that says a lot about you, right? So you can't hold people to shit that you can't hold yourself, right?
True, yeah. It doesn't work. Makes you a
Like they
hypocrite.
said, you respect the process, meaning they know that if they cross that aisle of respect, all hell will break loose without any fear and any compensation. But I'm gonna tell you the same thing my father always said: people only respect you the way you respect yourself. That's the realest shit I could ever tell you. People respect you the way you respect yourself. If you come across as a disrespectful cur, uncouth, and violence, no refinement to your strength, people are gonna find you not anything to respect.
If you come across too weak, soft like Fredo, and too much into yourself, people are not gonna find
Alfredo,
anything to respect.
Alfredo, Fredo wanted respect, but he was never willing to earn it. That's the problem.
Well, he said he wanted to. I don't know. But, I mean,
In other
he said
words,
he.
you, in other words, you ever try to get to a girl, right? You were highly attracted to this girl. Are you ever gonna get to play with her when you come off as fucking desperate?
No,
You almost have to be like, man, I don't even want the pussy, even though you probably really do.
no, you do. That's how exactly how you do. You have to act like she doesn't. To be honest, you almost act like as if she was the worst person on the planet, as if you despise her, as
Have
if
you
you
ever
couldn't stand
noticed
to be around her.
when you ever notice when you resisted, even the first time? I mean, legs cocked open. She wants to give it to you. You say no. And what do you just did? You just make her want you even more.
Yeah, it
Because
makes you
women,
feel like a man.
women like shit. Women don't like shit that they can control. They always want to look at a guy and be like, "Damn, there's something about him I just don't know." And too many people play themselves on this desperation game. See, I can be like this at some points, even when I really want that chick. I mean, I've been fiending damn near growing dick harder than a fucking calculus problem in a jail cell, and that's some hard time, baby.
Unless she's a fucking black woman, I mean, she is a fucking. She got goddamn mental psychosis.
Well, not all black
Half the
women,
time,
trust me. Not even all
not
black
all of
women.
them, but
I
I know
mean,
it ain't all of them. But
I
I
mean,
mean, a
to
significant.
me, I'm gonna say this. To me, most white girls are insufferable because
Yeah.
it's a cultural difference. It's a super difference. Like you bitches don't understand shit. And
Damn, Charles.
what makes it like sometimes they act like that. They don't understand the real world. And
Yeah, bro.
what you really start to understand when it comes to levels of respect, even when it comes to women. I remember one time my ex, I had to check her ass in front of her father, and I told her, "Come here to the table real quick." I said, "You know what? I care and I love for you, but don't you ever fucking talk to me like you lost your brain cells ever again. I don't give a fuck who's here. I don't give a fuck if it's your father or our heavenly father. Don't ever disrespect me, especially when I never disrespected you." Cool, cool. I said it just like that. I'm not a disrespectful person by nature, so I give people I give people baseline respect, which is actually a lot of respect compared to what people deserve. So when you come off disrespectful to me, I'm gonna have to put you back in order. And a lot of times people don't understand that. And when you, it's even with women, you can never let a woman know how much her pussy holds weight.
Yeah, that's facts. That's fact. And one thing, Charles, a lot of men, young black men especially, that's gonna be doing a lot of fucking or less fucking, wherever you want to call it. Don't let the pussy control you. That's one thing that if your father was never around or any man that you could trust will always tell you this. Don't ever let that control you. Because if it control you, you lose. That means she can run your head, run your pockets, and do all types of stuff to you. And even go as far as to fuck behind your back if you're not careful. You know. And that's one
Hmm.
thing enough for me to learn, you know. And I think one of the problems with the young black men, especially if they're fucking younger or older women, that's the premise. You get me? To get them in control early. And how you do that? By giving them what they call the WAP. And think about this, Charles. Why do you think they got to get these boys sexually active early? You ever notice that? Get them fucked before they reach 10. And we
Hmm.
don't have this conversation in the community.
I mean, this fucking ridiculous, Charles. I mean, we have fucking human beings have a concept known as sexual politics. What the fuck is that? Nigga, we got regular politics, sexual politics, geographic politics,
Because
fucking
everything is a dance. Everything is an art. It's the art of seduction. It's the art of warfare. And once you evolve from the art, you go to the science of it. Like, look, I already know that most women will give me anywhere from a 7 to 8. Not what I think, it's what they think. Okay, so that means if you think I'm a 7 or 8, guess what? You think I'm so attractive that you rarely see a person like me. And then, God forbid, she loves your intelligence on top of that and your wit and other attributes about you. So that being said, when when that happens, you can't let people know what you think. You never, ever, ever, outside of your close circle, and even sometimes no, let people know what you're really thinking because they can use that against you. Like, no, I want to be the number one person. No, I want to be the number one. People are going to use that and hang that on your head. Why do you think I stay out of certain beefs if you haven't noticed? Did you notice that?
true, yeah,
Have you noticed I rarely even talk about certain things you hear the major players talk about?
true. Cause it's a soup.
And 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 what happens because you're 19, about to be 20, right?
Yep.
So how many 20 and 19-year-olds gonna come across my goddamn channel and they may need help or need to hear what the fuck I gotta say, and I'm arguing over classism. It's not gonna help anybody.
True.
See, the major problem with the black manosphere, and I'm gonna tell the truth about it. The major problem with the black manosphere is that it regresses too much. It always, so many years, have to bring back the same silly ass arguments.
Yeah, that's that bullshit. Yeah, it's a cycle. I've been noticing if you go back 3 years and then you go back to even 1.0, it's a fucking cycle of these same
And
old
instead
topics.
of
Y'all niggas gotta
and,
stop letting this shit happen.
And instead of actually debunking people quickly, notice when
Yes.
I'm just like quickly, like when the guy try to come up their religion, okay, you want to play this shit, you got to hit him hard with it. Like, no,
Make it
boom, you're wrong.
make him prove his points. Can't prove it, cut him off, kick him off immediately. Just don't fucking these
Because
niggas.
what's going to happen is you're going to create this division. I don't care if a bunch of people. You know what? I tell you what. If I got 10,000 to 20,000 people, that's cool. If I got 100,000 people, that's cool. I'm at 2,400, and that's cool as fuck. I never thought in my wildest dreams. At one point, I have over almost 200 live people at one time listening and feeding off the words that's coming out of my mouth, along with BGS. And we're talking about social science. Today, guess what we mainly talked about? Military science. So there's an interest in the black community for it. See, I don't have to be the number one nigga in the rap race because the only thing you're gonna get, you're gonna just become the number one rat. What I need to be is a guide for people who don't know what's going on in the world.
True, niggas wanna argue over subscriber counts. Look, just give me a decent base, give me a decent following, give me a loyal following, and I'm good. I don't give a fuck what the number is. I just want to make good content.
I'm happy about it.
Nigga,
I'm happy about it, women and men that follow me. Give me my loyalty. Like I got 30 people watching
exactly,
right now. That's all I need. Even
exactly.
though
I'm happy.
even though it's kind of weird to me, it's a weird concept because if you got 2,400, it should be nothing for 800 people to watch you. But that's not where my luck falls. So I gotta just deal with the what's the old saying? You pick the battles, not the soldiers.
But think about it, Charles. One good thing about it is you got people that will come in and just give you a like just to keep the engagement and might not even watch the channel. They might
Might
sit
not even watch it. Just give a quick
and here's
punch of
one thing,
support.
that's a blessing when you can sit there
Yeah,
fired up and get almost 30 or maybe close to 30 or more likes instantly in under
yeah,
10 minutes. So, like I said, people respect the consequence that they come to adore, watch, and respect.
yeah.
But
Time zones
sometimes it would
too.
be nice to have that once in a while, you know.
Time zones
So
too. Yeah.
I'm in suspension
You
right
know,
now.
I'm never shitty towards my subscriber count. I'm
Hmm.
happy and honored by them because you could have took that like you could have you could have shoved it up somebody's ass for all we know.
Hmm.
But you know, for some odd reason, everybody decided to give your voice of love.
Yeah, we're not over here fucking complaining about where our channels are at. Shit, I'm happy with my 50 subscribers and the growth that I've got. Thank you all that's out there watching. Sir Anthony, if you're listening, I appreciate it, brother. All the brothers out there listening, like I appreciate it so much. All the support that I've been getting as well. And it's just for me, it's just all about making good content. You know, Charles as well. It's just about making good content. Like that should just be the general goal. Not worried about how many people are watching. Like conversations like that are just very weird to me. Like I'm just like that's just
Man, we gotta
real. mm,
we can't let shit consume us. That's for one thing. You can't let shit consume you because if you do, you're gonna end up bitter. I don't. I don't.
Yeah, bro.
I don't care if you like street clothes. I don't care if you like suits. I'm just like this. How are you doing?
Exactly. Like, bro, it's like why does it have to be like? I mean, down to your socks. You divide it down to the socks, motherfucker. Like these motherfuckers, they'll argue over single words. Charles, like, I mean, shit. If it, oh, it said left, not deserted. I'm like, my nigga, that's one word. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? We arguing over one sentence. for an hour and 30 minutes. Like this is embarrassing. Like, and to a certain extent, you just take a look back and you just looking at this shit holistically. Like, what the fuck are we doing? This is the exact crab in the barrel shit that we talking about. We're supposed to be above, but here we are engaging in this low level trash argument, discussion, or whatever random, whatever it could be on anything. But we know the shit is invalid. But here we are partaking in it for a significant amount of time for no reason. I just don't understand why. Like, why? Why do we have to repeat the cycle with the same fucking tired, dried out tropes and weak ass discussions over and over again? Just let it go. Let it go. It's fine. We should talk about it. But eventually, like Kevin Samuels, I agree with Kevin Samuels, my nigga. Therapy is not life, my nigga. Get it in and get over it eventually. At some point, it's time to move past. Like, you can't just keep fucking staying there and then almost getting better and then going back to the same spot. That's not how improvement works. Like, you just going in a big ass circle. What you were saying, brother? I was done. What you saying, Kel? You got something to say, brother?
No, not really.
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes I'd rather be lucky than good.
Yeah. Exactly. And don't worry about it. Like, why do
I'm not
people
worried
sweating
about,
this shit so bad? Like, Jesus.
I'm not worried about certain shit, man. Like I said it before, I've lost people in less than a week from each other. We got bigger shit to fry.
Saying, bro, like, who fucking,
And I
like, what
mean,
we talk, we YouTube niggas? Like, I'm like, oh man, come on,
I mean, like I said, if this place ain't helping people, then I'll be damned. Let's leave it. Let's leave it.
exactly. Like, if you so stressed out, then fucking leave, my nigga. If the channels are so hard to make, then don't fucking make them, my nigga. Nobody, you don't have to do anything. It's up to you. That's the great thing about being an individual living in a
Here's the crazy
Western
part.
society.
Here's the
Your
crazy
fucking
part about
choice.
my channel. Anybody's welcome. Anybody want to share? Anybody's welcome.
You can come. The keyword can or cannot, based on your discretion. Nobody's holding you. Nobody's forcing you. So don't complain. No need to gripe. None of that. There's no need for any of that negative energy. I think this has been enough of that. It's a lot of negative energy going around. It's like there's been like a negative cloud of energy that just fell upon the whole world due to the whole coronavirus, and it ain't never quite lifted yet. It's still kind of always there. And with this Ukrainian crisis and all this bullshit but even in our space, all this bullshit that's going on in the space over bickering bullshit over channels and shit and promotion. Like, I mean, like, what you want us to do here? Like, niggas got bigger fish to fry than worrying about channel promotion. My nigga, gas is about to be $6. Like, y'all, man, I don't even know, Charles.
You gotta, you gotta be at peace with yourself, man. Ray Harvey said you should have heard MOT stream earlier.
Bro, fuck.
I'm like, uh, I've limited myself on a lot of manosphere shit lately for a reason.
Me too.
Nothing personal, just professional. I gotta worry about my mental health.
And actually, I completely agree because I done had some shit happen in my life, so I just like said, fuck this shit. I'm gonna just focus on my documentaries, and I done turned off the whole black woman shit and all that other noise about the stupid ass channel shit, because I ain't in the mood for Sergeant, Willie P. Respect to them brothers or everybody. I ain't in the mood for MOT's bullshit and anybody else's. Like I kind of I didn't understand at first. I really didn't understand at all. Like what BJS was at first when he first was talking about why he was talking about he was tired and why he always sounded like he was kind of drained at times dealing with these niggas. But now I kind of get it, and it's like kind of too late because it's like the Smith virus done affected me, and that draining feeling is now on me now. Like y'all draining my youthful exuberance with y'all bullshit. Like this is ridiculous. I mean over basic shit.
I'm like, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. I'm tired of this fucking cesspool of shit. And it's like, where's the help? Everybody's welcome here. I don't give a shit. Give me your Pookies, give me your Ray Rays, give me your Educated Lames, give me your classic men, give me your superheroes, give me your geeks, give me your cool guys.
And exactly, if you want promotion, motherfucker, you gonna have to come down here and promote your shit. I mean, you free to do whatever you want, motherfucker, but ain't nobody finna do shit for you for free. That's not a part of the deal. That ain't nobody finna drag your ass while you sit in your throne, looking upon the peasants. That ain't a part of the deal. But you are free to do whatever you want to do, my motherfucker. If you choose to promote yourself on other people's channels, if they let you, you are free to do that. If you choose to ask people if they can promote your shit and if they want to do that, if that's advantageous to them, if you made that advantageous for them to do that, and if they do that, then you free to do that. But you can't force nobody or criticize nobody or shame nobody or make nobody feel like it's their fault. Cause come on now,
Nah,
it's free. It's all on you.
I don't play Overlord with anybody, man. We got enough of that shit when you go to work. You're supposed to be able to unwind when you come to the here. Like, a lot of y'all pay money to actually listen to me talk or speak on subjects you want my point of view on. So that would be very disrespectful to try to be the overlord of you guys. Now, do I think the information I come with and some of the knowledge and experiences and the training that I have should be compensated? Hell yeah. You should put something, you should always, compensate black men for their intellectual prowess. But
you know what the thing is though, Charles, is the main problem that breaks me is that if you flip it around on the other shoe and give some of these niggas the opportunity that they talking about, and let's say they little channels blow up, they're the ones complaining about people not supporting them and not doing this. But in actuality, if we looking at actual characteristics and the behaviors of these people, these individuals that we have in the space, they would end up doing the same exact shit as the people they're complaining about. Literally. So what the fuck? Like you niggas don't share your shit, but you don't share nobody's shit. Niggas don't support you, but you don't support nobody. What the fuck?
I'm just like, we have a very selfish mindset. You got to bring it back to being a fraternity, a brotherhood. If you're gonna keep it like that, then don't say shit. All you gotta say. I'm about to get some rest. Anybody got any last words?
No, thank you again for today's stream, Charles Faulkner. Like always, you put out the content. You've been one thing I got to give you credit, Charles. You're doing something right for the last almost 2 years. Is to help you build this channel. You don't got these issues with warnings or strikes or all this stuff. You've been pretty decent, been consistent, and
I'm trying.
You're doing something right, man. I don't know, man, but I'm proud of you to be out of this long. You didn't get none of those things. You're doing something well.
I've been trying. Thanks to Thanks to people like you for supporting and actually putting in the elbow grease.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know.
It's amazing. It's
Yeah.
anybody need their channel to grow, you need to hit up Chaos, man.
And not criticizing and bitching and moaning about what another nigga could do with his hand out.
I think we need to separate the manosphere even further. We're either gonna make it the bitch and moaning sphere or the manosphere.
Yeah, we need to cut the fat down on these niggas because you cut
Because
the fat off these
people
niggas.
people want to say you didn't promote my shit and this, that, and the fourth. Like, dude, if you want people to view your shit, don't be abrasive. Simple.
What the fuck? You gonna come on? You gonna come on multiple times, multiple different streams?
Even Obsidian had to learn that lesson.
Exactly. You gonna
Obsidian had to learn that lesson. He couldn't. I remember Obsidian wouldn't have a woman within 3 miles of his page. And some of his best commentary with women, or whether if you like them or not, is with, brown sugar. So even he had to learn that lesson.
Yeah, you can't just come up on panels and fucking disrespect people.
Demanding. And I'm just like, look, at the end of the day, your content's gonna speak for itself.
Yeah.
And if you're abrasive, nobody cares if you're talking about tech. You gotta know how to win hearts and minds. Even the military said that. You can't bombard people. You can't bombard people. You can't attack people. You gotta win hearts and minds. Till you get that concept, you're gonna stay in that self-pity prison. So next time, folks, woo!
Woo! Woo!
Gotta play my 3 favorite videos, by the way.
Yeah.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
By the power of Grayskull.